Hey everyone, and welcome to the stream. It's me, ShellshockPrime, and I'm here today for yet another stream. It's Tuesday, March 18th, 2025. Good to see you, Maverick. Good to see you, King. Good to see you, Kaiju. I hope things are going well for everyone's ends. I hope that things are getting better for you, Maverick. And it's time to learn lawyer stuff. We're going to be playing some Ace Attorney Investigations tonight. Miles Edgeworth. We're in the 5th case. I'm going to see if I can finish this game tonight. As you can see the schedule, that's what's happening tonight. Tomorrow, I'm going to play Repo with the guys. Thursday, we're going to play some King of Fighters games. Sunday, we got Sharing with Shellshock. We're going to talk about why we love Tetris. That's going to be the rest of the entire week so far. We played some Mario Tennis Aces and Mario Golf Super Rush last night, and that was a lot of fun. Even though I'm a bit rusty, or actually rather a lot rusty on both of those games. So, but yeah, tonight it's Miles Edgeworth time. So let's go ahead and get right into it, shall we? All right, I'm going to bump up the Elgato audio because I usually leave it lower whenever I'm playing multiplayer with friends. But since this is a single player game, that's different. All right. Time to finish the game, because this is the last case. But we started it after we finishing chapter 4 last week. But we're gonna finish it right now. Right, let me continue where we left off. Turnabout ablaze. So let's go back into this, shall we? Not sure how. I think this is because I figured I was originally going to do this on Sunday, but Sunday I wasn't really feeling up to it earlier in the day because I was kind of like woke up tired. So I figured, you know what, I'll move it to today. So here we are. Let's do it. If in the event that I actually finish this early, I might do something afterwards, but we'll see. But for now, let's do it. March 14th, 7:44 p.m. Theatrum Neutralis lobby. There he is. Counts off. 1 1 1 1 1 1 1. 1 1 1. Shifu, 99 callouts. So all 99 members are most likely here and accounted for, sir. Hey, you. Yeah, you. The second number 1 from my right. Sir, yes, sir. Here, a birthday present for you. What? Shifu, I didn't know that you knew all of our birthdays. What a kind heart you have. The crazy 88s? Yep. Shifu, you're more of a man than we'll ever be, sir. I'm really sorry, but it's not my birthday. Huh? Lang Z says, a cub who disrespects others soon feels the disciplinary bite of an elder. That present isn't for you. It's for your younger brother's wife's younger brother. Tell him I said hi and happy birthday, won't you? Yes, sir. Shifu, I can't believe you remember that much about each of us. Shifu, I'm so moved that I can't stop crying. I should probably leave them to their alone time. All right, meeting's over. Everyone, head for your posts. Dismissed. Sir. Yo, were you guys there the whole time? I got a call from Shimna, and she's already filled me in. It sounds like you're out to get in my way again. I have absolutely no intention of interrupting your investigation. I simply request that you grant me permission to investigate the Alabastian embassy. And what if I say no?
Objection!
Agent Lang, this man is my subordinate. As I have received permission from the ambassador, he is to be extended the same rights. Sorry, sis, but it's not that simple. Alabas has the strictest immigration regulations in the world. Or didn't you know? Even among my elite men, about only half of them were admitted into the country. Besides, any more cooks in the kitchen and we might spoil the soup, if you get what I mean. How dare you make such assumptions? Don't take this the wrong way, but I thought I was in charge of Alabast, Miss Von Karma. Look, try to understand, okay? Things over in Alabast are a bit of a mess right now. What do you mean by a bit of a mess? No one told you? We had an incident in Alabast as well. This is what we call a decision based on the investigation, Mr. Prosecutor. Look, Wolfie, just let us in already! Wait. Is there a problem here, Agent Lang? Who is this guy? Not really, just having a discussion about whether or not to let these guys in. Ambassador Alba, I ask that you please allow these people to join the investigation. Having a debate because of my country. I'm terribly sorry for placing you good people in that kind of situation. It is all because I lack the strength to govern well. Please. It's nothing of the sort, Ambassador. The music kind of sounds like Dragon Quest music to me. You weakling, Quirkus. Curse you your frailty and inability to effect change in your country. What do you... The thing is, investigations conducted in my country have been under Agent Lang. And it is my judgment that in order to minimize disruption in the investigation, I should leave everything up to Agent Lang. There. You see? Oh, no way! Wait. Ambassador Alba, I ask you to please reconsider letting them into Albast. What's that? My very own secretary has been murdered in the Balinese embassy, and he was apparently caught up in some very shady dealings completely unbeknownst to me. So I ask for your cooperation in our investigation. These aren't much, but I hope they can cover your travel expenses to Babel someday. Alright, I get it. Even if you beg Ambassador Alba, I still have to give the final okay anyway. Alright, you heard that, Miss Edgeworth? We're in. Not so fast, my little crow girl. You're still a witness in the Babel murder. So I'd like you to please stay in the Republic of Babel. Detective Gumshoe, please take good care of Kay for me. Yes, sir. Sounds good to me. The fewer troublemakers, the better. Well then. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes? So I wanted to ask for a while now, but that lady over there, is she who I think she is? Ah, that's right. I didn't introduce the two of you yet. Franziska von Karna, the prosecutorial prodigy. It's nice to see you again. Oh, I knew it. You're the whip lady. You may address me as Miss von Karna. Miss von Karna, I leave the investigation of Alabas in your hands. Thanks. Rest assured, I will outsmart both the smuggling ring and the Yatagarasu. The smuggling ring, huh? Perhaps I should ask Franziska a bit more about them before I head to Alabas. Ah, and I mustn't forget to thank Ambassador Paleno for all that he's done for me. So let's do that. Let's talk to Von Karma first. You made so much progress in your investigation in such a short period of time. It's truly amazing. Agent Hicks, whose help I requested, was cut down before he completed his task. Yep, she is. There is no room for further failure in my perfect investigation. In spite of that, I believe you were able to obtain some insight into the ring, correct? It was nothing. I simply made some deductions based on the smuggled item I was following. You mean the Babyliss ink? But why are there restrictions on the export of Babyliss ink to begin with? That's classified Interpol info.
Hold it!
Franziska, as your subordinate, I am part of your investigation now. Don't you think it would be beneficial if I was as well informed as you? Point taken. Very well, I'll fill you in. Recently, we discovered some very well-made counterfeit bills circulating in Senfa. Counterfeit bills? Yes. As you may have deduced, the counterfeits are being made with Babel's special Babyliss ink. And it's virtually impossible to distinguish bills made with Babyliss ink from real ones. Thus, it was only natural for Interpol to keep an eye on the Republic of Babel. That's where this document comes into play, correct? Correct. Mr. Kocha was smuggling large amounts of Babyliss ink. Furthermore, he was charged with running the embassy's printing equipment. That's all the evidence I need to know that he was the head of the smuggling ring. However, there remains one tiny problem. Let me guess. Still have yet to find the counterfeit bills of smuggled ink? Yes. And while we're listing things, I might as well add the counterfeit plates to the pile, since we haven't been able to locate any of these items in the Babyliss embassy. We're looking into the Alabastian embassy next. It doesn't matter where they're hidden. Mark my words, I will find them. Counterfeit bills. I'll talk to you, Paleno. I'm gonna take a guess that the tiniest print has a spelling error. I'm pretty sure that's gonna be the case. Ambassador Paleno, I am in your depths. No, it's nothing. Because it's about all I can do for you, I'm afraid. I only ask that you please bring Manny's killer to justice. I will, Ambassador, on my honor. Wow, you're so sensational. You really piqued my curiosity. That's what NCIS showed me years ago? Right, yep, that's true. I know they aren't much, but know that I'm giving them to you wholeheartedly. Give me 1 second, real quick. No, that's quite all right. Oh well, how about this then? And what exactly is it? It's fountain pen ink, known as Babyliss ink. It's made exclusively in Babel. So this is Babyliss ink. We make it from wood crystal oil, which is mined through our mineral mines. Please accept this ink. One dip of your fountain pen in this, and you can write for hours in your organizer. How fortunate for me. The ink in my pen just happened to have run out. I gladly accept your gracious gift. Nice. Great, wonderful. I guarantee to you that writing with our ink is an unforgettable experience. And since we don't export it, if you run out, you're always welcome to come and visit our fair nation. Talk about quartering the customer along with the market. Well, shall we get going? What's wrong, Kay? I didn't get permission to enter Albas, so we're going to go gather whatever info we can over on the Balbany's side, okay? Alright, I'm counting on you two. Right, and I'm counting on you and Miss Von Conrad to sniff out clues in Alabas. Oh, and Mr. Edgeworth, if you happen to come across my phony, you let me know, okay? If you tell me, I'll rush on over straight away no matter where you are. I'll let you know when the time comes. March 14th, 8:17 p.m., Alabastian Embassy, Ambassador's Office. Oh. What do you think you're doing to my subordinate? You're Edgy? Oh, thank the heavens you're here. Wait, what the fuck? You? What are you doing here? I'm in a really, really big pickle, your lordship. The raven, it appeared, poof, and then disappeared, swoosh. And though I am the steel samurai, my sword, oh, I'm so confused. I don't know what anything means anymore. Yep, it's Butts. Who's this fruitcake? I'm Larry of the House of Butts. Married man of Neo Old Tokyo, lady. Yep. I remember him especially from the first game. And I think he was in the third? I don't remember. This person's one of your friends, is he, Miles? Yes, friendly enough, he is. Hey, what's up with that answer? Your best bud is in a bind, and you act like it's no big deal? What sort of bind are we talking about here? The suspect kind. I accidentally became a suspect in a murder! I see. That is quite the bind. Not that we're in the least bit surprised. Yes, I pretty much expected this news. Remember, if something goes wrong, it's always the Butts. For the instant I saw this unlucky face. His name is Larry Butts. I've known him since grade school, and for as long as I've known him, he has been the world's largest source of trouble with a capital T. Yep. Hey, what kind of introduction is that? You're so mean, Edgy. He just happens to always be at the wrong place at the wrong time. If you're not careful, you might find your tiny number of friends go down one by one. That was uncalled for. Besides, you're... Hold on. Larry? It was you? You're the one who wrote my Steel Samurai autograph? Oh, you didn't notice earlier? I even winked at you through my headpiece. What's going on? And why are you beet red? Sorry, but could you not speak to me right now? Oh, sorry. Am I interrupting your comical yet melodramatic play? Aha. So this is the incident you mentioned earlier. Mr. Prosecutor, this child of friends of yours is our prime suspect. Of what, you ask? Of the murder of a man who had snuck into this embassy. Master the Second. Master the Second? What? What is going on here? Oh my god. Master Second. Yep. Potential thumbnail. Only Larry could get himself into yet another mess as fine as this. But no matter what the facts seem to say, Larry is not the type to commit murder. Still, it's a rather daunting stroke of misfortune I've struck. Again, Larry just happens to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. It's not the first time. And I'm pretty sure it won't be the last time. I have to prove that Larry Butts is innocent in all of wrongdoing. Shifu, we've identified the victim. Good work. I'll take that report now. Agent Lang, would you mind if I took a peek at it as well? What did I tell you earlier, Mr. Prosecutor? Don't get in my way. There's only enough flesh here to feed one wolf. And that one is me. So no, you may not take a peek. But Agent Lang. Hey, Fights, thanks for the lurk. Oh god, it's batted. Agent Lang. Will you allow an investigator such as myself to take a look? Yes, of course. You. Let the detective see the file. You're Detective Bad. You're the prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth, right? Fancy meeting you here, detective. You weren't expecting me? Ever since that day 7 years ago, I chased after the Yatagarasu non-stop. I even pressured Interpol into keeping me in the loop in case our card was ever found. What incredible dedication to the case. Detective Bad knows the Yatagarasu's MO very well, and his passion for the chase hasn't died down in these 7 long years. It's something I can respect. But Detective Bad, I must ask, are you going to make an ally out of this prosecutor? My only goal is to arrest the Yatagarasu. If he can get to the bottom of this case, then I'm willing to share info with him. I am in your debt, Detective Bad. Let's talk. About the murder of the Mask 2, would you be willing to fill me in on a few of the details? When the Yatagarasu showed up, Agent Ling and I took ourselves off guard duty and put ourselves in charge of directing things at this crime scene. Taking advantage of the chaos. The Mask 2. He broke into this embassy. Probably to steal some treasure or another. And I suppose he lost his life when he was forced to fight someone else in this room. Alright, let's see what's the next thing. Suspect. Why exactly was this man placed under arrest, detective? That samurai? He was born looking suspicious, but not for the reasons you suspect, I assure you. As you can plainly see, he's completely harmless. Well, it was just a random guess. It's not like he's actually under arrest. Tonight, here at the Alabastian Embassy, Ambassador Alba was to give a commemorative speech. And that's when the Yatagarasu showed up. But keep in mind, the Yatagarasu isn't who I'm talking about right now. Those seats, for the guests who have been called to sit in them, were empty. A no-show. Who was it that failed to take their seat? The Steel Samurai. Until the speech was to begin, each member of the entire Steel Samurai family was to wait in a separate room. However, for some weird reason, that man was spotted in a different location than his assigned room at that time. And where was he? He was on the roof with one of his legs down a chimney. That chimney leads directly into this room. Ugh. Larry Butts, you've really outdone yourself this time. What were you thinking? In any case, I believe it's high time for me to start my investigation. Here we go. It's time for investigation. All right, so let's start off by looking at this body. So this is the victim, the Mask 2. What is with his gaudy outfit? You don't know about Mask the Mask? A few months ago, this thief caused a lot of havoc on the populace. So this thief is separate from the Yatagarasu? I thought they were for a while because their MO and targets were different. I do remember Mask the Mask, for sure. The mask likes high-value trinkets and jewels, and being gaudy is his signature. Gumshoe was in charge of that investigation, so he'd know more about the mask. That's alright. All I probably hear are tales of his failure anyway. You haven't changed a bit, I see. In any case, let's get started here, shall we? Alright, let's take a look at everything right here. Alright, let's take a look at this dead body. I don't think the mask had quit the business. This guy, he's just a copycat using the name. A phony successor. I see. That makes sense. He's just another petty thief. His real identity is an out-of-work guy by the name of Kashinu. He's 29 and wanted on larceny charges. From his clothes and what he was carrying, we determined that this guy is the real Damask 2. In some places, larceny is replaced with misdemeanor. The cause of death appears to be the loss of blood from the back of his head. And if I'm correct, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't grand larceny the same as felony? It seems that he was struck with something very hard. Like regular larceny, misdemeanor, grand larceny, felony. Correct me if I'm wrong. In other words, he was bludgeoned to death. Because I know it's different in each region in this country. Let's look at the sword. So this is the murder weapon in this case. There's blood on the blade. It's a rather sweeping sword, isn't it? What did you expect? It's Steel Samurai Daddy's secondary weapon. I only call it his secondary because although he uses his sword in most of his battles, it's his trusty samurai spear that he turns to in a real fight. You sure know quite a bit about that Steel Samurai. That's only because I saw the stage show earlier. The owner of this sword is a Steel Samurai. Or, in other words, Larry. I should probably ask him about it, as detrimental as it is to proving him innocent. Alright. There's something here. There's not a single oh. Well, at least I can appreciate the great effort he must put into making it. You two don't know? You can buy this costume almost anywhere now. It's being sold. Since when? Since around New Year's. The streets are practically flooded with them. Turns out the mask is a lot more popular than I thought he'd be. I can't believe that foolish fool would dress in fool's clothing and act foolishly. We got your point about three foolishes back, Franziska. Something in the right hand. What is he holding? It looks like a piece of paper from a notepad. It would appear that directions on how to reach this room were written by hand. There's something written on the back as well. I'd like you to steal the Primidex statue in this room. What is that supposed to mean? Who writes a note to themselves like that? If I had to guess from the text, I would say that this is actually a request from someone about what to steal. Just who is the person that requested the death of the Primidex statue? Maybe the Yatagarasu? Alright, so let's take a look at, let me see, let's take, let's see, is there anything else? What about this? I suppose this was the wrapping cloth the Mask 2 would use to carry his stolen goods. But there's nothing wrapped in it now. I guess he never did manage to get his hands on whatever it was he was out to steal. I gotta watch the check marks, because if I see like a highlighted yellow with no check marks, then that means that I have to check something. Oh. Yeah, I ate this. Doesn't seem to be anything else here. Let's look around. Let's take a look at some of the... Let's take a look at this picture right here. The person shaking hands with a steel samurai in this picture is Ambassador Alba. It was taken just before the murder. The steel samurai must be very popular. They're even using the national treasure as backdrop. I just don't understand. What exactly is so great about Top Knot there? Clearly, there's a depth to this show that a young person like you can't fathom. Speaking of young people, aren't young children the target audience of this show of costume actors? The thing is, with shows like that, yes, like they usually would target children as like the demographic, but there's enough material in which that adults would enjoy it, especially if they add a couple of like adult themes, or not. And by that I mean like certain action sequences that seem to gear more towards an older crowd who would enjoy stuff like that. So naturally speaking, like there's always going to be mediums where like kids are the primary target, but adults can find some enjoyment in them too, especially if they were to watch the shows with the kids. It's not always the case, but sometimes it is like that. So it's a case-by-case basis on what shows people seem to enjoy, and especially if adults enjoy it with the kids. All right, let me take a look at this window right here. There's a tree sticking out. You can see the little bird nest. Some flowers. Two gorgeous flowers are in full bloom here. I'm sure flowers as lovely as these must have an equally as lovely name. Miles Edgeworth, are you done staring? I should hardly think passion flowers are all that rare. Passion flowers. Passion flowers, huh? That's a rather unusual name. It was named by priests in the 15th century for the Passion of Christ. As they say, you learn something new every day. Well, let's look around. I want to take a look at these knives. There are some weapons on display on this wall. A crossbow, and under that, a set of knives bearing a flower motif. You can also see the spear that the samurai wields. They must be the counterparts to the Babalese knives, which means that the blades inside these scabbards should match the blade that was used to kill Mr. Kochin. Alright, so let's take a look at that. Knives adorned with flowers are on display here. As look at these are counterparts to the Babalese knives. The blades of these knives should match the blade of the knife that killed Mr. Kochin. What? One of the knives is missing, its blade. Let's see if the two pieces, the blade and the handle, fit each other. It would appear that they fit together quite well. Almost seamlessly. Then this means that an Alabasian knife did find its way into Babel. But how? We'll come back to this. Let me talk to Larry. Larry? There are a few things I need to ask you about. Hey, how about that? I got a few things I gotta ask you too. What is it? It's like both you and him. How is it that the two of you always manage to have some cute or hot girl by your side? And Francie, what about the promise you made to me? Promise? What promise? The one where you said you would model for my next book, Francie's Whippity Whip Trip? What the fuck? Yow! I made no such promise. Ever since grade school, we had a certain saying about Larry. When something smells, it's usually the butts. Yes. That's what I meant to say earlier. One needs to look no further than this man to find the king of troublemakers. Alright, let's ask some questions. Let's start with the Steel Samurai. As I recall, aren't you calling yourself Maurice Dunham now? That's Donham. Maurice Donham. Get that straight in your head, Edgy. Ow, 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 ow. Now I remember, you're that rude, pale imitation of a real artist. No, you got it all wrong. I gave up on that whole Maurice business. Besides, when Banjolina left me and my heart in pieces, that's when Mindy walked into my life. She's been so good to me that I wanted to help her in some way. And I figured I could through the Steel Samurai outfit. Your inane blathering makes less and less sense each time we meet. I believe he's saying that he picked up this part-time job as a Steel Samurai so that in the attempt to capture the heart of the actress who plays the Pink Princess. You got it. I knew you'd know what I meant, Edgy. Not really. It's not so much as I understood. But a simple deduction based on your usual modus operandi, Larry. Now let's talk about the time of the murder. Larry, I'd like you to confess right now to everything you did tonight. Confess? Hey, don't tell me you suspect me too. Nonsense. I don't believe you have the mental acuity needed to plan and execute a murder. However, we are talking about you here, so I find it hard to believe that nothing happened. For past experience has taught me that you're always at the center of some insane event. Edgy, how can you be so mean, stabbing me with your words like that? Unfortunately, I don't have the time to search out a key to unlock your heart this time. So I suggest that you cooperate and tell me what you know. Okay, I get it. Just stop Francie from whipping me from behind. So, I guess you know what I did, right, Edgy? I can't even begin to imagine. However, I imagine that whatever you were up to was probably beyond my imagination. So you will tell me what exactly you did, Larry. Nope, not yet, Edgy. It'll take more than that to loosen my lips. A lot more. Confess. Now. Ugh. Okay, well, I was up on the roof. And why exactly were you up there? Oh, you know, that wintry custom and the legendary hero. Legendary hero? Santa Claus. Santa! But in your game time, it's March. Claus. I wanted to do that thing he does, so I climbed up to one of the chimneys. But when I got there was smoke pouring out of the chimney. And? Well, I couldn't go down the chimney with smoke coming up, right? So I gave up.
Objection!
Larry, you do realize that Santa Claus does not exist, right? Of course I know. I did graduate from junior high, you know. Then you should also understand this. If Santa was real, he would be the biggest unlawful trespasser in history. Ah, crud. It is your attempt to imitate Santa that has landed you as a prime suspect in this murder. Come on, man. What's so wrong with pretending to be Santa?
Objection!
Let's start with the fact that it will be the Ides of March in a matter of hours. Ironically enough, it was recently the Ides of March, not a couple days ago. I want to say Saturday. Santa only visits home on December 24th. That's in December, you nitwit. No. Hey, wait a sec. We're not in court. No, we're not, but I still have some more questions that I want to ask you. Like the murder weapon. Larry, about the samurai sword that was used as the murder weapon. Oh, that. Well, I shook hands with the ambassador in this room, you know. Yes, apparently you did. And, well, I totally forgot about it and left it behind when I left afterwards. You want to talk about shock? I was the most shocked of all when I heard it killed someone. Shocked! Foolish fool. Looking especially foolish for foolishly stating such a foolish excuse. You forgot to take something that big with you? Who would believe such a tale?
Hold it!
Sorry, Miss Von Karma, but I believe him. Because if anyone could forget something like that, it would be Larry. Edgy. You believe me? I just knew that our friendship is something special. Anyway, even if Larry had simply forgotten the sword and left it behind, that in no way clears his name. Which means that I will have to prove his innocence from a different angle. Alright, well... let's... I guess I got everything I needed out of Larry for now. I want to check out the statue right here. There was the exact same statue sitting in that Babylee's office to examine. It's the Permaduck statue. It was the national treasure of the Principality of Codofia. There was only one of these statues, meaning that one of the two is a replica. But both Alabas and Babel claim to have the real thing. What an incredibly childish fight to have. So we get that. Alright, so I guess the next thing we can do is examine it. Or... it's a Permaduck statue. There was one of these on the Babylee's side as well. So here's very valuable and made of pure gold. It was natural treasure of Codofia. There was only one of these statues, meaning that the other of the two is a replica. But both Alabas and Babel claim to have the real thing and won't budge from their claim. Alright, well... perhaps if we deduce this... is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? This is the Babel one.
Eureka!
There's clearly a contradiction here. Yes, I believe you're right. Clearly it's right there in your logic. Ah, apparently I was mistaken. Ah. That sure looks like fun, Edgy. Well, it's not. And let's not forget who's sick I'm suffering. I hope you're considering that. But wait. That's the Steel... what about the Steel Samurai?
Eureka!
Maybe this? Look at this photo and tell me what you... look at this photo and tell me what you find out about this scene. Miss Von Karma. The apparent joy on the ambassador's face as he shakes that top-knot's hand. That's not it. I was trying to point out that the statue in the photo is facing a different way. You're right. The statue is a national treasure. As such, only ambassador or secretariat level person is allowed to handle it. The fact that the statue is facing one way in this photo, and now is facing a different direction in this preserved crime scene, is proof that someone touched the statue around the time of the crime. Alabas Permaduck statue data updated my organizer. Alright. So now we got that. Let me go back to the, let me go to the knife rack. We're not done here. Let's take a look at the spear. It's Steel Samurai's primary weapon, the Samurai Spear. Isn't it awesome? I totally fell for this thing. It's sleek and shiny, just like my heart. It comes at you like, whoosh. When you hold it, you just want to live life. Like, bam. You do well to watch what you say, Larry. Although, it is just as Larry says, the spear is quite the symbol of valor. However, speaking of spears, aren't you supposed to use them by thrusting the point straight into your opponent? I'm not entirely convinced the spear is up to the task. What's wrong, Edgy? You're just staring off into the distance. Oh, I get it. Tell you what, I'll tell the studio to make you one, okay? But this one's mine. Did I say anything about wanting one? Maybe I could shut him up if I show him the piece of evidence. That'll point something out about the spear. Alright. Well, there is something we can do. So let's deduce it. Is this spot? Alright. Well, there is something. Take a look at the autograph and look at the way the spear looks in that autograph.
Eureka!
Larry, about the spear. Oh, are you feeling it? Bam. I thought there was something strange about this spear. Tell me, Larry, is it just me, or is the spear a bit bent? What? No way. It's exactly as it should be, yo. I have here the autograph you wrote for me earlier. Now, take a good look at this, which you drew with your own hands. You can see that the spear is clearly of a different shape. What do you have to say to that? I'm sorry. When I hold the spear in my hands, all of a sudden I feel super powerful. And then, during practice, I was spinning it around and around. And bam! It hit the wall. You're unbelievable. This is an embassy. But I've always been like that. Ever since I was a kid. One time, on an overnight field trip, I bought a fake sword and played with it late that night. I'm just a useless hot-blooded man. Larry, clarify that for me, will you? Okay, so it's a field trip and I began to shadow fight with myself. Not that. I meant what you said earlier about spinning the spear and hitting the wall. Oh, that. It's no biggie. It's not like I left a hole or anything. That's not why I'm asking, Larry. The samurai spear is made of metal. I somehow doubt that a move as simple as spinning it around would cause it to bend. Man, Edgy, you're so naive. What? Where did that come from? Well, you keep calling it the samurai spear, but it's not real. You can't really fight someone with it, because it's hollow on the inside. You could hit it against practically anything and it would bend. Is that so? Don't tell me you thought it was real. Oh, but don't take it the wrong way. I just think that part of your personality is cute. Really? Now you say that? When we have an investigation going on? I mean, Miles Edgeworth is actually pretty cool. He is pretty awesome. Francisca's much better, by the way. Francisca is way better. But they're both awesome. That's not friendship, it's utter humiliation. See, your friendship is truly something special, Miles Edgeworth. Send my spear data jotted down on my organizer. I guess that about wraps up my investigation. Huh? That's... Wait. Yo! Pink Princess! How you feeling? Still feeling ill? And yet another strange character comes out of the woodwork. And so the Pink Princess also comes to pay the Alabastrian Embassy a visit. I believe I may need to speak with her as well. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I was just blowing my nose. Miss Pink Princess, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Miss Pink Princess, if I would... Oh! Me! Miss Pink Princess, answer me! Why? Why you? Why now? What are you doing here? Why are you here? This must be what they call fate. How could this happen 2 days in a row? What the? Aren't you Miss Oldbag? Why are you so surprised? Ah, so you're the one they got to play the Steel Samurai. It's too bad I didn't realize that until now. Your acquaintances with Larry? Why, yes. We worked at the same company for a little while, you know. That's why it's okay, my edgy poo. You don't need to be jealous. I was in the next room, you know, trying to get in some beauty sleep. But it was so noisy here that I couldn't fall asleep, so I came over to complain. So, imagine my shock when I saw my precious edgy poo waiting here for me. I mean, who could have imagined that you would ever come to a show like this? I guess I misjudged you, edgy poo. You misjudged him? I thought he was trying to avoid me, you know? That was no misjudgment on your part. That's precisely what I was trying to do. But it looks like the winds have shifted and he's now willing to be chased after. What? I'm simply overwhelmed. Don't you worry, edgy poo. I'll chase you for forever. To the ends of the earth. Isn't that just peachy? This is one of those rare times where Francisca and I actually see eye to eye. Alright, let's ask him some questions. We'll ask her questions right now. Now then, what are you doing here? I thought you were working at Gate Wonderland as the Pink Badger. What are you talking about? That was ages ago. That was yesterday. Look, I worked at Global Studios before, a long time ago, right? Well, they called me up this morning, kind of out of the blue, actually. They called you? Apparently, the girl who plays the Pink Princess collapsed from a bad cold. It happened so suddenly, so they called me in to be her last-minute replacement. Do they not have enough people on staff at that studio? I really couldn't say no, so here I am, playing the role of the heroine. Instead of the Mindy girl, I mean. But the poor girl, I feel bad for her. Because they let me stand in for her, she's going to have a terrible time. You're a rather lively old lady. So basically, you received a stand-in request this morning, correct? You got it. If you need to see it, I got it right here. Look. It appears that she is telling the truth. And we got the stand-in request. I tell you, my fine acting moved the entire audience to tears. Yes, tears of laughter, as I recall. But being famous has its problems too, you know. Here, take a look at this. Huh? It's a letter from a stalker. I was just taking my break when I found this stuck under the door to my room. Honestly, you really have to watch out for these kinds of things. Look at what it says. Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight. Your loving knight. Poof. How absolutely revolting. I mean, you'd think he could get my name right. There's no accent in my name. Wait, this horrible handwriting. Where have I seen this before? Ah, but now that you're here, Edgy Poo, I feel 100% safe. Where do I factor into this? You'd bust that evil stalker man for my sake, wouldn't you, Edgy Poo? Well, if you allow me the liberty to handle this in my own way, I'll gladly dispatch a detective to your house later. Oh, come on, Edgy Poo. Stop being so dismissive and playing hard to get. I got the letter. Now, what about the time of the murder? What were you doing at the time of the crime? What crime? What? After the show was over, I had nothing but free time on my hands. So I used the fireplace in the room next door to keep my bad hip warm. Well, a murder occurred in the room right next to yours. Is that right? Oh, Edgy Poo, I'm so scared. Hold me, caress me.
Hold it!
If you could please not cling onto my personage. In any case, I take it then that you failed to show up at the Ambassador Alba's speech. Oh, that? No, I didn't go. I mean, I may have the heart of a young, tender maiden, but my body just refuses to cooperate at times. As soon as the show ended, my hips started acting up and got stiff. I couldn't move at all. Can you provide proof of your condition? Oh, you just go on ahead and ask the doctors in the infirmary. They're the ones who carried me from the theater all the way to this embassy. I have to admit, the thought of her not being able to leave that room is rather pleasant. Prosecutor Von Karma, I brought the police dog as you requested, sir. Good work. You may leave now, officer. This dog. I requested the assistance of a dog in our search for the Yatagarasu. Looks like you guys have some pretty bright dogs in this country, too. Hey, you're a real cutie, aren't you? Yeah, that's a good boy. That's the police dog Gumshoe's been taking care of. I think its name is Missile. Missile. The same Missile from Ghost Trick? Or is that a coincidence? What a fitting name for a police dog that dashes out in front and attacks. That action alone isn't exactly what's going to solve the case for us, you know. Now, Missile, I want you to find some clues. Go. By the way, Missile, whether if this is Ace Attorney or if this is Ghost Trick, Missile is a good boy. Missile's a good dog. Good dog. You really are quite bright, aren't you? Unlike a certain someone I know. Now, what do we have here? What is this? It looks like a small hot dog, but... Wait, Francisca. Isn't that an official samurai dog? Oh my god, that dog's teeth. Ah, no. Bad missile. Bad missile. He ate it. I wonder if it's alright for him to eat that. It's just a meat substance snack featuring the Steel Samurai. I'm sure he'll be fine. That's quite a bit of information you gathered there in a single quick glance. We should really be focusing on why there was a samurai dog in the first place. Looks like that snack wasn't all missile found. Oh, and what do we have here? It appears to be a lady's undershirt. I wonder if Ambassador Alba might have an interest in cross-dressing. I somehow doubt that. It doesn't look like the shirt would even fit him. A samurai dog and a lady's undershirt. What are these two items doing in a room like this? Given the circumstances, the lady's undershirt could only belong to one person. I suppose I should get this over with and ask the owner of said undershirt about it. Alright. Well, let's go back and talk to Old Bag. If you could please take a look at this brown-colored undershirt. Oh, Edgy Poo, what is the meaning of this? Why'd you steal that thing from my bags? All you had to do was ask and I would have gladly given you as many as you like. Thanks, but no thanks. The shirt was found here at the crime scene. What? Come now. Why don't you just confess and explain what it is doing here? I know nothing. Nothing, I tell you. What? Oh, I admit that I used the fireplace to try this shirt. But I can't really help the fact that I had to, you know. Wearing the pink princess costume was like being in a sauna. On top of that, I get fingered as a suspect? You're too cruel, Edgy Poo. Are you claiming that you never once set foot inside this room? Of course I am. If I had been the one to find the body, do you think I'd be as calm and relaxed as I am? I tell you. That's too many blahs. Well, I don't believe she's lying about her actions, so I can safely assume she was drying her shirt by the fireplace on a break. And somehow the undershirt managed to move from the next room into this one. I assume the samurai dog was also yours? Ah, that brilliant mind of yours. You really can't see through everything about me. And so the feeling of dread continues, but I suppose I should ask for more details. That samurai dog was yours, wasn't it? Oh, of course. I'm forever yours, my edgy wedgy poo.
Hold it!
If you could just stick to what I asked you. Edgy, are you and Miss Oldbag? No. You really don't change, do you? When will you learn how to take a joke? Anyway, that samurai dog wasn't mine. Those things are a present from the studio to the embassy. A present? The studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pile them all into the push cart just to move them all. Those studio guys should have delivered those things by themselves, right, Edgy? So did you deliver the samurai dogs to the embassy staff as per your instructions? Hey, Edgy, don't just ignore me and my question. Are you going to stick up for me? Ah, about that. See, after the show, I went to a rest spell in the dressing room because of my bad hip, you know. And there they were. The samurai dogs were just sitting on the dressing room floor. I suppose you had to make preparations for distributing them after the show. Well, by preparation, you mean sampling them as well. Excuse me? Oh, I tried one that thought they were actually quite good. Sorry, but I just had to find out. I know it was silly of me to think this, but I figured that since they're for a kids show, their taste was probably for kids too. But they were so good that I couldn't stop. Before I went back to my room, I just had to help myself to half a dozen or so boxes. As I sat there by the roaring fire, warming them and eating them, I thought, ah, this is... Where is it now? Oh, I know. I bet you want a box too, don't you, my edgy poo? Well, who am I to say no to you? But I'll only give you one. The rest are all for me. Looks like the lesson for today is that when the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess take off their masks, they transform into a pair of annoying troublemakers. Well, we're done with that. Now let's take a look at our logic and see what we can actually put together. We got 3 things, but we can only like put 2 of them at a time right now. So if we would do use the fireplace with smoking chimney, we can put that together. There is no trace of this room's fireplace being used. And your point is? Smoke was supposedly pouring out from the chimney connected to this fireplace. At least according to Larry. This is a contradiction of facts, is it not? Are you sure he wasn't just disoriented or something up on that roof? There is testimony from an investigator that puts Larry at this particular chimney. So no, I don't think it was a mistaken impression on Larry's part. On the other hand, the fireplace in the next room was being used at the time. Where do you suppose the smoke from that fireplace went? Ah, I see. So what you're proposing is this. The smoke that came out of the chimney was actually from Miss Oldbag's fire. So basically, the fireplaces of neighboring rooms share one chimney. Is that what you're implying? Oh, and there's logic. Precisely. Alright, then let's put them together. Undershirt from the next door and shared chimney. So we will combine the undershirt from next door and shared chimney, so we should get something out of that. The lady's undershirt that Missile found. Ah. Why are you getting all excited over holding onto a lady's undergarment? Miles Edgeworth, you uncouth sea slug. If you know the owner of said undershirt, then hurry up and return it to her already. You have it all wrong. This is evidence. And the owner of this piece of evidence was in the room next door. And yet, despite that, Missile found it in the fireplace in this room. This, lady's undershirt, are you seriously claiming that it somehow passed through a solid brick wall? Not quite. The fireplace in this room is connected to a chimney. The other fireplace in the other room is also connected to the same chimney, leading us to the possibility that the two fireplaces are connected to each other. Perhaps a closer look at the back of the fireplace is in order. There is an X on the back wall of the fireplace. Let's see if I can't get a better look at it. What in the... The wall separating this room's fireplace from the next room's fireplace apparently turns, as I suspected. This fireplace does indeed connect this room to the neighboring room. Neighboring room? There appears to be nothing particular about the next room, but the fact that there is nothing special about the next room isn't what's important. It's the fact that there is a secret passageway to this room's fireplace, so that's another logic right there. We now know that the fireplace connects the two rooms. But how exactly is that significant? You aren't going to suddenly name the old lady as the Mass 2's killer now, are you? No, she couldn't move at all because of her stiff hip. So she could not have been the one. Let me just do this. Unfortunately, I believe that this fireplace has nothing whatsoever to do with the Mass 2's murder. Well, the investigation's done. It would appear that the answer has made itself known. You're making quite a confident face there, Mr. Prosecutor. Bring it on already. I'm ready to counter any argument you may have. Give me just a moment, guys. Sorry about that. Just had to take care of something real quick. Very well then. If you are prepared. Hey Dragon, how you doing? I'll show you exactly what my deductions have led me. Good. I'm counting on you, Edgy. Leave it to me, Larry. My first attack will be to expose your lie for what it really is. My lie? I know that there is still something you're keeping for the rest of us. Doing good? That's good. But what's wrong with you? Why is it you won't believe me no matter what I say, Edgy? Curse you. Just hurry up and die already, that's how it's gonna be. I'll confess to every murder in the whole world and then kill myself. Yeah, he was in this. And then throw everything into mass confusion. You made some wonderful friends as a child, I see. Larry, I only have one thing to say to you. Even if you make that face at me, it's no use. A man who's ready to die is strong-willed, you know. Larry, it doesn't matter what sort of harebrained trouble you cause. I only ask that you do not lie to me. If you cause an innocent person to be judged unfairly because of some insipid lie, I will never forgive you. Edgy. Although, allow me to say that I consider you to be among the innocent in this case, and that I will draw the real killer out. You can trust me on this. Alright, this time I'll tell you the whole truth, okay? What happened, what didn't happen, the works. Just what happened will do. Now then, if you please testify as to what you did on the roof tonight. There we go. Alright, one moment. I just gotta, my nose is just kind of like acting up, so I'm gonna blow my nose real quick. Alright. Oh my god. That emote. Oh, it's one of Shad's emotes, of course. Up on the rooftop. After the show, I left the push cart in the rose garden and came to the embassy. Then they took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador. After that, and until my next appearance, I had some free time, so I wandered around. That's when I spotted the chimney. A chimney like that is a rare thing, you know. So then I wanted to play Santa and decided to give it a try. Larry, I thought I just finished telling you not to lie anymore. But it's kinda ultra embarrassing. I do like that Miles Edgeworth emote. And what exactly is so ultra embarrassing that you can't tell me? Edgy, man, I just said it was embarrassing, so of course I can't just blurt it out. So you're just gonna have to reason it out of me. As your superior, I command you to hurry up and expose this man's lie. I have every intention to, for I'm not about to let us waste time on such a trifling matter. Here we go. Time for the rebuttal. After the show, I left the push cart in the rose garden and came to the embassy. Then they took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador. After that, and until my next appearance, I had some free time, so I wandered around. That's when I spotted the chimney. A chimney like that is a rare thing, you know. So then I wanted to play Santa and decided to give it a try.
Hold it!
You suddenly wanted to play Santa. Oh, well, actually, I dressed up as Santa once before already. That was down at Ground Gourd Lake. Ugh. I appreciate it if you wouldn't dredge up such unnecessary memories for me. Sounds like you guys share a lot of history. A perk to being childhood friends, huh? Besides, it's not a felony to dress up and play Santa, you know. Santa doesn't go around killing people after he comes down a family's chimney, after all. Unless you're watching some horror movies. Or slashers. Actually, it is... Is it worth delving into whether or not playing Santa is a big deal? Which I'm going to raise an objection to that. Actually, I believe in the case this man playing Santa is actually quite a big deal. Are you saying that your buddy isn't exactly made of Santa quality stuff? Precisely. You hit the nail on the head, Agent Lang. Hey, Edgy, that's so incredibly mean. Tell me something, Larry. Did you know that Santa's job is to deliver presents to people all over the world? Of course I know that. I did graduate from junior high, you know. In that case, it's your turn to tell me something. I want you to tell me to whom you were delivering a present to. I was delivering a present to a child, not basking in the warm glow of love.
Objection!
That must be the most elegant description of you I've ever heard, but a lie is still a lie. You sure know how to kick a guy when he's down, you know that? In any case, the person you wish to deliver a present unto was most certainly this. Is this person right here.
Take that!
Interesting taste you have there, Mr. Suspect. Don't spread lies about me. I totally didn't want to see Miss Oldback so much that I had to try to go down a chimney. Ow. I advise you to stop right there when you're bashing of a lady. Well, I must admit that I, myself, hardly ever have the want to run into that lady. However, what if you were misinformed and under the wrong impression? Then what? Define wrong impression. I simply mean that the man before you thought to enter the old lady's room without knowing one very important fact. And that fact is best summed up with this. See the stand-in request? It's because the fact that she's filling in for somebody else, so...
Take that!
This is something the old lady received from the employer for the night. The girl who normally plays the Pink Princess, Mindy, was it again? It seems that this man is quite taken with that actress. But that's not true, Edgy. Huh? She's the one with the hots for me. I just know it. I can feel your sexy beam piercing in my heart when she's watching me. Sexy beam, I tell you. You filthy, despicable, inconsiderate, fickle, idiotic, cowardly apparition of a man. You haven't matured at all since we last met. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Yes? This guy. He's got bigger problems than just getting involved in murders, I take it. I suppose you could put it that way. Hey, what the heck, man? I don't get you guys at all. Why do y'all have to make me out to be some sort of bad guy? To return to the original topic, I propose that at least this much has been made clear. Without any knowledge that Miss Mindy had fallen ill, Larry tried to make his way to the Pink Princess's room. That much we know for sure. So as you can see... Hey, Edgy. Looks like I got the hang of this court thing now. But we're not in court at the moment. Shut up! I see what's going on here, and it looks like just like what you do in court. I guess old boy here still has something he'd like to say. Lang Z says, until the root of the tongue dries, one never knows the whole truth. You shouldn't form conclusions until everything is out in the open, which is why I'll listen. Alright, then get ready to listen to me defeat Edgy in a battle of wits. Larry, have you forgotten that should I lose, your victory prize will be your arrest? Oh boy, Larry's assertion. So you think that all I wanted to do was go visit Mindy? Well, I dressed up as Santa and climbed up to the chimney, but the smoke was really thick. It was a case of mistaken identity, and that mistake made me late for the speech. Then, to top it all off, I became a suspect in the murder. That's what you really meant. But why would I ever put myself through so much humiliation on purpose? Hey, someone say something. Larry, are you seriously trying to submit this? Not as a confession, but as a testimony? So what if I am? Is there something wrong with that? My claim is a claim, claiming my claim. Do you have a problem with that? So it was you. You're my stalker. But I should warn you, it doesn't matter what kind of flattery you throw at me. I'm the devoted type of woman who's wholly focused on one man and one man only. As long as Edgy Poo is alive, I can't drop him and be unfaithful. No, blah, 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 blah. I'm the Edgy Poo, blah, 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 blah. I'm so inspired. You're such an inconsistently, cowardly, idiotic, and all-around completely worthless man. I thought I heard something ominous just now, but perhaps it was just my imagination. I believe there is nothing further for me to prove at all at this point. What do you mean? Of course you still got something to prove. You still have to show someone proof that I was trying to meet up with Mindy. Proof, you say? Remember, Edgy? Everything is evidence in court, right? You mean evidence is everything in court, Larry. But I understand your point. Yeah, see? I'm totally a pro at this now. Very well. If you wish to see the evidence, then let me show you the last piece of evidence you'll ever wish to see. Alright, here we go. So you think that all I wanted to do was go visit Mindy? Well, I dressed up as Santa and climbed up the tower of the chimney, but the smoke was really thick. It was a case of mistaken identity, and that mistake made me late for the speech. Then, to top it all off, I became a suspect in the murder. That's what you really meant. But why would I ever put myself through so much humiliation on purpose? Well, I'll show you why. So, no, not that. Let's move to the next page. The next page. About this letter from a stalker that Miss Oldbag gave me.
Objection!
Larry, don't even think about denying that you have knowledge of this letter. Hey, why are you showing that thing to me? Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight, your loving knight. Well, isn't that just romantic? But you weren't able to descend on her from above, were you, Mr. Loving Knight? Ugh. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't remember a thing.
Objection!
You can pretend to be ignorant all you like, but it's written right here. This letter proves that you were not out to meet the old lady, but rather that you were attempting to pay Miss Mindy a visit. What part of this letter shows that the person Larry had intended to meet was Mindy?
Take that!
Larry, I suggest you take up penmanship lessons. Yeah, it's supposed to say Mindy, but it looks like it's Wendy. And it's like Wendy, but with like the little accent on the top of the E. Like Wendy? That is, if you never wish to experience this level of embarrassment ever again. What the heck? What are you talking about? Speak English. You wrote Mindy so sloppily that it became Wendy to the average eye. Hey, stop picking on me. It's so embarrassing. Oh boy, not her. Yep, her. There. Isn't that what childhood friends are for? They're the best, aren't they? For punching, but now I'll have to wait until we're off of this crime scene. Eek! Edgy, save me from the scary man. Sure, if you're willing to make amends, starting with your incredibly embarrassing mistake. That wasn't me. Come again? It's a fake. Someone's out to get me, so they made that fake letter. Fake letter, you say? Is that what we're resorting to now? We're starting to call some evidence fake? To set me up. Accept your defeat graciously. But you guys are being so mean.
Hold it!
Penmanship analysis. What's that? No matter who, all people have certain unique features to the handwriting. Ergo, all we have to do is compare the handwriting in this letter to a sample of yours. And we'll know soon enough who it was that sent this letter. I'll never write another thing in my life.
Hold it!
Tisk, tisk, tisk. It's no use, Mr. Loving Knight. For you've already graciously provided me with a sample of your handwriting. You did. You see, we got this autograph right here, so let's actually present it.
Take that!
This autograph and our mysterious letter? If we compare the handwriting, we'll know the answer to our question soon enough. Confess now, Larry, to your miserable failure. I'm sorry. I did it. It was me causing trouble again. I admit it. You hit the nail right on the head, Edgy. So he finally confesses. I saw the pink princess being carried around in a stretcher and got worried, all right? I wanted to go into Mindy's room, but the doctors wouldn't let me in. So what choice did I have? It was a chimney or bust, Edgy. Your mind jumped from the door to the chimney? What a criminally overactive imagination. Well, at least I was honest and wrote Mindy a letter and stuck it under her door. That way she wouldn't be so shocked when I came down through the chimney. Except for the fact that the letter was an utter failure at conveying a sentiment. He's such a bratty twink. Oh my god. Hey, Sleepy Bear, how you doing? I'm really, really sorry. Larry, you may be a shameful, good-for-nothing blight on the face of humanity. However, I've always knew you weren't the killer. I told you to trust me. Because at the very least, I can attest to that about you. Edgy. I'm okay? That's good. You're... We lost a lot of valuable time because of you. Ow! In any case, I believe we can say that we now know exactly what happened. Mr. Larry Butts sought to climb down the chimney, not for access to the crime scene, but to enter the room of the elderly lady next door. Great job, Mr. Prosecutor. Although I still find it a bit unbelievable that the two of you are friends. But the suspicion on that guy over there isn't completely resolved yet, so don't get any funny ideas about running off, okay? Ow! Hey, what? Edgy, what does the Wolfman mean when he says I'm not off the hook yet? He means the murder weapon. Larry, did you forget? There are 2 layers of suspicion hanging over your head. That's exactly what I mean. We can't only rely on the words of the suspect after all. We may have figured out where he was and what he was doing all night, but the bloodstained samurai sword that was left at the crime scene, as long as there's no satisfactory explanation for that, this wolf will refuse to ease up on his bite. Eek! Edgy, that guy, he looks like he's seriously about to take a bite out of me. I'm well aware, and you should be as well, that this upcoming battle will be crucial. Thanks to the cooperation of our lovely Bumbler, I've been dealt a very nice hand in the sweet trump card. Looks like we're about to enter the final bout. Now, Mr. Prosecutor, let's see what you got. I can easily point out the contradiction in this supposed murder weapon. But the real problem for me is figuring out what the real murder weapon is. This will be a high-stakes gamble. But this is one game I can't afford to lose. Why, Larry? Alright, well, let's figure this out. I was the one who found the body of the victim, the Mask 2. Besides him was the samurai sword, glittering red and offering up the scent of blood. It was supposed to be in the Steel Samurai's dressing room, but I found it here instead. Plus, I found the murder weapon's owner, suspect Larry Butts, in here too. Isn't it a bit far-fetched to accuse someone simply on the basis of ownership? But this owner wanted to sneak into the crime scene. I think that's plenty to go on, don't you?
Hold it!
If you alluded to his reason for being by the chimney, we've already established that.
Not so fast!
Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. You two are longtime friends, right? Who's to say you didn't fabricate the evidence to give him an alibi? You're accusing me of fabricating evidence? You think I can believe anything you produce? Forging evidence is all you prosecutors do. This man has some serious issues with prosecutors. But come on, I can't think of something as complicated as that, right, Edgy? Larry, I can agree because I know you and your personality well. However, Agent Lang knows nothing about you, or me, for that matter. I sense his hatred for my entire profession emanating from his entire being, meaning that the only way I can prove Larry's innocence is to present irrefutable evidence. So let's do this. It's time for a rebuttal. We have to do this. You're not losing to this guy. Let's do it. I was the one who found the body of the victim, the Mask 2. Besides him was a samurai sword, glittering red and offering up the scent of blood. Let's press that.
Hold it!
Excuse me, but glittering red and offering up the scent of blood? Do I have to spell it out for you? I mean the sight and smell of blood, of course. And according to the test, the blood of the sword belongs to the victim. The sword was made to only be used on stage, so it's not sharp. But it is pretty weighty. It's certainly heavy enough to beat someone to death. Which leads me to suspect that the victim was beaten to death with a sword. Beaten to death, huh? This last statement is too important to just let it slip by. The Mask 2? Well, it's definitely not Jim Carrey. Also, I have not seen Son of the Mask, nor will I ever, but I know for a fact that that movie is extremely bad. Alright. So let's, besides him was a samurai sword covered in the victim's blood. So, let's figure this out. I think what we should, so we already pressed. I think the next thing we should do is present. But not here. I suspect he beat the victim to death with that thing. Yeah, I think this would be the better place to present. So let's go to the samurai spear. As you can see, that samurai spear is bent.
Objection!
Do you know what this is, Agent Lang? Heh, it's a long spear, right? We used to use those a lot in my country a long time ago. Piercing, mowing people down, spears are the weapon of heroes throughout history. It's the next most effective weapon after the whip. I think the whip is in a slightly different category. So what's your point? Are you going to tell me that the spear is the real weapon? No. I simply want you to take a look at this section here. The way it's bent? Precisely. Apparently, a certain troublemaker hit it against the wall in this embassy earlier. And as you can clearly see, the insides of the steel samurai's weapons are hollow. In other words, the replicas that aren't strong enough to deliver a damaging blow. Let alone the multiple strikes necessary to bludgeon someone to death. And yet, there is not even a dent in the samurai sword. How do you explain that? Ah! Oh yeah, the sword and the spear are made of the same stuff, so they bend easily. But I wish they'd make them out of better stuff, because the spear got bent. I wasn't able to do my special early summer rain jab move. Man, I got such an earful from the director of the play for not doing it in the show. The Steel Samurai special move was changed tonight because of him? Well, there we go. Youch! That's more than enough of your whiny whimpering. Now, back on the topic of the spear. Yes. Let's return to the real topic of discussion. This is where the real gamble begins. I don't have a real strategy per se, so all I can do for now is let the chips fall where they may. Using guesswork and taking risks in place of real logic is hardly the Von Karma way. It's neither smart nor very clever. Miss Von Karma, as you know, unlike your father, I am not a genius prosecutor. Plus, I doubt his record of a 40-year win streak will ever be broken. But perhaps it is for the best if it remains unbroken. For no one should concede of the notion to convict all defendants in the first place.
Objection!
What a foolish statement from a foolish fool who hates to lose. It's the job of a prosecutor to make sure that all defendants are found guilty in court. There is nothing more important in this world than a perfect victory.
Hold it!
That may be your opinion, however, I don't believe that's all we are. As a prosecutor, what I pursue is not the perfect victory, but the perfect truth. And if that means that the bridge I must cross will crumble beneath my feet, then let it crumble as I walk on towards the truth.
Not so fast!
You're good at keeping me entertained, Mr. Prosecutor. But you know, humans are delicate creatures. The slightest bump and we expire. I'd like you to consider, if you will, the possibility that a sword was used in such a way that the attack killed the Mask 2 without bending it. So, what did you think of my hypothetical scenario? I think you know what to do here, right? And what you need. Of course. What I need is evidence even he can't refute. This is it. It's time to bring this to a close. Why Larry? Part 2. So, it's all or nothing here. It's possible to use the samurai sword to kill someone. And under these circumstances, it's the only logical conclusion. We searched the embassy, top to bottom, but the victim's blood is only on that weapon. So isn't it only natural that suspicion would fall onto the owners of said weapon? How long do you intend to cling onto that preposterous theory? As long as I want, because we examined every corner within the walls of this embassy. There's no stone we've left unturned. And we have managed to come up with the only one logical conclusion. That the only place inside this embassy with the victim's blood on is the sword.
Hold it!
You left no stone unturned? Is that a fact?
Not so fast!
If you got something to say, then say it in the only way I respect, Mr. Prosecutor. Yes, of course. In that case, allow me to make it all crystal clear for you. It's possible to use a samurai sword to kill someone. And under these circumstances, it's the only logical conclusion. We searched the embassy top to bottom, but the victim's blood is only on that weapon.
Hold it!
The only place where you could find blood was on the samurai sword? That's right. Even with luminol. Which means that there are no other possibilities outside of what I have already outlined. Do I have a problem with Agent Lang's assertion that the samurai sword is the weapon? I am going to raise an objection to that. If you believe that there's no other door possibility left to open, then allow me to force one open for you.
Not so fast!
And how do you plan to do that? By showing you what may possibly be the real murder weapon.
Not so fast!
Ha! The real murder weapon? I hate to repeat myself, but my men have already searched every last inch of this embassy, and they concluded that nothing else could have been used as a weapon. Knowing these facts, do you still want to press forward with your little hypothesis? Of course. Because it's not possible that your men inspected everything in their investigation.
Not so fast!
What are you talking about? I don't appreciate mind games. I don't appreciate when people like you slander my men.
Hold it!
I'm not slandering them, I assure you. I'm merely pointing out that their investigative dragnet has a few holes in it. Namely, that there is something your men couldn't even lay a finger on. And that item is the real murder weapon. Alright then, I'll play along for now. This real weapon that killed the Mask 2. What exactly is it? The real murder weapon, which not a single person has yet to touch, is this.
Take that!
Is the statue. The national treasure of Alabast. You mean the primitive statue? Primitive statue? Yes. And as you know, the only ambassador and his secretariat may touch it. Which I believe means that neither you nor your men were able to examine it. Correct?
Not so fast!
You know very well that if we did that, there'd be an international incident between the Kingdom of Alabast and the Republic of Babel. The two countries' precarious relationship teeters in the balance over a stupid fight related to a sovereignty statue. But I'll be damned if I let something go unexamined.
Hold it!
Agent Lang, if you could take a look at this. The direction of the statue is facing just before and after the crime are different. And there is only one conclusion I can draw from that. Go look for Ambassador Alba and get him to give us the okay to examine the statue. Shifu, you can't listen to this infidel's words. He is most definitely trying to trick you. Shifu, please, let's be rational about this. Ugh. Lang Z says, just go already. Yes, sir. Shifu. Yeah? I'm really sorry, sir, but I was unable to convince the ambassador. I was unable to obtain permission for us to examine the primitive statue. Oof. I see. Wait, but then the investigation is at a standstill. Agent Lang, I will go and speak with the ambassador personally. Save your breath. He may act all weak and frail, but that old man's one tough cookie. But I guess you gotta be tough when you're representing a whole country, you know. Agent Lang? What do you want? Let's just hurry up and examine the statue already. But Shifu, what about causing an international incident? Quiet. I'll take the fall of the hat till later.
Hold it!
Agent Lang, the hypothesis is mine, so if someone has to take the responsibility, let it be me. Responsibility? If we're going to talk in such heavy terms, maybe I should let you. It'd be a real problem for my men if something were to happen to me. Alright then. Let's talk more investigating. If we want to know the truth, we can't stop here. Action must be taken. Agent Lang, I like to run a chemical luminescence test on the statue. Chemiluminescence test on the statue. A luminal test. Ah, good thinking. If the statue is the murder weapon, then some of the victim's blood should be on it. Okay. Let's get the forensics team in here. Ha! Looks like you hit the jackpot, Mr. Prosecutor. I guess this means that this is the real weapon that killed the Mask 2. Indeed. But I wouldn't celebrate yet if I were you. This doesn't let your friend off the hook. It doesn't prove that he didn't kill the Mask 2, so the charge remains. We are hardly done examining the statue, Agent Lang. Knowing that it is the real weapon, I believe further examination is required. Ha! You think so? Okay, then knock yourself out. Well, so... Oh, there's something here. There's a handprint. Ugh. And what do we have here? This dirty smudge. It looks like a handprint. What's a definitive bit of evidence like you doing under here? Looks like we got some fingerprints to analyze. Ugh. Worst case scenario, these prints belong to Larry. But it looks like it's too late for me to do anything about that now. Hey, forensics guy. I want results on these fingerprints ASAP. You hear me? Agent Lang, I have the analysis results, sir. Good. And? Sir, about the prints we lifted from the bottom of the statue. Well, you know the victim of the murder in the Bahalese embassy? The prints belong to him. To Mr. Manny Cohen, sir. But that's... What's going on around here? No. That's impossible. Each primitive statue can only be handled by someone of that country. But by the very fact that Mr. Cochin's fingerprints are on this one, it leads me to only one conclusion. This statue is actually Babel's primitive statue. Impossible. It can't be. Larry never once set foot on Babelese soil, so he was free to go. However, this new piece of information only served to confuse us even further. That was a good fake laugh, yeah. The ringleader of a smuggling operation was killed with an Alabastian knife in Babel. And the Mask 2 was killed on Alabastian soil with Babel's national treasure. And the mystery of the great thief Yatagarasu, who visited both countries. The pieces were there, but I had yet to see the big picture they were to form. Wow. So Larry's now in the clear, but there's still a whole lot more going on, so let's save. March 14th, 9:21 p.m. open air stage. Things are definitely heating up for sure, Dragon. Yes, I agree with that. But I just don't know how much it's going to be heating up. As some people say, yep. Yes, just a lot going on as it is. But the only way we can know for sure just what's going to happen is we just take a look and examine everything. Top to bottom. We have to do it. If we don't, who knows what the fuck's going to happen. I left the Mass 2 investigation of Francisca and returned to Babel. I suppose my first order of business should be to look into the Babel statue. Mr. Edgeworth! So, okay, what's the situation? Oh, it's great. Investigating is so much fun. In other words, they've made absolutely no progress. We weren't goofing off, honest sir. We've been investigating our hearts out. Very well then. Would you care to give me an update on your investigation? Oh, we've had a really fun time, sir. I knew it. Zero progress. In any case, Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir? You have permission to enter the Alabastian embassy, is that correct? Yep. As a local detective, I'm helping out with investigations on both sides, sir. Good. In that case, I can leave these pieces of evidence with you. They belong to the lady under the Pink Princess's mask. The Pink Princess? What kind of lady was playing her, sir? The kind that was also playing the role of the Pink Badger yesterday. Oh, understood, sir. If I happen to run into her, I'll give them back to her. And if I don't, then I guess I'll unload them somewhere. It doesn't seem all that enthused to go find her, but I can't blame him. Evidence that has lost their value given to Detective Gumshoe. Now then, I don't believe I'll be needing this anymore either. What? Are you really going to throw that autograph away? Yes, because that Steel Samurai was a fake. Alright, Steel Samurai's autograph scrunched up into a ball and disposed of. Wait, what? What do you mean by fake? Now then, I believe it's time for a little housekeeping. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Alright, so let's talk to Kay. No, yeah, I still got a bit more information first. I was trying to, right here. It would appear that the stage is also scheduled to be renovated. You know, I would love to perform on a stage like this. Something like the Greatest Great Thief show. I should think it would be a bad idea for a thief to show their face in the world. Mr. Edgeworth, you look like you're enjoying yourself, Detective. Well, I don't have much else that I enjoy as much as a good investigation, sir. So, what did you find out? Ah, well... I take it he has found nothing of any particular use, as usual. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I got something really interesting from Ambassador Paleno. Oh? And what is this something interesting? Is it those tickets? This, sir. Oh, what? It's a lantern. Wow, that's so pretty. I'm so jealous. That's a real treasure there. Why does the flame burn green, Detective? So apparently if you burn this special wick crystal oil that they only make in Babel, it burns this green color, sir. Interesting. So it's a special property of the oil. I suppose it's a ploy to force people to visit Babel should the oil run out. Hey, Gummy, what about those silhouettes? They stuck some cutouts on the outside of the lantern so it project the images. Oh, silhouettes, huh? They're rather pretty, aren't they? Wait, what am I doing? I was supposed to be asking for an update on the investigation. Hey, what's wrong, sir? There's something I want you to investigate for me. Do you think you could do that much? Uh-huh. You got it, sir. Hey, that's not fair. Why is Gummy getting to do all the fun stuff? Well, that's because I'm Mr. Edgeworth's partner. I can't believe that you took advantage of the confusion that stole my role as assistant. I expect the two of you to get along and work together like professionals on this. Silhouette lantern. So you're back now, are you, Mr. Edgeworth? You must be tired. Here, with these you can eat whatever you like. And these are? Discount tickets for our cafeteria. They open tomorrow at 10 in the morning. I appreciate the concern, however, these coupons do nothing for me right now. This open air stage, what function does it serve exactly? Well, normally we use it for a variety of events. It's all to attract that extra bit of attention to Babel. I heard that tonight over in the Alabastrian Rose Garden, Ambassador Alba was to give a speech. And you know what? Manny told me that I really should give a speech too. Mr. Kojin told you that? Yes, he did. Which is why I thought I should give the speech of my own. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to. Because of the fire the Yatagarasu started? Exactly. Ambassador Palino, I'd like to ask you a little more about the Primonex statues. Oh, I see. Well, let me ask you this. Did you know that Alabas and Babel used to be one country called Codofia? Yes. I know that much about your history. Well, the Primonex statue belonged to the founders of Codofia. At least that's how the story goes. It was bequeathed unto the king of Codofia as a symbol of the country's wealth. So it was meant as a symbol of sovereignty and the right to rule, I take it. Yes, that's right. Which is why both countries are so adamant about their claim. We hold the real statue, therefore we hold the right to the rule, is the reasoning. It's pretty petty when you think about it, though, I suppose. But if Alabas and Babel were to reestablish relations, shouldn't that put an end to the squabbling over the statue? I have no reason to believe so. The Primonex statue is even more important now as a key to diplomacy. I wonder if Ambassador Palino knows about what has happened to the very important key to diplomacy. Perhaps I should try showing him this key and see what he has to say about it. Well, let me actually talk about this first. Ambassador Palino, there's just one thing I'd like to ask you about. Yes. Oh, and don't worry, you can ask me more than just one thing. How about 2 or 3? In exchange, I expect you to be coming to Babel, yes? Thank you, but just the one thing is all I require. Manny Kojin, I'd like to ask you about this man who was your secretary. Sure. I'll tell you what I know. Thank you for your cooperation, Ambassador. He was, well, if I had to put it in one word, he was an able man. If there was ever anything I needed as an ambassador, he was able to get it for me. To think that a man like that had a hand in a smuggling ring right under my nose, going completely unnoticed. Actually, I suppose it was because he was an able man. I was unable to detect his dirty dealings. Sounds like Mr. Kojin had a very sharp mind. Recently, Manny had been really busy. Since I became the Babelese representative at the Country Unification Council, he's been working tirelessly to cover my work for me. I'm sorry, but what is this Country Unification Council? Oh, well, you see, had tonight's events proceeded without a hitch, our 2 countries were to reunify, become one again. But I guess with how things turn out, that dream won't be realized anytime soon. Suppose not. Alright, well, now there's one thing left to do. We're not done with you yet. I want to show this to you. Ambassador Palino, if you could please take a look at this for me. The permanent statue sitting in Alabasta right now actually belongs to Babel. So it would appear... I received a call from Ms. Von Karma about this earlier. Then you will understand why I wish to inspect Babel's permanent statue immediately. Because the statue currently in your country's possession. Yes, well, I've already inspected it myself. And it's definitely Alabasta statue. I know because it's the real statue. Huh? Then you're saying that Babel's was a replica? I'm embarrassed to say it's true, even though I knew that someday it would be exposed. I received my orders from the leaders of Babel, and I was to negotiate with Ambassador Alba at this event. I was to negotiate with him and fix the results of the evaluation tonight. To say that we could not determine which statue was the real one.
Hold it!
Why are you telling me this? Well, because you already figured it out. Our statue is just a hollow gold shell. Even if Babel were to lose face, the unification of the country is what's important. I'm right in thinking that, aren't I? I'm not making a mistake, right? If you don't know yourself, then I won't pretend to know either. I never thought that by being betrayed by my own secretary, the real symbol of wealth would be given to me. Isn't it simply ironic? Hey, where are you going? Are you heading back to Alabasta? Yes, but before I do, I suppose I should give you a summary of what's happened. Oh, I see. So there's been a murder in both countries using the object from the other country. That's the gist of it. Babel is just as strict as Alabasta in their inspection of the people and things that enter their country. Meaning that somehow, both the murder weapons were smuggled into the two countries. That's the only logical conclusion that can be drawn. Perhaps the key to the weapon smuggling is the person who traversed both countries. You mean the fake Yatagarasu? In one way or another, the Yatagarasu is connected. Of this I am sure. Now then, where was the Yatagarasu first spotted? I believe it was the Rose Garden on the Alabastian side of the embassy. The garden is just on the other side of this boundary. It's where Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight. At least, that's where I heard the Yatagarasu had appeared. In that case, I believe it's vital that I investigate the Rose Garden post-haste. Wait, before you go, take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? My guess is that it's a guitar pick. I picked it up just now over there. Do you think it'll be of any use? There is a little water on it, but how did the water get on it? It doesn't look like there's anything it could get wet from around here. I was thinking they have concerts here at this open air stage from time to time, right? Alright, I'll find its owner later. Oh yeah, there's one more thing. Mr. Edgeworth, would you be willing to hold on to this? What is this? It's misused perfume. It's the bottle that woman left behind and that I found 7 years ago. I thought that one day it'd be of some use in tracking her down. So I kept it safe all this time. Thank you. I'd be honored to hold on to it for you. Oh, wow. I'm honestly surprised the fact that all this time that she kept that, like, just in case if there was ever a point in which she would actually need to use it. I gotta say, I'm absolutely impressed. Like, I really am. Because, like, I was not expecting that to be the case, but cool. Now we can go. Now we can go. Well, all right. So now we can get out of here. I think I'll be returning to the investigation in Alabasta now, but I know. I'll go back to Babel and do some more investigating there. March 14th, 9:58 p.m., Rose Garden. I see you're back, Miles Edgeworth. Francisca again. How are things at Babel? Although I can't really say I expect much from Scruffy and that girl. The investigation into Manny Cochin's death hasn't really progressed any. However, the investigation into the Yatagarasu has. Ah, yes, the Yatagarasu. Even now, I find it hard to believe. A person who can freely traverse between the two countries at will? Preposterous. Well, that's what I came here to investigate. I heard that this is where the witnesses claim to have seen the Yatagarasu. That's correct. Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight here in Alabast, and that's when the Yatagarasu appeared. The shadow of the mysterious thief appeared, and just as suddenly, it vanished. After that, there was the fire of the Babalese embassy at the Yatagarasu started. I vowed that not a single feather from the Yatagarasu shall escape my diligence. And this is where the investigation begins. The Rose Garden. Let's start with the swimming pool. Let's start with the pool right here. These are roses. There are roses scattered on the surface of the water, creating a pleasant fragrance. It's not really a swimming pool, but it is a pool nonetheless, filled with roses. It's not just for aesthetics. This pool's water is also used in putting out fires. Right, that too. I see. Oh. The pool stopped filling itself automatically. The fountain spouts are set to stay open until the pool's water reaches a certain level. If this water is used to put out fires, I suppose it must be refilled to its normal level. Which suggests that this pool was recently used somehow in this embassy. I guess I'll take some notes about it just in case. Right? Larry? How dare you surprise me like that? I'm sorry. Oh, hey, Edgy, thanks for what you did back there. Your gratitude alone is enough. More importantly, Larry, this pool is not for your personal enjoyment. I know that. Do you really think that I'm the type to just jump into a pool and swim around for fun?
Objection!
Alright then. Did you, by any chance, fall into the pool? Nice guess, but no dice. So you know my son, right, Edgy? Your son? I guess I kind of lost sight of him when I shook hands with the ambassador. And I'm pretty sure he was around here when I last saw him. You imbecile. How can you be so flippant at a time like this? What are you going to do if your son fell into the pool? And how old is this child of yours anyway? Huh? Oh, how's he again?
Hold it!
Larry, this is the first time I heard of his son. Who exactly is the mother? The mother? Oh, that chick, the pink princess. The pink princess.
Hold it!
Miss Von Karma. I was a bit confused by this man's words for a bit there. However, I believe what he's looking for is the doll of the Iron Infant. Yep, because I'm the Steel Samurai though, through and through, heart and soul. And the Iron Infant is my cute little son. You have given a whole new meaning to the phrase, an astounding fool. Larry. We have not seen hide nor hair of the Iron Infant. But rest assured that if we should find them, we'll let you know. Now get out of here. Sounds good. In that case, I'll go search over there. Hey, wait. Well, it's not as if he'll get very far swimming around in that pool. And though he's unrelated to the murders, he sure knows how to cause a lot of trouble. Alright, there's a statue here. The statue bears a resemblance to the Primitive statue. The plaque says King Primadu in the battlefield. In order to save the queen, King Primadu put his life on the line and went to war. So Primadu was actually a person with royal blood. I thought he was simply someone imitating a character from an ancient legend. Well, what surprises me is that a real person who looked like the Steel Samurai existed. I suppose there's that too. These are some beautiful roses here. They appear to be well maintained. You're being too nice, Miles Edgeworth. The arrangement is devoid of any design sense. Roses are only truly shine when they are grouped by color, one color per location. They lose their beauty when they're all mixed together like this. I can't tell if she's being sarcastic or not. On second thought, there's a rather serious look on her face. I'd better leave it be. They should really rethink the proper balance of these roses. Of all the people to comment on the proper balance of things. Excuse me. There was an overturned spotlight here. When the Yatagarasu appeared, the audience that was waiting for the speech to start panicked. I suppose that's when someone must have knocked it over. I'm having a tough time visualizing the mass confusion that took place here. I thought to use my whip to capture the Yatagarasu. However, there were people in my way, and I was unable to land even a single lash. I suppose this means that some other poor saps were hit instead. Alright, let's look around and do some more investigating. What about this statue right here? A statue of a woman. I wonder if the lady is pouring water. It says that it's a statue of the queen who spoke of love to King Primadou. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it seems that you are lousy at reading a woman's heart. I open my mouth about a statue and she somehow makes the leap to that. How about this? Is it possible that the Yatagarasu hid in these bushes? Of course not. They're rose bushes. You've been spending so much time with Scruffy and that girl, they're rubbing off on you. But it's alright. I'll wake you out of your stupor. Ugh. Now, the next time you feel like sleep talking, remember that I'll whip you for real. All I tried to do was offer up a possibility, and this is what I get? So this is where the Ambassador Alba was to give his speech. The stage was set up nicely. However, where was the audience supposed to sit? Perhaps they were supposed to sit around the edge of the pool? That's such poor planning. If there was no place other than a spot or two by the pool, then they really should have made seating arrangements like how the gallery is set up in court. Indeed. You could sense that consideration for the viewers was taken with those. Hey John, good to see you, dude. So in the end, the speaker and his audience were to stand the whole time, huh? Yes, although I suspect the audience would have liked to sit down after a while. Yep. Alright, let's talk to Lang. Have you finished checking out all the bystanders? Yes, sir. And we found 14 counts of pickpocketing, 16 counts of illegal parking, and 1 person ran a light, sir. Don't tell me you didn't find out anything related to the case. Sir, not a single thing, sir. Well, for now, let's just get those other lawbreakers down to the precinct. Agent Lang. Well, if it isn't Mr. Prosecutor, I would just like to thank you for your assistance earlier. Make no mistake, it's not like I was trying to help you with what I did. After I left, did you receive word from Ambassador Alba? We're to wrap up our bodyguard assignment at the end of today. Oddly enough, we received word from HQ to return home on an urgent matter. As if I could be so easily called away from this case after I come this far. I swear that I'll find the truth and drag it out screaming into the light. You're with me on that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? Yatagarasu's appearance. Yeah, good to see you too, dude. Oh, it's okay. Let's see. Give me 1 second. All right. You were working as Ambassador Alba's bodyguard at the time, so naturally you witnessed when the Yatagarasu appeared, correct? Yeah, I saw the thief, all right, with my own 2 eyes. You did? The Yatagarasu was always there, looking at the shadows, but when the spotlights were turned on for Ambassador Alba's speech, a shadow appeared. That's when cries of, "It's the Yatagarasu!" rang out. The next second, the spotlight went out, and by the time we got the area lit again, the deaf thief had vanished. When we investigated afterwards, we found that the reason the lights went out was because someone had unplugged the extension plug for all the outdoor electronics. Whether it was someone doing it on purpose, or simply a guest who had tripped over it? We don't know. But one thing is for certain. The Yatagarasu was here. So you're saying that basically all you saw was the thief's silhouette? Ooh. Ooh, damn. Yes.
Objection!
If all you saw was a shadow, then it's entirely possible that the shadow belonged to someone else. Ha! Good thinking, sis. You just might be right. If it weren't for the fact that there was no one else with that same shape. Not among the staff or the audience members. My men have already done a thorough check of everyone, so I know I'm right. Someone else's shadow. That sounds like a plausible hypothesis. The suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. I believe I figured out its true origin. I expected no less from my subordinate. Now let's hear what you know on the subject. What really casts a shadow of the Yatagarasu? Well, let's take a look at the statue right here.
Take that!
The suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. It's not possible that this is created by this statue.
Objection!
Are you playing me for a full Miles Edgeworth? This statue bears absolutely no resemblance to the shadow of the Yatagarasu. You're correct. However, this statue is but one part of the whole picture. What do you mean by only one part? What's the other part to the real form of the Yatagarasu shadow? It's on the other side.
Take that!
It's another statue. The Yatagarasu shadow was made from the shadows of these two statues. Made? What do you mean by that? Right now, the spotlights are all over the place. This is because they were moved when the guests were in a panic state. However, if we were to restore the lights to where they were when the thief appeared, you believe that the two shadows will create the Yatagarasu's shadow? Precisely. Now then, watch as I reveal the true form of the Yatagarasu. First, if we set up a spotlight to cast the shadow of King Primadu and the battlefield, the shadow of the king's statue would appear on the backdrop of the stage. Likewise, if we set up a light up on the queen who spoke of love to the King Primadu, her silhouette will also appear on the backdrop of the stage. Aha! So if we were to combine the two shadows, it looks nothing like the Yatagarasu shadow. Miles Edgeworth, how do you explain this grotesque shape? Calm down, Francisca. The way the light needs to be shown on the queen's statue is wrong. What do you mean by that? I believe that the whole of the king's shadow needs to be used for this to work. However, in the case of the queen, I don't believe her whole shadow is needed. Rather, the person who created the shadow only used one part of the shadow. Only one part? Yes. And that one part alone is enough to fill in the rest of the Yatagarasu's shadow. Why didn't you say that in the first place? You're right. I apologize. Now, what part of Queen's statue was used to complete the Yatagarasu shadow? Perhaps this is a hand? This hand right here, maybe?
Take that!
Think back to what's missing in our shadow. 5 long, thin areas, correct? Now what does that remind you of? Ah! That's right. It can only be the shadow of the Queen's left hand. Francisca, can we please adjust the spotlight's position so that it only shines on the Queen's left hand? Alright, let's give it a try and see what we get. It's... Whew. Yeah, this is exactly like the shadow I saw. The culprit must have changed the spotlight's positioning beforehand, and then pulled the plug after some people saw what the culprit wanted them to see. In their panic, the guests must have moved the spotlights around, which we can assume was also part of the culprit's plan. By the time the lights came back on, the Yatagarasu shadow had vanished, which means that the shadow was constructed from the very beginning. So you see, the Yatagarasu never did visit Alabasta Night. The only country that thief visited was Babel, although it can be assumed that the Yatagarasu had an accomplice in Alabasta. An accomplice? But who? I haven't figured that out yet, but I assume it was the person who set up the shadow show. I sense the biggest clue yet to solving this case is the existence of this accomplice. How's the investigation going? Detective Bad, have you come to join us in investigating the Yatagarasu? I've left the murder in Agent Lang's charge. And my only target from the very beginning is the Yatagarasu. So yes. So what have you found out? I got a piece of evidence. May I see it? Sure, but you might regret it. We're here because we are ready to face whatever may come. So if you please. When people heard the commotion, bystanders started gathering. And one woman claimed, I'm telling you, I'm a genuine international journalist. She gave me an interesting picture. A journalist? Well, actually, she's a freelance cameraman. This is the photo I got from her. But what in the world? The Yatagarasu is flying through the air? The times, they are changing. It's not just man, but evidence. Even they lie to us now. When was this photo taken? Apparently right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floors were put out. It was taken from a nearby building that you can see the embassy from. I see. So this was taken after the fire. Alright, there we go. The blur in this picture took off from the Balinese embassy. Flew over the boundary and headed for the embassy of Alabas.
Objection!
This is simply not possible. People are incapable of flight. It's not a fact. I've had the pleasure of dealing with a case involving a flying person once. Actually, come to think of it, I've come across a case like that as well. 2, actually. Maybe it happens more often than we think. Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry about that. Maybe it happens more than often than we think. I'm about to tackle some of the mystery behind this photograph. Well, the Yatagarasu took off from the Babelese embassy, so I should start off from there. Francisca, I need to return to Babel investigation for a bit. Alright. Let's do it. I'll continue investigating on this side of the building. Alright, I'm counting on you. But I hope everybody's doing good. We're back. Welcome back, Mr. Edgeworth. Now, come on, let's get back to our investigation. Yes, let's. Think I'll be returning to investigation in Alabaster now, but I know I'll go back to about. See you back. Well, let's continue with the investigation, shall we? Let's. Alright. Let's look around. Perhaps we can check this building out. March 14th, 10:37 p.m. Babelese Embassy Secretariat's office. Hey, Derek. Yes, this is. To think after all that's running around, we're right back to where we started. It would appear that way. Hi, Mr. Edgeworth. Have you found Manny's killer yet? I'm terribly sorry, Ambassador Paleno, but I have not yet to find his killer. Then I guess his murder really was the work of the Yatagarasu. Let's get one thing straight. It was the work of the fake Yatagarasu. The real Yatagarasu is a noble vigilante who is only out to steal the truth. Miss Faraday, please don't make such a sad face. If there's anything I can do for you, all you have to do is ask, alright? Mr. Paleno. Actually, there is one thing you can do. Will you allow us to take another look around? We didn't have enough time to conduct a thorough investigation earlier. Oh, sure. Please, feel free to investigate to your heart's content. Also, there are a few questions I'd like to ask you personally, Ambassador. If it will bring a smile back to Miss Faraday's face, then I'll gladly answer anything. Thank you, Mr. Paleno. You're a total gentleman. You don't have to waste such nice words on me, little miss. Hey, Sir Paleno. Those two sure got chummy awfully quickly. You know, it's easy to say that we're going to investigate, but where should we begin? We should probably start by comparing the state of this room before and after the fire. And then we should look into the matter of the suspicious person you spotted. Yeah. When I came into this room, that person was already gone. But I'm willing to bet that the person I was chasing is Mr. Koshin's killer. We don't know that yet. However, it's hard to believe that person is unrelated. Furthermore, because the key to the Yatagarasu stole 7 years ago was found here. It signals that perhaps Miss Yu is also somehow involved. I knew it. That woman is almost definitely Mr. Koshin's killer. Yet again, we don't know that. There are too many mysteries to be solved here. Speaking of the Yatagarasu and the mysteries, I received the most mysterious photo from Detective Bad. Uncle Bad? He's taking part in the investigation too? Yes, he has been chasing after the Yatagarasu for all these years. Uncle Bad. Now then, I was told that this photo was taken just after the fire. But what? This kind of looks like the person in the long coat I was chasing. Does this mean that I was chasing the fake Yatagarasu after all? I don't know the answer to your question, but I don't think people can fly either. But this could be how that person escaped. Well, we need to investigate a bit more before we can say anything about that. In any case, let's not waddle anymore and pick up our investigation where we left off. So it's time to do another investigation. Alright, so let's take a look around and see what we can find. Let's start by talking to Paleno. Now then, Ambassador, I'd like to ask about your movements before the fire broke out. Before the fire? Which fire are you talking about? Which one? There was more than one tonight? Huh? Oh, I see. Guess you didn't hear about it. We had 2 fires here at the Babelese Embassy tonight. What a bother all that was. Hold on. Wait. But the only fire we know about is the one after the Jammin' Ninja show. Ah, well, the first occurred at the start of the Jammin' Ninja show. Luckily, only the 4th and 5th floors of our embassy caught on fire. Not wanting to cause a panic amongst the theater goers, we decided to keep it internal. Then the fire after the Jammin' Ninja show was the second one of the night. Exactly. So the fire I witnessed was the second one. Come to think of it, didn't Detective Bad make reference to the first fire? When was this photo taken? Apparently right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floors were put out. I suppose this means that the photo was taken just after the first fire was put out. So then, what was the extent of the damage in the second fire? The second fire was contained to this floor, the 3rd floor. I think it was leftover embers from the fire on the floors above it that caused it. That's, how should I put this? A very bad stroke of luck. My office on the 5th floor, Manny's office here, and Manny himself, all gone in the blink of an eye. I feel so sorry for you, Mr. Palliano. Oops. Look at me going on and on. Now then, what was it you wanted to ask again? We were discussing what your actions and whereabouts for today were. And if you happen to know what Mr. Coach's actions and whereabouts were as well. Yes, very well. Let's see. I've been quite busy all day from morning till now. First I woke up and then I brushed my teeth. After that I had rolled breakfast.
Hold it!
Fascinating. How about if you just skip to the relevant parts for me? Oh, you like a condensed version? Alright, I can do that for you. So what did Mr. Koshin and you do this morning? Well, originally, we were supposed to meet and shake hands with the Jammin' Ninja. But Manny and I wanted to turn it into a photo op, so we were here tidying up his office. You helped clean Mr. Coach's office? Why were you not cleaning your own? Oh, I think I forgot to mention this, but my office is currently undergoing renovations. There we go. Which is why both the Primitive statue and the Babyliss knife set are down here. I see. Oh, but the tidying didn't take much, really. We just burned some files we were no longer needed and expired coupons in the fireplace. I bet cleaning up the fireplace must have been a real pain, though, huh? About that, I kind of forgot to clean the ashes out. I guess I'm up a creek without Manny here to get angry at me.
Hold it!
An ambassador like yourself has been on the receiving end of a secretary's anger? Oh, he was very good at being mad, very mad. Why, even just this morning, he got mad at me. I spilled some Babyliss ink onto the back wall when I was burning the files, you see. And he got mad at me, saying that I should treat the ink with more respect. Talk about the boss getting bossed around. We got the testimony. That's about it for what we did this morning. Just some cleaning. Don't tell me you had no other work to do. Being an ambassador and all. Now then, if you could tell me what you and Mr. Kochin did this afternoon. Well, Manny and I went down together to the Theatrum's Neutralis. We had to be there for the start of the Steel Samurai stage show. After the show started, I went back to my office on the 5th floor alone. So they were together until the start of the Steel Samurai show. A little while later, after I straightened myself up for a bit, I returned to the theater. Because I was to take part in the photo op on stage at the end of the show. There was a commemorative photo op at the end. It was a fantastic photo op of the three of us, Ambassador Alba, the Steel Samurai, and myself. After the photo shoot, I went back to my office on the 5th floor to prepare for my handshake photo op with the Jammin' Ninja. He seems to be rather overworked for an ambassador. When I got to my office, that's when the first fire broke out and I escaped downstairs. My office was completely destroyed, but thankfully no one was hurt. I admit, I ran away from the first fire as fast as my legs could carry me. But during the second one, I pitched in and helped the embassy staff put it out. So you didn't see Mr. Kochin again after the start of the Steel Samurai show. Yes, that's right. The next time I saw him, he was lying there in an eternal sleep. I see. Ambassador Palliano, I thank you very much for your help. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more assistance, Mr. Edgeworth. If there's anything else, please don't hesitate to ask, alright? Alright, well... It appears that Mr. Coach's body has been taken for an autopsy. The white outline is all that's left to tell the tale of his murder. It appears that this area is heavily damaged by the fire. Yeah, I guess we should hurry up and get started examining everything. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. There's a bottle of Babyliss ink on Mr. Coach's desk. And it looks like there's still a lot of ink left inside. The seal is unbroken, so the fire probably couldn't get into the bottle to burn it up, the ink. Hey, Mr. Palladino, looks like your precious Babyliss ink is alright after all. What? That's odd.
Hold it!
Ambassador, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just that there is something strange about the ink. Would you mind elaborating on the statement for me, please? Alright, well, let's go back. First, one more thing. It looks like a bunch of flyers with coupons attached to them. Battleship gives away a lot of different coupons. Maybe I should create one of my own. I could call it the Great Thief coupon. And what kind of discount would that net you? The 5-finger kind. What else? I steal an extra thing or two for the bearer. Things such as the truth. What else would I steal? What I wouldn't give to have a mountain of your coupons right about now. There's only one book left standing here. Treasures of the World. Wait, what? Let me see that. Uh-huh. I see. Ah. The most important part was blackened by the fire. Why, cruel fate? Why? It looks like the map of where the treasures are located have been burnt. That looks like a very comfortable chair. Well, it doesn't look at all that broken, so why don't you try sitting on it? No, I'd better not. It's very important that we preserve the crime scene at all times. Wait, but you're always touching all sorts of things at the crime scenes. That's because I'm prosecutor, and it's part of my job to examine things. And my job is to be a great thief. Which is exactly why you're not allowed to touch anything. So I guess embassy phones are just like normal phones, huh? Well, what did you imagine them to look like? I thought that Babbles would look like a flower and the receiver would be a butterfly. That way, it looked like the butterfly receiver was sucking nectar from the flower base. If any country had a flower phone, it would be Albast, don't you think? Oh, then maybe the phone I envisioned would have been from the way they were Philadelphia. There's really no point in asking me about something that never existed in the first place. You know what you lack, Mr. Edgeworth? Curiosity and imagination. I wonder if you might tell me what you noticed about Mr. Coach's bottle of ink. I just thought of it right now, but during the second fire, Manny was worried about his office, so he came rushing back to it. I called out to him, and when I received no reply, I used my spare key to open the door. But when I did, I was greeted by roaring green flames. The flames were so big that I wasn't able to see into the room at all.
Hold it!
The fire was green? What was the cause? Well, wood crystal oil burns green when it's lit, as you can see by his lantern. And Babyliss ink is made from the same oil, which means it will also burn green. You know, I too had thought it was Manny's ink that had caught on fire. So that's why I was surprised to find out there was still a bottle of ink left on his desk. The case of the perplexing green flames. Talk about a mystery. What exactly was it that caught on fire in here? It would appear that this desk also fell victim to the fire. but it doesn't look too damaged. Oh, I think we can rifle through this drawer a bit. I suppose we really should take a look. This is a rather unusual shape for a notepad. I suppose there must be another souvenir from somewhere. It seems that the contents of this drawer survived the fire rather well. Now that's a sturdy desk. I guess that's the value of solid wood construction. Let's see if there's anything useful left in here, Mr. Edgeworth. Wait a minute. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? This one.
Eureka!
The shape of this notepad matches the shape of this note we found. Hey, you're right. What is it? It looks like something straight out of the Monument Valley. Ah, yes, that notepad is a souvenir from somewhere in your country. We've been collecting them for the purpose of studying them, you see. Yes, I do. You seem to be quite passionate about it. Oh. Would you like to see my souvenir collection? I'd love to show it to you. Are you sure they haven't been burnt to a crisp by the fires? Ambassador Palliano, I wonder if you might recognize the handwriting of this note. This. Looks like Manny's handwriting. I see. In that case... Oh, did you figure something out? This note was found at Alabast. Specifically, it was found being firmly grasped by the murderer, the Mask 2. The Mask 2? Then this note... Yes, it was a request from Mr. Kosher for the Mask 2 to steal the primitive statue. What? Manny, tried to steal Alabast's primitive statue? We would know for sure if we could run a handwriting analysis. Ambassador, do you have any documents that were handwritten by Mr. Cochin? Yes, I can gather a few and get them to you. I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe later to run the analysis. I can't believe that Manny would even think of doing something like this. Do you have any ideas as to why he would have requested the thief out of the statue? There's one possibility, but mind you, it's just my personal speculation. Anything you could tell me would be of great help, Ambassador. I believe that you said you might have an idea as to why Mr. Koshin hired the Master. Actually, I fear it may be my fault. As I was telling you earlier, we were to determine which statue was the real one as part of today's event. But because of the Yatagarasu and the fire here, that got canceled, didn't it? I'm actually relieved the rest of the event has been canceled. Well, you see Babel's statue? Well, it's just a replica. And did Mr. Koshin know about the Babel's primitive statue? Of course he knew. That's why he was the only person I could consult with. We had to do something once our statue was revealed as a replica. As to be expected, I was very nervous today, as this will impact our country's authority. Yes, I understand. Well, when I told Manny my concerns, he said, let me handle it. It'll be alright. I'll find a way to make sure you're the ambassador of the reunited Codofia. At the time, I thought he was just trying to cheer me up. But when I saw that note, I realized he was serious.
Hold it!
Mr. Kochin, conducted a lot of business behind your back? I assume he did all of that to ensure that you are the next Kodofian ambassador. But why was he trying so hard? I wonder. He was so much better at getting things done than I ever was or will be. I don't have an answer yet as to why he was trying so hard. But I suspect he had an ulterior motive in mind beyond just a simple kindness. Oh, Here you are, Mr. Edgeworth. Detective Gumshoe, have you collected the information I requested? Yep, got it all right here, sir. Here you go, Kay. Feel free to take a look. It's for you after all. What is all this? Gummy? It's all the information on this room that I got from the embassy and Interpol people. Now we know exactly how this room was before and after the fire. Good work, Detective. It was nothing, sir. I'm an expert at getting people to talk. Wow, you two remind me so much of my father and Uncle Bad. What do you mean? As prosecutor and detective, your dynamic is just like theirs back in the day. Well, don't you worry. I'm going to find my own wonderful partner someday. And when I do, I'm going to become a good Yatagarasu, just like my father, right?
Hold it!
Please don't ask me questions to which I have no answers to, Kay. However, I can say that it's truly a wonderful thing to find a partner you can trust. You bet. So what now, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Yes? That gadget, Mr. Thief, is it? That thing you call your secret weapon? Oh, you mean Little Thief. You're coming to rely on it, aren't you?
Hold it!
I don't need a crutch like that. I'm only asking because I need it for the investigation. From the information Detective Gumshoe gathered and the ambassador's testimony, I'd like you to please recreate this room as it was during the third room fire. You got it. All right, here we go. Dark skies of the evening, whether no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. It seems there are other things besides what the ambassador mentioned that have changed. It's possible that we might find the escape route the person Kay saw used as well. Ooh, what is this? Is this some sort of light show I was not told about? This is the power of a true vigilante. It's recreating the room with the info I inputted. Really? That is certainly one interesting device you have there, Miss Faraday. I believe it's about time we return to our investigation. These must have been large green flames Ambassador Palladino saw. With flames like these, it's no wonder he couldn't get in. Okay, by the time you came to this room, had the fire already been put out? Yeah, the fire had died out or something by that time. Then this fire in here only burned from the time the fire started on the third floor. Until Yatagarasu appeared and caused a stir in Babel, I suppose. I guess Mr. Palladino was just lucky enough to run into this fire as it was burning. Huh? Yes, you could put it that way. And since you were you were the first to discover the body, we can assume that no one else entered the room until that time. No one other than the person you were chasing, of course. I knew it. That person I saw was definitely up to no good. I mean, that person could even be Mr. Coach's killer. That is very likely to be the case. After all, that person came into this room before you, and must have chosen this room precisely because they knew no one would be in here. Okay then. Maybe the green fire was where it was to prevent anyone from coming in? But then, what did the person set on fire to make the green flames? Well, whatever it is that the person burned it, it made a rather sizable fire. And since the fire is green, well, we've seen something that burns green, right? It's a bit tinier than these flames, but you get what I mean. Yes, and I do believe that what you're thinking is exactly why these flames are green. Which fire-related piece of evidence burns the same color as these green flames? Well, there's an answer to that question. There's two. We're gonna start off with the lantern.
Take that!
The silhouette lantern. Its green flame comes from the white wood crystal oil it's burning. Yeah, that's the fire I was thinking of too. I love the green it gives off. I think we've now established that the green flames were caused by the wood crystal oil. Furthermore, we know that there's only one other thing made from wood crystal oil. Oh, you mean that thing Mr. Pellegrino was mistaken about, right? Yes, precisely. As we found out earlier in our investigation. What? I don't get it. Can you fill me in, sir? Fine, I suppose. I'll explain it in a way that even you can understand. This is the thing made from wood crystal oil that Ambassador Pellegrino was mistaken about. The ink.
Take that!
Babyliss ink is made from wood crystal oil. Oh, so it should burn the same color as the flames in the lantern, right? Yes, precisely. However, the green flames in this room were not from a bottle of Babyliss ink. Because we found the ink Mr. Cochin used on his desk, right? Yes. However, we know that Mr. Cochin was smuggling the ink in massive quantities. Now, what do you suppose he made using all that ink? I believe what he made with that ink is the answer to what gave birth to the green flames. Oh yeah, I'm beginning to really feel the energy coming from you, Mr. Edgeworth. It would appear that I finally found it from the smuggling rig's real goal. Made of Babyliss ink, this is a source of the green flames. Well, there's something that hasn't been brought up for a while, but I'm going to bring it up.
Take that!
What would consume that great volume of ink to make? That would be the counterfeit bills that the smuggling ring made and are circulating in Zenfa. You're kidding. You're saying that it was Mr. Cochin who made the counterfeit bills? I am. I believe you can even go as far as to say that he stole Babel's printing press. Ambassador, Mr. Cochin had permission to freely use the printing press, correct? Why, yes. And I do remember seeing him use it in the middle of the night. But never did I think he was using it for such a foul deed. Ambassador, because of your secretary's crimes, you will need to be investigated as well. Ah, yes, I suppose so. We caused a bit of trouble for a few countries, haven't we? It's my duty to search out all who shielded Mr. Cochin and concealed this crime. For they are the ones who started the fire in order to destroy the evidence. So let's start by talking to the gumshoe. Detective, you took part in the initial Babel investigation, correct? Yep, sure did. I also helped out put out both fires, sir. But that first fire took me by surprise. I had a tough time escaping the 5th floor. First, I tried the elevator, but I guess someone else had the same idea because it was in use. If I hadn't remembered to use the stairs at that point, I had been burnt to a crisp. Wait, that's odd. We always warn our staff in that case of a fire. It's dangerous to use the elevator. Oh. Maybe someone wrote it in a fit of a panic? Detective, do you see the Yatagarasu that came into the Babyliss embassy at all? I didn't personally. And the other staff members told me they never got a good look at the person either, sir. I wonder if you could tell me a bit more about what you discovered, Detective? The second fire broke out around the time that the Yatagarasu was spotted in Albas. That's also when a suspicious person was spotted in Babel, which caused some panic.
Hold it!
So no one was able to get a good look at this Yatagarasu that entered Babel? Yeah. All they saw was a mysterious person wearing a long coat. But that's not enough to make a positive ID, you know. Still, it was enough to make the people who received the calling card panic even more. A person in a long coat. Sounds like the exact same person I saw. Yatagarasu that appeared in Alabas was proven to be just a fabrication. A shadow. In light of that fact, the Yatagarasu that appeared in the babble was also suspect. Can't be serious. Not when we're this close to capturing the fake. I mean, Callisto you. So Yatagarasu appeared because caused mass confusion, killed Mr. Koshin, but disappeared. By the way, detective, why did you not chase after the Yatagarasu? I did, but well, this embassy is huge, sir. I got separated from the other staff members I was with and was lost for a while there.
Hold it!
You didn't even memorize the layout of the building you were to guard, detective. Eek! I'll be sure to do that from now on, sir. But you know, it was thanks to me being lost that I was able to come to case rescue. Oh, is that a fact? Yeah, it was when I lost them wandering around the third floor hallway, sir. When I heard a scream, I headed towards it right away. Oh, that's probably from when I found Mr. Koch's body. Yeah, I thought it sounded like her, so I got real worried and ran as fast as I could. And it was thanks to Gummy that Miss Shinna wasn't able to take me away. He covered for me until you got here, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, I see. So he can be useful once in a blue moon. Still, it's too bad that the ancient Shinna got here before I did. I wonder where ancient Shinna was before you found her here. Well, just before I got to this room, I saw her coming out of the room next door. Ancient Shinna mentioned something about chasing the Yatagarasu himself earlier. Huh. Interesting. Well, she apparently helped in putting out the first fire. Then, during the second fire, I heard she was busy chasing the Yatagarasu. She seems to be a very delicate agent. You would do well to learn from her. Why are you pointing at me when you say that, sir? This grandfather clock. It was apparently in a different position before the fire. 1 second. According to staff members, the clock was flush against the wall before the fire, sir, which means that most likely it was moved by someone during the fire. Speaking of which, it's totally 11 o'clock now, but I don't hear any chiming. Huh? That's odd. It was still chiming right on the dot of every hour this morning. Maybe the fire damages internal mechanisms or something. Ambassador Paliano, may we take a look inside that clock? Sure, go on right ahead. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please inspect the insides of this clock. Yes, sir, I'm on it. Mr. Edgeworth, I found this inside, sir. It looks like a length of wire, so this is what caused the clock to stop chiming. But what was a long length of wire doing inside this clock in the first place? Why would someone do this to such a valuable clock? Sounds like it wasn't Mr. Paliano that put the wire in there. Then perhaps it was Mr. Koch's killer who did. We've examined everything in this office, but there is one thing that bothers me. Perhaps I should ask Ambassador Paliano about it. Ambassador Paliano, there is something I'd like to ask you about. Yes? About this office, it appears to me to be very similar to Ambassador Alba's office. For example, the location of the fireplace and the position of the grandfather clock. Ah, that's right. You also paid a visit to the Albasi inside of the embassy. Our two embassies actually used to be one. Yes, I know. Even the pamphlet mentioned that. Which is why the building is bilaterally symmetrical. Bilateral symmetry. So no matter which room, the location of the fireplace and the like are exactly the same. Even where the art is located is the same, as my room is currently under renovation. We worked hard to make Manny's room look like the ambassador's office. You mean for your handshake photo op with the Jammin' Ninja? Yes, that's right. I mean, what's a photo like that worth if it's not taken in the ambassador's office, right? Yet another odd expression of Babel's obsessively competitive spirit with Albast. I take it. Thank you, Ambassador. That piece of information is all I needed to connect the dots. Connect what dots? Well, anyway, I'm glad I was able to be of some help. Yeah, let's connect the two of these. The Albastian and Babelese sides of this building are symmetrical to each other. As we know that to be a fact, then this room's fireplace may also hide a secret passageway. A secret passageway? In Alabast, the fireplace turned out to have a revolving back wall. A revolving wall? It sounds like something out of a ninja house. Wow. There was the trick like that built into a fireplace, sir. What? Did this embassy holds that kind of secret? There seems to be a lot about this room that you don't know about, Ambassador. It's time to pay the bill for letting Manny do so much work for me. Please, I really want to know the real Manny and what you know about this room. What are you waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Let's get to the bottom of this. Agreed. And my first thought is that it's likely the killer used the revolving fireplace. Looks like this is not a fireplace, though. Doesn't it? So how do you turn again? In Alabasta, I had to push X. Push to where the X was on the far wall of the right fireplace. Oh, I see an X back there, sir. Let's see what happens when I push it.
Hold it!
Ah, you scared me, sir. There's something about this fireplace that lies in contradictions to the facts. Huh? We find an X where you thought there would be one, right? We did, but that's not what I was referring to. Something is missing from this scene. What does this contradiction mean for us? Well, let's look at it. There's this pile of wood right here. Is the spot somehow connected? Let's take a look.
Eureka!
Ambassador Palino, you said that you burned some old files in this fireplace today, correct? Yes, I burned quite a few files this morning, actually. And after you did, you forgot to clean out the ashes from the fireplace, correct? That's right. Why are you asking? And why are you making such a scary face? I'm sorry, I admit I'm a bit intimidating when I'm serious, in any case. Take a good look at this fireplace and tell me what you find out about it. Let's see. Huh. Where did all the ashes go? Missing ashes. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Edgeworth? You don't really think that Ambassador Palliano is lying, do you? No. There is no reason for him to lie. And I don't believe his testimony is wrong either. It is the fireplace that's causing the contradiction. Okay, I wonder if you might update the fireplace data for me. You got it. I'll add it in the ashes from the burnt files and... Sounds like we pretty much figured everything out now, huh? Well, it was nothing. All I did was follow where our leads led us. Oh, I sense it coming on. You're about to dazzle us again, right? Oh, you mean that? Well, it's what Mr. Edgeworth is known for, you know. There's really no need for you two to dance around the name of what I'm about to do. So let's do the revolving fireplace use and missing ashes. The reason as to why the ashes are missing is simple. It's not because someone cleaned them up, right? Nope, because even if someone did sweep them up, the fireplace is too clean for that. Ambassador Palliano said that he spilled some Babelese ink while he was burning the files. And yet, excuse me, and yet there is not a trace of the spilled ink on the back wall anywhere. Well then, I don't know what happened. Well, I'll tell you what happened. The two sides were switched. By using the revolving fireplace wall, the ashes were moved into the neighboring room. Which means that this is a clear indication that the fireplace was used. Alright, there we go. Then you mean the person I was chasing disappeared from this room through there? Yes, I believe the person you were in pursuit of is Mr. Cochin's killer. And now they're committing the murder. Escape through the fireplace. Wow, Mr. Edgeworth, you figured out the killer's escape route. I have, but this is only the beginning. Now we have to chase the killer down. So with that, let's connect the Shinna's location with escape through the revolving fireplace. If the killer used the fireplace in this room to escape into the next, then it's only logical for us to talk with the person who was in a neighboring room. Well, the person that was in the next room was... Oh, it was that person, sir. Yes, detective. Ancient Shinna. And that's the end of the investigation. It's looking more and more like Miss Shinna is the killer, isn't it? Let's not jump to conclusions yet. We need to go through what we know so far. She came running straight into this room from the next one and instantly accused you. Furthermore, she claimed that it could only have been you that killed Mr. Cochin. I don't have any proof yet. However, I know she is hiding something from us. Okay then, why don't we go ask Miss Shinna herself?
Hold it!
No, not yet. There's something that needs to be done first, Detective Gumshoe. Sir, it is my turn to do something, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I have a two-part special assignment for you. First, I need you to run the handwriting analysis on the Mass 2's note. Okay, I'll get the lab boys on that right away. Second, I want you to see if you can fit through the revolving fireplace wall. Right now, sir? No, next decade. Of course now. We need to test our hypothesis first, don't we? Go on, Gummy, you can do it. Alright, I'm gonna do this like a real man. Here I go, through the fireplace and back. You shouldn't need to psych yourself up that much for such a simple task, Detective. Wow, the wall inside the fireplace really did turn. That's so neat. Now I want to try going through there too. There really is a secret passageway through there. I had no idea. It would appear that the ash really was pushed into the other room. Furthermore, the Babyliss ink you spilled, Ambassador, is there on the back wall. Okay, here I go, sir.
Hold it!
Detective, I'd like you to go through there under the same conditions as the killer. Huh? But it's all the ashes stuff. And your point is? Now we're short on time, so if you could please hurry on through. Yes, sir. Okay, so now we pretty much have the whole picture, right? No, not yet. There remains a few more mysteries to solve. Such as the Yatagarasu's whereabouts, the other smuggling ring members, the two weapons that made it across the border, the key Miss Yu stole 7 years ago. In fact, we haven't figured out a thing regarding how Miss Yu is related to these embassies. Mr. Edgeworth, a number of pieces connect in a very complicated way in this case. It's almost enough to make one completely mentally exhausted. What are you saying, Mr. Edgeworth? I thought you were the one who said it's easy if you follow the leads. Poof. Was that supposed to be an impression of me, Kay? If it's info gathering you need, Gummy, and I can help with that, then all you have to do is show off your fancy smashy logical deductions. Show off? Does it seem like I'm being boastful when I do that? Let's not overcomplicate matters, okay, Mr. Edgeworth? We've been so focused, like a laser, only on what seems strange and out of place. It's no wonder nothing's clicked and we haven't unlocked anything yet. But if we think things through calmly, the answer should come to us. Okay. That's the sort of thing I say to myself when I'm practicing how to unlock padlocks, you know. That is something that I hope practice doesn't make perfect, for your sake. Yay! Looks like you're back to your straight-laced self again. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm back, sir. Yes, I can see that. Good work, Detective. Looks like you can use that fireplace like a door, sir. Are you alright, Gummy? I'm okay. Just a bit of ash and dust, that's all. The jacket has gotten quite filthy. I see the hem has practically turned black. Yeah, well, quite a bit of the unburdened ink got on it, sir. I see. Thank you, detective. You did a fine job. I'll even pay you the cleaning bill for the trench coat. What? Oh, no, sir. I can never. This is just my old coat, sir. If it was a coat I actually cared about, then I'd get it cleaned, but you know. I see. Very well, then. As you wish. So because Gummy was able to climb through the fireplace, we know it can be used, right? Yes, but that's not all we learned. We actually learned one other important fact. And that is... I will have to explain it to you later. Right now, we need to deal with the handwriting analysis. Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it. The handwriting analysis on Mr. Coach's handwriting will take a bit of time. Let us go and wait in the Theatre Neutralis, along with Agent Lang and Agent Shina. Alright, give me a second. March 14th, 11:33 p.m. The Action Neutralis lobby. Agent Lang. Lang Z says, little cubs, never did they know the real fury of the Elder Wolves. These quotes are definitely becoming increasingly difficult to decipher. And what does that mean? It means that you'll never really know how angry I can get. Mr. Prosecutor. The counterfeit bills made with Babyliss ink. They were all of Zengfa denominations. Yes, so I heard from Miss Von Karma. But we don't know where the play money has gone. They must not have figured out that it was all burned yet. Ever since those things showed up in circulation, my country's economy has taken a big hit. Zengfa is in financial chaos as we speak. Because we can't tell the difference between our own bills and the fakes. But it's not just the money. The citizens are also worried. I stalked the honor of the House of Lang on this. I have come to this land to capture the mastermind behind this whole mess. I investigated how the bills were made and how the ink was smuggled into Zengfa. And I pursued the smuggling ring all the way here. But tonight, this is where the final chapter was written. Final chapter, you say? Well, let's just get to it. Despite my frantic efforts to chance to smuggle it down, someone got to him first. And now I'm called to return home without a single answer. Agent Lang, don't start. It's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault, Mr. Prosecutor. Ambassador Alba, I'm sorry for all the trouble tonight. Oh, no. It's not it's not I who should apologize. It was all because I was not strong enough. If only I was able to think of a better solution. Quercus, you fool. Curses your empty brain. You're being too hard on yourself, Ambassador. I take full responsibility for tonight and the story. Shina, let's go. Time to return to our den. Yes. I don't like to admit it, but there's not much else for us to do but go home as well. Agent Lang, a moment, you. Hold it. You, Wolfman and Secretary Lady, hold it. Objection, pal. Detective Gumshoe. Have you got the results of the handwriting analysis already? Yep, and that note was definitely written by Mr. Kochin, sir. Just as I thought. Good work, Detective. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. How long do you intend to hold us up for? Sorry to have made you wait, but I believe that now everyone is finally here. Technically, as a viewer, I should apologize for playing the bystander effect. Hey, Keeley, hope you're doing good. Agent Shina, I'd like to ask you something, if you don't mind. Yes? How exactly did you fail to see the Yatagarasu? When you were in the neighboring room to where the Mr. Kochin was killed? I'd like you to explain that to us. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, what are you doing asking her about something she didn't see? Agent Lang hasn't touched the Babel investigation at all. So I suppose I will need to explain a few things to him first. Mouse Edgeworth, I can't even begin to imagine what's going on in the head of yours. The only thing going on in my head is the pursuit of the truth. Oh? It sounds like you have some sort of plan. Very well. I'll supervise you until the end. Is she seriously going to treat me as a subordinate for the rest of the day? You're not trying to pick a fight with my subordinate on some flimsy guess, are you? I'm not trying to pick a fight, and the evidence is hardly flimsy, as you will see. Ha! I should have known that you and I are destined to fight it out in the very end. It would appear that way. Well, I'll prove her innocence, so let's see what you got, prosecutor. Edgeworth. Oof. With pleasure. Let's go. For my opening argument, I'll discuss the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babel and establish exactly who was it that Kay saw. Agent Lang, I assume you've been briefed on Kay's testimony. You mean the suspicious person in a coat that she saw? That's right. That person is one of the keys to solving this case. The person who pretended to be the Yatagarasu. Pretended? And what do you mean by that? I'll get to that in a second, but first, I want to review what Kay's mystery person did. Kay, if you could please explain for us what the person you were chasing did? Okay, you got it. Here we go. I first spotted the suspicious person near the open ear stage on the Babbly side. I called out to the person, but as soon as I did, that person ran off. I thought it was rather suspicious, so I immediately gave chase. For the sake of the argument, let's call the suspicious person the Yatagarasu. Now please, tell us what happened when you chased the Yatagarasu up to the 3rd floor. Can do. I chased the Yatagarasu all the way up to the 3rd floor of the Babbly's embassy. It was pretty straight chase down the hallway until the sudden turn. The Yatagarasu disappeared around the corner, so I did my best to catch up. When I turned the corner, I saw Yatagarasu run into Mr. Coach's office. I gained chase and ran into the room. But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the light, but then... Ah! Who's there? By the time I had turned on the lights, the Yatagarasu disappeared. When Kay entered the room, the person she was chasing was already gone. Why do you suppose that was, Agent Lang? What do you mean, why do you suppose? Isn't it obvious? The person slipped out through the door behind the girl underneath the cover of the darkness. Objection! Sorry, but I know for a fact that person didn't escape through that door. Oh? And how do you know that with such certainty? Poof. That's easy. If the Yatagarasu had left through that door, they wouldn't have run right into this person. Well, it's Shina.
Take that!
Your answer is Shina? Yes, because let's consider what would have happened if the Yatagarasu had used the door. When Kay screamed upon discovering Mr. Coach's body, the Yatagarasu would have run right into Agent Shina, who was in the next room over. Ah, Agent Shina, would you mind telling us if you saw the suspicious person in question? No, I didn't see anyone. You see, therefore the Yatagarasu could not have escaped in the door. It just means that the creep slipped out before the Shina made it out to the hallway.
Objection!
I doubt that, as there was another person in the hallway, a certain detective. Detective Gumshoe? Where were you exactly at that time? Me, sir? Well, when I heard Kay scream, I ran towards Mr. Kosh's office from the opposite direction of Agent Shina, sir. So, Agent Lang, can you explain how someone could have eluded both of them? Even you must concede that under these circumstances, the door was not a viable route. Ugh. Ugh. Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. You nailed it with just an explanation of what happened. Yes. I eliminated one of the possible escape routes from that room. But this is far from over. I need to make Ancient Lang aware as well of yet another possible escape route that Yatagarasu could have taken. I get it. So that's what you were trying to show me. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, let me guess. This is what you're trying to say, right? Because the door was not a viable escape route, then there must have been another way out. Precisely. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, it's time to bust out with our revolving fireplace wall explanation, right? No, not quite yet. Huh, but why? I thought this would be the perfect time. The revolving wall on the Babylese side is known only to 4 people. And if we use this information unwisely, the truth may escape us at the end. What's with all this whispering over there? Scared I'll figure out your tactics? Huh. Nothing of the sort, Ancient Lang. Come, let's continue where we left off. That smug, haughty attitude of yours. You really rubbed me the wrong way. You know that? Huh. Well, no matter. I figured you out already anyway. The only other possible escape route besides the door is the room's lone window. And since an eerie picture of said escape route exists, are you saying that this photo captures the moment of the Yatagarasu's escape? I guess Detective Bad must have filled them in on this photo. I have to admit that at first I thought the window to be a possible escape route as well. However, I now know that to be impossible. Now I realize you may not know this, but humans can't fly. Of course I know that. That's bloody common sense. Besides, I never said I thought the photo to be of one of the... I never said I thought that photo to be of the Yatagarasu's escape route. I suppose not. Alright then, explain yourself. The shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu that Kay was chasing after.
Not so fast!
You can say whatever you like in whatever language you want, but there's only one language I really understand, the language of evidence. Very well then. I present to you proof that the person Kay saw is not the same one as in the photo. Alright, then I gotta pick the right one carefully. That's the photo of the Yatagarasu.
Take that!
Let me explain to you precisely why the shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu Kay saw. Kay spotted the Yatagarasu heading for the 3rd floor during the 2nd fire. However, the photo in question was taken just after the 1st fire. Yeah, way to go. That's twice you bit him in the butt now.
Not so fast!
We're not done yet. We still have to explain what that shadow is, and how the Yatagarasu escaped. I don't suppose you can answer both, can you? Regarding the photo, I admit that we don't understand what it means quite yet. Ha! As I thought. However, the Yatagarasu escape route? Now that I can answer. You can? Well then, Mr. Prosecutor, go on. Enlighten me.
Hold it!
Even if I explain it, you'll try to find some flaw with what I have to say. You were busy heading up the Alabastian investigation, correct? In that case, I doubt you have much knowledge about the Babylese side of the case. So wouldn't it be best to lead on that side, Agent Shina explain in my stead? Shina is my subordinate. If I don't stick up for her, how can I look her in the eyes and call her myself her boss? Lang, it's alright. I can take care of him. Shina, you shielded me a lot as my boss. But it's time for me to prove my worth. Alright. If you're okay with it, then you have my support. Finally, it's down to just Agent Shina and myself. This is where the battle really begins. Now then, what is it you'd like to ask? Let's see. Why don't we start with your movements inside the Babylese embassy? So let's get her testimony. Shina's movements. During the first Babylese fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that had appeared in Babel. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girl's Yatagarasu even exists. And that is all I have to say. But I'm not lying when I say I saw a suspicious person running into Mr. Coach's office. Like I said earlier, I have no intention of retracting my testimony. Good. Just to confirm, did you have a partner when you were on your investigation? No, I moved alone. In that case, you have no one to corroborate your alibi. Is that correct?
Not so fast!
Are you calling her suspicious because she was in a room by herself? How pathetic. And it wasn't when Agent Shinha tried to arrest Kei under the same rationale? And how about when you accused Larry because he was the weapon's owner? Ugh. Not that it's unexpected for that useless lump to get into such a situation. Although I suppose it's never a good idea to let mistakes go uncorrected. I will make no excuse for what I did in that situation. Then you should apologize right now for making Kei out to be the killer, pal. I'm sorry. Sheena, apologize. I'm sorry. It's really okay. I mean, I'm not on suspicion anymore. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Huh. Well, I never doubted you. Not for 1 second. And the same goes for me. I believe Sheena. But let's put that to the test and see if she really is worthy of your trust. This promises to be interesting. Here we go. It's time to do a rebuttal. During the first Babbly's fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. I'm tempted to press on that, but I kind of want to go on a little further before I even think about doing that. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that had appeared in Babel. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Yep, there's a scream. But I do wonder how exactly did you hear about this scream? Although I was in the next room, I was able to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. Well, there's a reason why you were not able to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. You see, it's all about this revolving fireplace wall.
Objection!
Being in the room next to Mr. Coach's office is the problem with your testimony.
Not so fast!
Mr. Prosecutor, I don't see what problem you're talking about at all. Agent Lang, do you recall the secret we discovered about the Alabastian office fireplace? Huh? Oh, you mean how it connects the office with the room next door? What about it? Well, Alabast isn't the only country with secret connecting fireplaces. But the fireplace in Mr. Coach's office holds the exact same secret. What? The Yatagarasu didn't escape through the door to the room or the window. The escape route was through the revolving fireplace wall and into the next room over. Now do you see? If the Yatagarasu had escaped into the next room, then the thief would have run straight into Agent Shina. Meaning that it's impossible for her to have missed the Yatagarasu. But what is the meaning of this, Miles? Well, would you care to explain, Agent Shina, how you managed to completely miss the fleeing Yatagarasu? Or should I? Their claim that you were in the next room was a lie all along. Was it? The truth is, you were the one Kei saw in the coat. Pretended to be the Yatagarasu, and you were the one she chased after. As you tried to lose her, you ran into Mr. Coach's office and headed for the fireplace. Then, you shed your coat in the next room, leaving it there to emerge as Agent Shina. After that, you came back around to place Kei under arrest. Does that sound about right? If not, just speak now or forever hold your peace. How dare you make Kei look like the bad guy when you're the suspicious one, pal? Oh, he's sweating. Shina? Wait. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is that you? That laugh. It's you. I remember this irritating laugh. Ugh. I'm getting chills down my spine. It can't be, but it has to be. Holy shit. Shina, what's wrong with you? Holy fucking shit. It is her. Wow. Wow. I should have put 2 and 2 together, but how could I? Then again, it makes sense. She barely spoke. I bet she was basically pretending to be the assistant, just for the simple fact that she was just trying to use that as a way to do her deeds as a Yatagarasu. Fuck, man. I should have fucking seen that coming. And here's the thing about this. I was honestly expecting something completely. I was expecting a completely different outcome. Because I was thinking that she was an accomplice, and that you would actually like reveal herself later on. Instead, we get this. Wow. I was not expecting that, Dragon. I honestly was not expecting that whatsoever. I was thinking that maybe that like she knew that she was just an accomplice working with you. I did not think that she would be you herself. Son of a bitch. Wow. Okay. Wow. That changes everything. It really is. I'm sorry. It was so funny that I couldn't help but laugh. Funny, you say? Yes. That you accuse me of being the Yatagarasu. The prosecutors of this country really are also very strange. Do you think you could get away with this by simply laughing it off? You think I'm taking things too lightly? I think not. It's that prosecutor who is. Look, everything you said earlier is nothing more than a mere speculation. Yatagarasu fled through the fireplace. Do you have any proof to back up your claim? If you don't, then you haven't proven a thing regarding the Yatagarasu's escape route. The tone of voice you're talking with me now has certainly changed. That's because it's been a while since I've had this much fun. I think I'll let loose and then we can have a real battle of wits. For an agent of Interpol to show me the true power of her mind, it is a great honor. Don't underestimate me. I'm not some foolish broad, you know. I know. And that's why I won't hold anything back either as I answer your question. My question? Here's your proof that the revolving fireplace wall in Babel was used recently. I got something for you. So the proof is in the pudding. Ambassador Paliano's testimony.
Take that!
I'm sorry, but is this really your honest answer to my question? Yes. According to Ambassador Paliano's testimony, he said that he was burning some documents in the fireplace with Mr. Cochin. Oh? The ashes of what they burned were left in the fireplace, so they should have been there. However, when we went to investigate the room, the ashes weren't there. Why is that a problem? Maybe someone cleaned them up?
Objection!
Whew. Unfortunately for you, Ambassador Paliano said that he forgot to. And so the question remains, why were the ashes missing? The answer is simple. When the Yatagarasu went through the fireplace wall, the ashes were pushed into the next room by the wall as well. The movement of the ashes that were in Mr. Coach's office is my proof. And just what is so funny? Ash's proof. Are you even allowed to submit such a flaky evidence in court? You still wish to fight us? Of course. Why wouldn't I? In that case, let's hear your counter argument. Phew. My counter argument, huh? This really is just like being in court. Well, to me, we're simply continuing from where we left off all those years ago. Whew. I have no idea what you're talking about. It doesn't matter if we're at a crime scene or a court. Let's finish this here and now. I suppose. I've had a lot of fun today, but I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all. Shinda's rebuttal. In my eyes, all you've proved is that the rotating fireplace wall was used. But you can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace now, can you? So then who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation, and we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Coach's office. Oh boy, do we have shit for you. Whew. And there you have it, my counter-argument. That's very impressive. She has seen through to the fact that I have yet to gather that one piece of evidence. What is it, Kay? I haven't heard a peep out of you in quite a while now. If you don't think you can handle it, feel free to leave the rest of it to us. But Kay, pull yourself together. You're the true heir to the Yatagarasu's name, are you not? If you want to steal the truth, then you must never take your eyes off of it. This chase you're running to catch the truth. You must see it through to the very end. Mr. Edgeworth, you're right. I will see this through to the end. So, you go get her for me, Mr. Edgeworth. Poof. With pleasure. Looks like a lack of evidence has left you wide open, doesn't it? Shina, please, show me you're someone I can trust. Don't worry, this will be the deciding match. You'll see. I'm truly sorry, Agent Lang, but I simply cannot allow her to escape me again. Very well then, Agent Shina. Shall we begin? I'm ready whenever you are. So now it's time for the rebuttal. It's now or never. So this is how we're going to handle all of it. Let me sit up real quick and then we will get right to it. In my eyes, all you prove is that the rotating fireplace wall was used. But you can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace now, can you? So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation, and we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Coach's office. Is that a fact? Well, guess what? I have something for you that completely proves that there was something suspicious. And I'm about to show it to you right now. So let's present. So there's something you have yet to take into account. Counterfeit bill. You didn't find anything suspicious at all? I highly doubt that. But I didn't. You can even ask the other men. Don't need to, for I found what you should have a while ago. Excuse me? In Mr. Coach's office, there were signs that someone had burned counterfeit bills there. What in the... Oh, shit. That evidence was something you found out through that girl's machine, right? So what if it was? That's what I thought. But unfortunately for you, a recreation made by a machine is hardly concrete proof. Among the ashes you found in the room, did you happen to find any counterfeit bills? No. You see? So there was nothing in that office. Nothing you can call evidence, anyway.
Objection!
Speaking of things that you Interpol agents have missed, I did find one more. Your pompous attitude is unnecessary. All it requires the evidence. Very well. I'll show the hidden piece of evidence that her and her fellow Interpol agents missed. This wire right here.
Take that!
I'd like for you to take a look at this length of wire. And what exactly is this supposed to mean? A length of wire? So what about it? I'll tell you what. We found this in the Babylonis embassy not too long ago. What? And we found it wound up inside the grandfather clock in Mr. Coach's office. You found that at the scene of Mr. Coach's murder? So I think you'll agree now that I cannot trust you when you say that Interpol has thoroughly checked every room, and that this throws doubt on the purity of your investigation into the Yatagarasu. You still suspect me, I see. Alright, then I ask that you point out to what part of my investigation is incomplete. Well, here we go. The other Interpol agents worked under the command of Agent Shinna. And it's not possible that the reason the person K was chasing chose the 3rd floor was because that person knew there would be no other agents on that floor. Furthermore, we come to see that Agent Shinna was only pretending to be investigating the Yatagarasu to the point of arresting K. In that case, there was one location that no one has yet to inspect. Your team's investigation was incomplete because they failed to inspect this location.
Take that!
The location, Agent Shinna, is, of course, the room you claim to have examined. I believe the room next to Mr. Coach's office warrants a thorough inspection. Even if you do that, I doubt you'll find anything of use to you there. Oof. I will be the one to decide that. Is that the gumshoe? Yes, sir. I'm on it. I'll be right back out there to check out that room next to the office. All right. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you really think that Miss Shinna's the Yatagarasu? Yes, if my logic is sound, I believe she is. But I'm not going to let her get away with ruining the name of Yatagarasu. But can you prove she's the Yatagarasu is the question. If Detective Gumshoe can find what I'm hoping he will find, then I should be able to. And just what are you hoping he'll find? Let's just say this. I had Detective Gumshoe do a little experiment for me earlier. An experiment? As if that detective has the brains for high science. It wasn't that mentally taxing. I had him use the same escape route as the Yatagarasu. And what did you find out by doing that? First, that it's possible for a person to fit through the revolving wall door. Second, that by going through there, his coat was covered in ash and Babylonis ink. Who cares what his coat was covered in? It's not worth that much anyway. Ah, but it is really worth so little? Is it really worth so little? I believe that it's actually quite a meaningful result, the value of which I'm about to prove. Mr. Edgeworth, I found some things you really need to see, sir. Oh? So what are these things that you found? Some makeup, a coat, and a pair of shoes, sir. You found a coat. You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? Maybe it's the one person I was chasing was wearing. Yes, the possibility does exist. Agent Shinna, were these pieces of evidence not in that room when you examined it? Unfortunately for you, those aren't suspicious items of any sort. They all belong to me. They were getting in the way, so I stored them in that room. Ah. Thank you for bringing them to me. It saves me a trip. May I have them back now?
Hold it!
These items that the detective brought back are incredibly significant. I request that we be allowed to examine them. They're my personal belongings, so you have no right to touch them without my permission.
Objection!
I wish to examine them for the sake of the investigation, but if you wish to deny us access to them, Agent Lang, let's hear your opinion on this. I say, let them look at your stuff, Shinna. Lang? Shinna, let's put it all out in the open. If you're really innocent, then you have nothing to worry about, right? I guess so. Alright, go ahead and examine whatever you like. After all, I have nothing to hide. Good. Now let us begin. So which of Agent Shinna's belongings are you going to examine, sir? Well, let's start with the coat. Let's examine the coat. Yes, sir. It appears you managed to stain your coat rather badly. Interesting, huh? The Yatagarasu that Kay saw was wearing a coat. And I began to wonder if this stain wasn't created when you went through that fireplace. No, you have it wrong. That suit probably got on my coat when I was helping the police put out the fire. And what about this dark substance around the hem of your coat? Oh, I didn't realize the hem was that dirty. I'm sure it's just some water mixed with soot from when I was helping with the fire. I don't think so. You think you could get away with such a transparent lie? Yeah, don't let it was, pal. This is the same pattern of dirt that got on my coat when I went through the fireplace. Your words ring hollow in the absence of evidence, you know. So unless you can prove that the dirt on my coat is from the fireplace, which I can. Huh? How? You did a great job, Detective Gumshoe. Huh? For me, sir? What did I do? This coat. This is exactly the piece of evidence I was searching for. I had been hoping to find the coat that the person Kay was wearing. And thanks to you, we proved that going through the fireplace was solely a coat. I don't quite get what you're saying, but I'm happy for the praise, sir. All that remains is for us to show what the dark substance on that coat hem is. Oh? And you think you can do that? Of course I can. This is dark substance that's solely the hem of this coat. Well, it's this. The Babyliss ink.
Take that!
Babyliss ink? Yes. This is what will prove that the coat went through that fireplace. According to Ambassador Paliano, he burned some files in the fireplace this morning. You told us about that already, so I don't really need to see the point of mentioning it again. My point is that he spilled some ink onto the black wall of the fireplace at the time. She's nervous. If the dark substance on this coat turns out to be the Babyliss ink, it would prove that you and this coat went through the revolving fireplace wall. Ah! Sorry to have clipped one of your wings, Yatagarasu, but we're not finished yet. But you have no way of proving whether or not this is Babyliss ink on the coat hem. Oh, but I do. And I intend to show that it is ink in a few seconds. How? How, you ask? Well, since you don't seem to know, allow me to show you. This is how I'll prove that the dark substance on the coat is Babyliss ink. Alright. To do that, we can't touch the coat or wear the coat. We have to burn it. We can find out whether that is Babyliss ink or not by lighting it on fire. That's how you're going to prove that is Babyliss ink? Yes. If you could please cut a section of the dark stained area for me, I appreciate it. Because I will show you here and now what the dark substance is. Shina, sorry to do this, but I'm going to have to cut a bit of your coat. Go ahead. I wasn't planning to wear it anymore anyway. Now then, if someone can loan me a lighter or something. Oh, I got some matches. I always carry them with me so I can light some smoke bombs. Then, if I could please have 1K, can we get this experiment on the way? The flame! It's the same color as the flames white crystal oil produces, which means Babyliss ink is a product of witch crystal oil, and when lit, the ink produces a green flame. I believe the time has come to clip the Yatagarasu's underwing. Miss Shina, you're the fake Yatagarasu, the one who killed my father. She's gonna laugh, isn't she? It's about time you came clean, Agent Shina, or should I say, Callisto you? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, you're not serious, are you? Do I look like the joking type to you? Aha. Whew. Callisto you? I've never heard that name before in my life. The manner of speaking and that attitude, you haven't changed a bit in 7 years. You're the defense attorney that killed Mr. Faraday and then tried to flame me for it. Oh, really? And you have proof? You insist on this Callisto you woman, but you can't prove it. If you have no proof, I'm afraid you won't be able to lay a single finger on me.
Objection!
The raven is a very unique bird, one that flies by the darkness of night. However, the light of dawn has arrived, and it will reveal your true, ugly form to the world. Enough poetry. I want to see some evidence. Do you really have something that can prove that she is Callisto you? I do. It's something that the second Yatagarasu has preserved for us these last 7 years. Do me the honor, Mr. Edgeworth. I will, okay, but we have finally come to the end. We'll prove her to be Callisto U with this and clip this Yatagarasu's wings for good.
Take that!
This perfume. This will prove you to be Callisto U. It will? Kay has preserved it perfectly for us. Surely you remember this bottle? This belonged to Miss Yu just before she disappeared 7 years ago. Naturally, this means that a few of her fingerprints are on here as well. This is that bottle of perfume you spilled, which I have preserved ever since. I heard from my father, Baron Faraday, that if stored under the right conditions, a fingerprint can be preserved for decades, which means that your fingerprints are still on here, every last one. We can clear everything up if we were to compare the prints on this to your own. Now come, Agent Shinna. Will you submit yourself to a fingerprint test? Aha! Huh? It looks like you've seen right through me yet again. Aha! You're sending the biggest chill down my spine, Edgeworth. Callisto, you. So you've shown your true face at last. This feeling of thrill, it's even greater than that time 7 years ago. Shinna, your leg, I really enjoy your days together. You're insanely strong, nice, kind-hearted, idiot of a man. So you were a spy all along. A mole sent by the smuggling ring I've been chasing after? Someone who has been feeding them intel on Interpol all this time? Very good. Maybe you're not as big of an idiot as I thought. Callisto, you. The woman who killed my father 7 years ago. You're her, aren't you? The fake Yatagarasu. That's right. Callisto, you. That's just one of my many names. But even that is just a facade. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am the great thief Yatagarasu. Callisto, you. This time you won't escape, for this is the end of the road for you. Now come along quietly. You know, you're the one who left the strongest impression on me, Kay Faraday. And had you not used Yatagarasu's gadgets, I might have never known who you were. But here you are, being a thorn in my side. Just like your father always was. Huh? Kay, don't. You, I'll never forgive you for what you did to my father. You really are just like him. Mr. Faraday, too, possessed such laughable honesty. She probably has a gun? Maybe. She does. Kay. Ah. You let Kay go right now, pal. You despicable. Let go of me, you filthy... Ah. You think I'm a fake, don't you? Well, unfortunately for you, I'm the real Yatagarasu. But that's impossible. My father was the one who created Little Thief. Hey, Edgeworth. Yatagarasu has 3 legs. Do you know why that is? Why it has 3 legs? There are 3 main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be 1 step ahead. First, Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. No, it can't be. Did you finally figure it out? Do you finally know the real identity of Yatagarasu? Wait, it was bad the whole time? The real identity of Yatagarasu is neither person. It's bad. It's Detective Bad. The real identity of Yatagarasu is neither Burn nor Faraday nor the Callisto U. By the same token, they're also both the real Yatagarasu. How very perceptive of you. No way. The single person known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu never existed. But what if it was bad? But what if it was bad? Like, how would he... Because otherwise, how the hell would he know? And why is he searching? Other than his partner. It was multiple people at once. Holy fuck, man. And we're not even done. Mr. Edgeworth, I refuse to believe this. Yatagarasu is known to have 3 special skills. Skill number 1. Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of this target object. And a lawyer will have the opportunity to learn the layout of the client corporations. Skill number 2. Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to design a security system. And a good prosecutor will be well versed in the ways of a criminal. And skill number 3. Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind, ever. But wait, there's Bad. Detective Bad. It was only natural for the Yatagarasu to never leave evidence behind, because the lead detective on the case hid it all away. You're the 3rd member of the Yatagarasu? You. I've been looking for you for a long time, several long years, but I finally got you. Aha! Why, Mr. Bad? Long time no see. What happened to us? We used to be such a great team. If you were such a great team, then why did you kill my father 7 years ago? Why, indeed? It was nothing personal, really. He was just another person I had to kill. How can you say that? I grow weary of this, and it's about time for everything to come to an end. And this time I won't miss. Stop. You. Edgeworth. Gabe. It's over, Shina. Your leg. Agent Lang. Ugh. You idiot. What were you thinking, jumping in front of my gun like that? What are you risking your life for? I'm sorry, Detective Bad, but no matter what sort of past she may have had, or even if she is a spy, it doesn't change the fact that she is my subordinate. You fucking asshole! And as long as she is, I can't allow you any harm to come to her, not even from you. You really are an idiot, you know that. Ha, that's fine with me. You should know by now that this is just how I am. Hey, sis. Yes? I want you to conduct a full body search. Shina might have another weapon on her. Alright. Detective Gumshoe, your assistance, please? Sir. Hey, I found something. What is this, sir? It looks like the blade of a knife, but it doesn't have a handle. That's a great find, Detective. Huh? Is it, sir? Let's try pairing up this blade with this handle. This
Take
one.
that!
I believe this blade actually belongs with the handle that was on the murder weapon. Hey, they fit together perfectly. This blade must have been taken from the crime scene when the knife handles were switched. It's the 3rd blade, yep. I'm going to return this Babyliss knife now. Alright, I trust that you'll make sure that it's returned to Ambassador Paliano. Babyliss knife has handle given to Detective Gumshoe. I believe this makes a perfect clear that it colors through you. But the only time the handles could have been switched is just after Mr. Cochin's murder. Aha! Which means that you must be Mr. Cochin's killer. You killed Mr. Cochin with the Alabastian knife. Switched the handles and then took the original blade of the Babyliss knife with you. Later, you allowed yourself to be spotted by Kay near the open air stage. You used the fireplace to lose her, and then you went back to accuse her of the murder. Does that sum it up? Does that about sum it up?
Objection!
You crafted an engaging tale, Edgeworth, but there are 2 problems with it. Problems? In what respect? What do you think my real reason was in allowing her to chase after me? Whew. It was also I could capture Kay Faraday. What? When I saw you using that device at Gatewater Land, I knew right away that you were Bern Faraday's daughter. Aha! I became curious, so I researched a little into your background. That's how I found out that you were on the trail of the Yatagarasu. So that's why you tried to pin Mr. Cochin's murder on me. Yes, I knew you would show up at this embassy tonight, so I thought to use you. But pinning the murder on you wasn't my only goal. You had another? Yes, once I have you under arrest, I plan to search you and take back the device that rightfully belongs to me, the true Yatagarasu. You were going to take a little thief away from me? 7 years ago, it was thanks to that device that Faraday was able to infiltrate this place. But he stole more than he should. I had a tough time recovering that precious key. Then the person who stole the Yagarasu's key was Mr. Faraday. You. That incident 7 years ago. What was the catalyst behind it? In the eyes of the smuggling ring, Yatagarasu was becoming a bit of a problem. It wasn't an especially pleasant assignment. Then why? Why did you become a member of the Yatagarasu? Why? There is no why. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. From the beginning? What is that supposed to mean? The person I take orders from hasn't changed, even now to this day. Huh? Does this mean that the leader of the smuggling ring wasn't Mr. Kochin? Then the real ring leader is still out there pulling the strings. Oh, fuck, man. Are you done asking what you need to know? Because if so, we should probably get going. And you're going to tell me everything you did tonight. Do you understand, Shina? I guess I should tell you then that I was the one who set the Babylonis embassy on fire. And why did you do that? I suppose it was to destroy all evidence of the counterfeit bills. That was what the smuggling ring was trying to do, but then why start two fires? Sorry, but I can't tell you anything about the ring. It's your job to complete your investigation after all. I've had my fun, now it's your turn to enjoy the ride. Wait, Mishina. Yes? When I fell to the floor earlier, these fell at my feet. What about them? They're such pretty hair sticks that I thought, well, that I should return them to you. You can have them. They're of no use to me anymore. If you don't want them, you can always just throw them away. No, I wanted to keep them. Suit yourself. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot Edgeworth. About the second problem I had with your story. I didn't kill anyone tonight. What? So, if you didn't kill Coach and if you didn't kill anyone, I'm not saying that's a sore loser. Think of it as a hint, if you will. Mr. Prosecutor. Yes, Agent Lang? Mark my words, I'm not done here and I'll be back. And it's got nothing to do with duty or anything, because this has become my personal case. I may have been shot, but I'll show you just how dangerous a wounded wolf can be. His anger appears to have negated the sensation of pain in his injured leg. Well, holy crap, man. It's finally over, Kay. I feel like I peered into her heart a little, you know. And it's so cold and dark, and incredibly lonely. The person who was giving her all these commands? The one who thought my father was the problem to be removed. That person is the real ringleader behind the smuggling ring. Mr. Edgeworth, I have a favor to ask. Can you hold on to these hair sticks for me? They're really pretty, just like the ones they were selling for the Jam and Ninja show. But until this case is over, I don't think I can look at them without being overcome. I understand. I'll take good care of them for you. Perhaps they might be evidence. Look, there's a bit of soil stuck on the ends of these sticks. Oh, I guess it's that time already, huh? So it's midnight, the dawn of another day. Hey, Pops, thanks a bunch. You've really done a lot for everyone all these years. Tuck the bad. Don't tell me today is the day. Yeah, it is. With this, I can retire in peace. It was down to the wire, and we almost didn't make it. But we did it. We solved everything. But that's just it. We haven't solved everything yet. The ringleader of the smuggling ring you, the Yatagarasu, were chasing after. The legend of the Yatagarasu is now over. Mr. Edgeworth, that bit of a logic earlier, it was brilliant. I feel like I can leave it all in your hands. I'm counting on you. Is it really true, Uncle Bad? Were you also part of the Yatagarasu? As I said to you earlier, Kay, I'm truly sorry. I wanted nothing but a peaceful life for you. Uncle Bad? Hey, don't take it so seriously. It's all just one big joke, right? Unfortunately, it isn't. Oh, come on, sir. She's just yanking on my chain, isn't she, Mr. Edgeworth? Detective Bad? Wait, no. You're no longer a detective. Mr. Bad, I'd like to ask you about the Yatagarasu. Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, here. I should get these back to you. These are the pages within my KG-8 case files that the Yatagarasu stole from my office. Huh? Wait, what? Mr. Edgeworth, I must apologize for last night. So the Yatagarasu who stole into my room was you, was it? Wait, then that means what? Tell me it's not true. That's too insane for me to believe, sir. It's true, even if it's not something you want to hear. The KG incident, it was a very emotionally trying case. We stood in that courtroom, Faraday as the prosecutor and I as the lead detective. Faraday had evidence in his possession that would prove the defendant guilty. However, because it was stolen, the defendant was found innocent. You was the elder sister of the victim in the case. When the defendant was pronounced not guilty, she let out a great wail. That's when we realized that there was a limit to what the law could do. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside the courts. That's what we thought at the time. That's how we formed the Yatagarasu and vowed to bring to light any dirty dealings companies had with the ring, including companies that dealt with the Amano Group. Mr. Amano's conglomerate? We call ourselves the Yatagarasu and flex our collective muscle. We expose all sorts of shady dealings as a warning to the business world as a whole. So was it Amano who was the one that was giving you orders, or could it be someone even worse than that? By doing that, we were able to stop the higher-ups from covering things up. And then it was finally time. We had finally arrived at the moment when we'd find out the ringleader's true identity. It was then that you literally stabbed us in the heart, and Faraday had died for it. Oh my god. But why? Wasn't she the sister of the victim of the KG-8 incident? After Faraday's death, I looked into her past. And that's when I found out that she was a phony. What? The victim of the KG-8 incident, CCU? She never had a sister. What? Then that means Sheena wasn't the only fake name she used. Callisto U was also another pseudonym. From the very beginning, that woman was a spy sent by the smuggling ring. She said it herself. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. Anyway, let's return to the real topic at hand. Mr. Edgeworth, this trump card that we stuck onto this page of the case file, please use it wisely. Trump card. Excuse me. That photo that we stuck on there, try peeling it off. Behind it slumbers a piece of evidence that Faraday hid it all away all those years ago. It's the mark of the Yatagarasu. But why? This is a directives card from the big boss. Take a look at the back. This was something Cochin had on him at the time of the KG incident 10 years ago. That blood is from the victim of the incident, Miss CCU. But why is that card adorned with the mark of the Yatagarasu? The reason why we call ourselves Yatagarasu was because of the three-legged raven mark that the smuggling ring's boss used. Apparently, orders from this boss would come on these cards without fail. The person who received the order was supposed to burn it immediately after reading it. And apparently, it burns a bright green flame when it's set ablaze. So you mean the cards were written in Babley's ink? The fact that the card that Cochin was sent made it into Faraday's hand at all is nothing short of a miracle. We decided that whenever we stole anything, we would send a card along with it to the police. So that's what those white cards are. The great thief that used the mark, that only those within the ring would know. It was our message. to the ringleader that we were only a few steps behind. So we got that down. And one more thing, Detective Gumshoe. I'm entrusting this to you. What is this, sir? This is what I was talking about earlier. During the KG incident trial, Faraday had this in his possession. This important definitive piece of evidence. But I thought it was stolen. How do you have it? The person who stole it from us 10 years ago was a man by the name of Ernest Amano. Yeah, there we go. And he had it locked and hidden away for all this time. But was it really him, or was there someone else? And that Amano is just an accomplice or something. Or it could be Amano. But we forced him to tell us where it was finally after the other day's kidnapping case. The videotape. This video. Don't come any closer, I'm warning you. This is the same video as the one Mr. Portsman was trying to conceal from me. Yeah, it would seem that even he was caught up in the ring's web. Amano was preparing to take on the boss someday, and the video was his insurance. Oh, wait. That's where that prosecutor comes in. He was to retrieve the video. On top of that, he was apparently instructed to sneak into your office and steal the trump card. You saw it for yourself, right? The card that told him to preserve the evidence. That for the first case. Then that card was not the calling card of the Yatagarasu, but rather a directives card from the ringleader to Mr. Portsman. The two pieces together make for a strong weapon for whoever holds them. The evidence Mr. Portsman thought to withhold from me, and the one that you stole from my office last night, both pieces are illegal, and for me to use either one is, whether you use them or not, is up to you. But they will be of help to you when you take on someone who is above the law. So it may be Amano as the boss, but they did say something about Amano wanting to be the boss, but Portsman was basically an accomplice to him. Is the boss one of those who cannot be brought to court that Mr. Faraday spoke of? Detective Bad. There is no limit to the law, for it is the people who determine the limits to them. You still insist that even now, you really are something else. I leave the rest in your hands. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, the handcuffs. It's time to lock up the last remaining member of the Yatagarasu. Pops, don't ever lose your detective spirit. Ugh, Pops, why is this happening? This isn't justice. Like I always told you, do not get emotionally involved. Now let's go. Yes, sir. Oh, wow. As you can see, Kay just looks disappointed. Is this really the end of a legend? No. There's more. We're not stopping. We're not stopping until it's over. We're not going to stop till it's over. So it's going to be over tonight. March 15th, 12:07 a.m. Theatrum Neutralis lobby. So now we know who the Yatagarasu really was. And yet, there remains much to this case that needs to be resolved. Like how the weapons cross country lines, for example. The two countries have incredibly strict security systems and entry procedures. Short of a miracle, it's impossible for someone to have smuggled them in. Smuggling them in, huh? We will need to open a new line of investigation on just this aspect alone. But before we do, I would like to go through my evidence once more. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Hey, there's a VCR here, sir. Now we can see what's on that tape Detective Bad gave us. This piece of evidence for the KG incident, hidden from sight for 10 long years. I just know that this is related to the current case somehow. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please play the tape for us. Sure thing, sir. Let's do it. This man, Kochin, and he's holding a knife in his hand. This looks like footage from a security camera at the entrance of an apartment building. An apartment building? How do you figure that? Yep, absolutely nostalgic to have VHS tapes. Unlike you, I actually read the summary following the KG8 incident, and the crime scene was the victim's own apartment. So this footage was shot at the entrance to the victim's own apartment building. At the trial, Mr. Faraday claimed that this piece of footage existed. However, no one could find it. Yes, somehow, someone was able to steal it and hide it through Mr. Ernest Amato. I can see how this would have been a definitive piece and why someone would want to hide it. But it's a piece of evidence from the 10-year-old case. There's no ways related to this case we're working on now, sir. Actually, I believe it has everything to do with this case we're working on now. The ringleader even went so far as to use Mr. Portsman to retrieve it, which means that in this video lies a very inconvenient bit of footage to the ringleader. Where? Wait, what was that? Huh? That bit you played just now. Please show it to me again. This car. This is something we cannot overlook. Why is that, sir? Look here, Detective Gumshoe. There's this flag right here.
Take that!
This is the national flag of the Principality of Codopia. And because it has the national flag on it, we know this has to be an official government car. But the question we should be asking ourselves is, what was a government car doing there? Ah, Miss Von Karma, Mr. Edgeworth. So you're here all this time? It's Alba. Ambassador Alba. Thank you very much for continuing the investigation, even at this time of night. If only I was even a tiny bit more careful. This tragedy would never have happened. I am truly sorry. This wasn't your fault, sir. This has nothing to do with how careful you were. You idiot, Quirkus, you couldn't chase after a simple thief. Now then, let's get down to the real reason why I came looking for the two of you. I would like to put the investigation on hold for a while. Can you do that? Excuse me? I heard you apprehended a thief that turned this embassy upside down. And we are in the middle of an event celebrating our country's reconciliation. We can't exactly have the police and detectives walking around here forever. You're scaring the visitors away, so I hope that you can understand how I feel. Ugh. But we must finish our investigation and resolve the remaining issues. Why don't we leave the rest of the Albastian and Babalese police? Ambassador, we were so close. Just a little more, and Miss Von Karma, I'm afraid I've made up my mind. And without my permission, you can't proceed with your investigation anyway, right? That's true. However, as he said at the very beginning, this area can be considered to be Alabastian soil, in which case we are nothing but foreigners in their land. Is this really where our investigation ends? Shifu, we found Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Shifu, this way. Yo. Agent Lang, you're back on the scene rather quickly. If I laid back and took a break, I'd lose the scent of my prey, Mr. Prosecutor. Agent Lang, why have you returned? Because I have to solve this case no matter what. Well, I'm sorry to inform you. And don't take this the wrong way. I don't suspect you personally. However, a member of Interpol was just found to be a thief. And so, under these circumstances, I wish to put your investigation on hold. After all, I believe our own police can handle things from here. They're quite capable. At this rate, our investigation really will come to a close. Ambassador Alba, I get it now. I really do. Oh? I'm very glad you understand how I feel. No, not that. What I was talking about is... I know who the killer is behind tonight's murder. You do? Is it Alba? You? No? The killer? Do you really mean that, Agent Lang? Heh, wolves don't lie. Then who is it? Wait. Well, let me first say that I'm not talking about Mr. Kochin's murder. That was all Shinna. Huh? Lang Zi says, the truth lies not at the exit, but rather shines outside the maze itself. So she was the one. So she was the one that actually killed Mr. Kochin. Okay. At least now we know that. The truth is unexpectedly simple. So let me ask you this. Who do you think was the Mask 2's killer? Who? I'll tell you who. It was you, Franziska von Karma. What? The fuck? I was the killer? Hey, wait. Oh, that's impossible. Yeah. Although, that whip is actually quite... Hold your tongue at that ludicrous remark you were about to make. He's setting something up. Oh, he definitely is. Agent Lang, are you seriously accusing her of murder? Yeah, I am. He doesn't appear to be joking. Hey, sis. I remember that just before the Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right? Yes, he did. But what does that have to do with anything? I'm getting to that. Furthermore, in order to solve both cases, you moved around rather freely between Alabas and Babel, did you not?
Objection!
And where is your evidence that I'm the killer?
Now go back!
Huh. I was just getting to that. Trust me, I'll show them to you in due time. Ambassador Alba, in order for me to bring the case to a close, I'll need to inspect your office one more time. Will you grant me permission? With things as they are, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I? Good. But let's move out. Oh, and don't even think about running away, sis. My pack will be keeping a close eye on you. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. Huh. As if I would have any reason to flee. But just so we're clear, your logic had better be sound. Because I'll accept nothing short of a perfect explanation. She seems rather upset. Not that I blame her. I expected that you accept no less. But we'll see how long you can keep that nose if you're stuck up in the air like that. Ugh. He made her up as a fake suspect just to keep the investigation going. Yep.
Hold it!
Ancient Lang, as someone related to tonight's case, I request that you allow me to take part, and so that I may clean up my superior's mess. Huh. I guess I should. The more the merrier, especially when it's the peanut gallery. Oh? In that case, I want to join it too. I still haven't seen what it looks like in Alabas yet. If you let Kay in, then you gotta let me in too, pal. I can't sit around and do nothing when Miss Von Karma's in trouble. Hey, Gummy, let's have a competition to see who can save her first, okay? Okay, I'll take you up on that. Oh yeah, I'm fired up and ready to go. As a detective, I don't believe this is something you're supposed to be excited over. Sounds like this is gonna get real interesting. Ambassador Alba, I'll be bringing these kids along for the ride. Very well. But I'd like you to keep in mind that this will be your last chance. I'll have this whole mess cleaned up before you know it. Now let's go. Here we go. March 15th, 12:53 a.m., Alabaston Embassy, Ambassador's office. Okay, now let's first go over the facts one more time. Manny Kochin's body was found over in the Secretariat's office in Babel. The weapon that took his life was one of Alabast's ornamental knives. And then the body of the Mask 2, Mr. Kashino, was found here in the Ambassador's office. Through our investigation, we found that the murder weapon was this Primedu statue, and that this is actually Babel's statue. This case, no matter how I look at it, sis, if it wasn't you, then there's no one else who could have pulled this off.
Objection!
Agent Lang, do you understand the full implications of what you're saying? Of course I do, sis, and I'm serious. You were on the trail of the smuggling ring, and you wanted any evidence you could find. And so, while people were distracted by the Yatagarasu's appearance, you snuck in here. That's when you two ran into each other. You and the other thief who took advantage of the confusion for the fire.
Objection!
Even if all that were true, how do you explain the movement of the weapons? Don't worry, I plan to show you that you're the culprit behind that too. You have permission to investigate both embassies at will. Can't let you do that, Star Fox. With that kind of free reign, you could have easily taken the weapons across country lines. Hey now. Look, sis, I thought I already told you, I'm not messing around here. This case isn't directly tied to the smuggling ring, but Shinna certainly is tied to the smuggling ring. He is right in saying that she is a member of the smuggling ring. However, the connection between this case and this ring, could it not be deeper than what any of us can imagine? Let's get this ridiculous circus over with already. Francisca, you need to calm down, because you only know the facts of the Alabastian side of the case. I don't believe you can see the case as a whole and therefore solve it. What? But don't worry, I'm taking this seriously as well, and I will prove your innocence. That's the only way to be, Mr. Prosecutor. Can you come up with anything else that can top my hypothesis? Of course, your explanation has to solve the mystery of the moving weapons as well. Of course, and I will. Let us now delve into the truth behind the murder of the Masked 2. You do understand, don't you, Miles Edgeworth? This isn't just a confrontation against Ancient Lang. If you can't figure out how the murder of the Masked 2 is related to the smuggling ring, then it will mean the end of our investigation. As long as I have no good counter-argument to his hypothesis, then the best I can do is walk this thin tightrope and see what I can do. Come now, Mr. Prosecutor, let's get started. Yes, let's. Here we go. Border crossing weapons. One of Alabast's knives was used in Babel to murder Mr. Kochin. And the murder weapon in the killing of the Masked 2 is Babel's Primrose statue. Somehow, these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. The only one who traversed those two countries just before and after the crimes was you. So as long as I can't explain how the weapons moved about, Francisca will remain suspect. You got it, Mr. Prosecutor. So why don't you stop giving me a hard time? Under these circumstances, who the heck can carry a weapon across country lines? I worked through every possibility. There's only one that's plausible. Your boss. Ancient Lang, what I've learned from you just now is that you've lost sight of yourself. But what are you talking about? By focusing too intently on that which is in front of us, we become blind to the truth. Don't tell me Lang Z never said anything to that effect. You prosecutor. Who do you think you are speaking about Lang Z's proverbs like that? Oof. I don't need his proverbs, because my words are all you need to see the truth. Border crossing weapons. One of Alabast's knives was used in Babel to murder Kochin, and the murder weapon in the killing of the Masked 2 is Babel's Primrose statue. I'm going to go ahead and present something here. This.
Objection!
Ancient Lang, those two items are not the only two to cross the border tonight. Oh? The Masked 2 was killed with the Babel's Primrose statue, yes? But if that's the case, then tell me, where did Alabast's Primrose statue go? To Babel. Precisely. And if the two statues really were switched, then this means that both statues were smuggled across the border at some point, which means that a total of 3 items were smuggled across the embassies. I guess so. But you know what? Doesn't matter the number of items, only that the sis is the only one who could have done it. Because the only person who went back and forth between Alabast and Babel is her. Is that really true? Was there no one else who traveled between the two countries? Actually, there was definitely another person. One who paid a visit to both sides of the wall.
Objection!
Is that really so, Agent Lang? What allows you time to try and bluff your way out of this? I checked out what the guards said, and along with the security camera's footage. You're not going to overturn my hypothesis that easily.
Objection!
But suppose there was some other way, other than through the theater doors. What other way? The other entity that managed to cross the border unharmed. If it pointed out, it would open up a whole new possibility. And though I hesitate to bring this out, as long as this entity exists, the impossible road becomes a possibility. Looks like you got some clever idea in mind. I do. I can show it to you through a single piece of evidence. Fine then. Let's see this piece of evidence that will show you this other route. This piece of evidence will show us another way to move between the two countries. Let me set up real quick. It's not this. That's not what I'm going to show.
Take that!
Ancient Lang, I'm sure you're familiar with this unforgettable photo. That supernatural photo? Like I said before. Humans can't fly. No, of course not. I understand that perfectly well. And don't start claiming that Shina somehow grew wings either. I wouldn't dream of claiming that. And I won't allow you to take back what you said either. I'll say it again, it's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings. So you better have a good explanation for this, Mr. Prosecutor. But how can I prove it was who it was that flew through the air in this photo? Wait, not humanly possible? Eureka! Very well. You will have your explanation. It sounds like you have a good idea simmering inside the head of yours. Let's hear it. Let's hear the face hidden within the photo's blurry trail shadow is. But what if it's not a person, because a person can't fly? But what if it was an object? So I'm going to say it's this. The alabaster primitive statue.
Take that!
Naturally, the shadow is the third smuggled object, the primitive statue replica. You can't be serious. Yatagarasu, or rather, Callisto Yu, dressed as ancient Shina, was inside Babel. She dressed the replica statue up in clothes and launched it through the air.
Not so fast!
Ha! Mr. Prosecutor, you left out a very crucial bit in your explanation. I know I did. She launched it through the air? Ha! And how exactly did she do that? He's literally barring his fangs at me. But he has a point. How exactly did he move through the air like that? As long as this remains unsolved, we won't be able to move any closer to the truth. Which reminds me, did he say this earlier? Hey sis, I remember that just before the ambassador Albert went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right? So, just before the murder, Francisca was called here, right into this very room. If that's the case, then that may be another avenue I could pursue. Agent Lang, in order for me to answer that question, I will need to hear testimony from Miss Von Karma. Oh? What are you up to now, pretty boy? Earlier, you mentioned something of interest to me. You said that just before the murder occurred, Miss Von Karma had been in this room because Ambassador Alba had called for her. And for that reason alone, you believe her to be the killer. Yes. Yeah, I guess I did say something like that. In that case, I believe it's my duty to ask her what her side of the story is. Ha! Do you really think a criminal would tell us the honest truth? How dare you? As I said numerous times, there's absolutely no proof that I'm the killer. Miles Edgeworth? Don't tell me you suspect me too. I don't. However, I can't ignore the fact that you were in this room at one point in time, which is why I like to hear about it from you. Francisca, I feel that I still don't have enough information, which is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case. Alright, so, what would you like me to talk about? I'd like you to please testify your movements up until you came into this room. Alright, let's try this your way for a change. But what if she has to say turns out to be a waste of time? I'll place on the rest faster than you can. How? No. As you wish. Movement to Alabas. As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabastian embassy. After I saw a steel samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by the Ambassador Albertu's office. Franziska, I want us to make this very clear from the very beginning. So what I wish to confirm is that the only time span in which you were in this office was before the murder occurred. Is that correct? Yes, of course. I see. For now, the only way that I could see for us to break out of the situation is to ask Franziska about her testimony in more detail. So we're going to have to press her. Let's see it. Let's keep moving. This is what I'm going to press.
Hold it!
At that time, the Mask 2's body had yet to be found in this room. Is that correct? That's right. But Ambassador Albert was here. One could hardly miss his rather large presence. Criminal will say anything to get out of getting arrested. How do we know you're not lying? Well, if you need proof, I'd be happy to oblige you. Seriously? Like I keep telling you. When I arrived at his office, Ambassador Albert was already here. He was standing by the flower box on the windowsill, watering his plants. Ah, I can attest to that. I remember speaking with the lovely lady around that time here in my office. Alright then, add that statement to your testimony, and let's hear some details. So Ambassador Albert was in this room at the time, was he? When I arrived, the Ambassador Albert was watering the flowers on the windowsill.
Hold it!
For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something. How do you know that the Ambassador Albert was watering his plants on the windowsill? What do you mean by that? The entrance to this room is on the side. However, the window is on the opposite side. And what you say is true, then when you entered the room, his body would have been like a wall. He would have been blocking your view of what he was doing. Is that not correct? I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him. Fortunately for me, Ambassador Albert is not an immovable wall. I knocked before I entered, and as I did, he turned around to greet me, with a watering can in his hand. So it's only natural to believe that he was watering his plants, right? I suppose. After his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers. He had obtained them himself and is growing them with the utmost care, you know. Yes, the plants in this room, they are all like my children. Passion flowers in the flower box and the windowsill are growing beautifully too. All four of them are in full bloom. Miss Von Karma, what did you say just now? I said that the flowers are growing beautifully. What about that statement do you not understand? What do I not understand? I do not understand why a certain thing is the way it is. I'd like for you to append that statement to your testimony. Very well. There are 4 large passion flowers in full bloom in the flower box. You mean these flowers?
Objection!
Franziska, for some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence. It does appear that way. Ha, I knew it. I knew we couldn't trust your word, sis. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing discrediting Miss Von Karma like this? Yeah, sir. If you keep this up, she's gonna get taken away, sir. Eek. All I've done is state what I saw. I've not made a single mistake in my testimony. And for this, I'm still under suspicion for murder. Is the number of flowers really all that important at this juncture, Miles? At the very least, it is a contradiction in this enigmatic case. One that I find hard to dismiss as irrelevant. Well, let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? What does it prove? I believe the answer to that will become very clear if we were to examine that flower box. How did this contradiction come about? There must be something behind this discrepancy. They're my beloved flowers. I have grown them with the utmost care. So I ask that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Mr. Edgeworth. I understand. So, I guess we're going to examine them? Let's take a look. The name of these flowers, I believe they're called the passion flowers. despite being called flowers, they're actually a species of vine. They appear to be growing well and are well supported by these plant supports. They've been uprooted, yep. Yeah, but no matter how I look at it, it looks like there are only two here to me. You realize, don't you, sis? Your little lie has failed you? Miles Edgeworth. Hurry up and shut this man up for me already. I suppose I will need to use some evidence to shut him up, won't I? Yes. Huh. I believe I have just a piece of evidence for you require. Oh, you do? Do you? You have such confidence in the face of your current plight, but I highly doubt it will last until the end. You howl like a wolf, Ancient Lang, but we'll see if you have any bite to back up that bark after you see the evidence. True passion flowers revealed can be seen in this piece of evidence. Yes. So I remember like Kay mentioning something about these hair sticks, and then Edgeworth said something about soil in the bottom, with some dirt and tips, and it says it right there. So let's go with hair sticks.
Take that!
Sheena, who was supposedly in Babel the entire time, had these hair sticks on her. That looks exactly like the plant supports in this flower box. In other words, I believe it can be said that these hair sticks are in actuality support sticks for the passion flowers. And so what? Is that really all that important to the case? Of course it is. It means that we found yet another item that was smuggled between the countries tonight. Ah. Think about it logically, Agent Lang. These sticks were originally in Alabaster, but somehow they wound up in Sheena's hands, who was in Babel the whole night. So make no mistake, these sticks were smuggled somehow, just like the knife and statue. Ah. Very well then. I want to hear from you exactly how they wound up in Babel. Well, how did these support sticks find their way to Babel and why? There's a way. There must be some reasons to why they end up there. Aha, so that's why. Ancient Lang, if you'd please take a look at this and tell me its shape. Huh, it's just another stick, is it? And so it is, but the shape of the support sticks is what is important. But when they are used with something in this room, that's when it all comes into focus. And the object that completes the picture when used with the support sticks is... it's this crossbow. Let me just highlight it real quick. Oh, wait.
Eureka!
That's a crossbow. Wait, you're not really suggesting. I am. These hair sticks, or rather plant support sticks, they make for perfect arrows. Ah! I've done it. I found a common thread that connects the two offices. But this thread has yet to be completely entangled. Even using the arrows, how does this explain how the statues were transported? Furthermore, who could have been who fired these sticks as arrows? There must be a common thread that ties all these things together.
Not so fast!
Mr. Prosecutor, hold up a second. You do realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? They don't fly at all. Alright, here we go. Border Crossing Part 2. So Babel statue was dapped in the Yatagarasu's clothes, and then shot over there? Even if you fired the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go far with the statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the Prima Dew statues didn't sprout wings. You're a realist after all, aren't you? The Prima Dew statues didn't sprout wings? Oof, of course they didn't. Glad you understand. I feel much better already. I was afraid for a second that you were unaware of that crucial fact. It's only crucial because you're under the belief that wings are necessary to this equation. What? You need to free your mind a bit more and let it fly like a bird on the wind. The Prima Dew statues flew, but not on the wing. Allow me a bit of your time to explain this mysterious phenomenon to you. So, for this statement right here, we're pressing.
Hold it!
But that incredible scene just happened to have been caught on film, resulting in this photo. Huh? Ha, and what an incredible scene it was. This photo was taken by a freelance photojournalist, right? Yes, so I hear. And not every photojournalist is known to be honest, right? Especially not the ones that sell photos of spirits and giant creatures to tabloids. Yes, I know what you mean. I've seen those sorts of photos many a time at court. but there have been times where these photos have turned out to be telling the truth. If you had ever stood in court of law, you would know that it's entirely possible. Ha! You really believe the stuff you're spewing right now? Courtroom certainly is a strange place, if what you say is true. But there really is something odd about that photo, no matter how you look at it. Even if you fired the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go far with a statue tied to them. Oh, really?
Hold it!
But we are in agreement that an arrow by itself will reach the other side, correct? But that just the arrow by itself is pretty meaningless, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? Because the things they wanted to smuggle were a lot bigger than nothing. No, that's not necessarily true. What? What I need right now is not further discussion of my conclusions, it's the launching of my conclusions. What the shooter wanted to launch with the crossbow was not the statues themselves, but rather something a crossbow can launch that can be used to move the statues. Alright, so let me present something. Alright, so if it wasn't a statue that was tied to the arrows, then what did the crossbow launch? What about these wires?
Objection!
Finally, we have reached this point in our discussion. For I present to you that which was carried by the arrow from the crossbow. Heh, I get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. I can see exactly what you're trying to say. You're saying that the wire was tied to an arrow and then they shot it to Mr. Coach's office. They tied it to the statues and they pulled it, yep. All the way from the 5th floor of Alabasian Embassy down to the 3rd floor of the Babalese Embassy. And what you're claiming is really what happened. I can see how Alabast's primitive statue could be moved. Gravity could be used to move the statue down the wire from the 5th to the 3rd floor. But then what about the Babel's primitive statue? The dark shadow in this photo is clearly flying away from Babel. Going in the opposite way of gravity from the 3rd floor of the Babalese Embassy up to the 5th floor of the Alabasian Embassy? How do you explain that? Aha! I think I finally see how the gears behind this whole trick work. Ancient Lang, the motion used behind this trick? I wonder if perhaps you have yet to envision how it works in your head. Motion? What motion? This is the motion that was employed to smuggle Babel's primitive statue. There's rotary, swinging, and bungee. I'm gonna go with rotary. I believe it was done via rotary motion. If the two statues were transported simultaneously... Simultaneously? Get real. These statues would collide somewhere along the way.
Objection!
Did I ever say that there was only one line of wire between the two offices? If you shoot an arrow with the two ends of a wire tied to it, a circular belt can be formed. Lang Z says, don't object and call success what is beyond reasonably. Take into account the tension difference between the two wires. The top one would sag too much to the point where the statues would collide anyway.
Objection!
Ancient Lang. As you know, the primitive statue is one-of-a-kind national treasure. And the fact that Babel's statue is a hollow replica of the real statue, it would naturally be lighter than the real one, meaning that my idea is very possible. Lang Z says, oh, how? Here's what I believe happened. Miss Yu and her mystery conspirator set themselves up in the two different rooms. The co-conspirator bridged the rooms by shooting the two ends of the wire down on one arrow. Then the two of them covered the statues and proceeded to transport the statues. After the switch was completed, another arrow was fired, carrying the other end of the wire down the Babel where it was to be disposed of. And to do that, Miss Yu hid it inside the grandfather clock, QED. Ha. Sure. This proves it, right, Agent Lang? That I'm not the killer? Not yet, sis. I still haven't had my dessert yet. Right, Mr. Prosecutor? The proof is in the pudding, as it were. Pudding is a nice dessert. Take care, Derek. You have a good one. So, do you think you can do it? Can you prove that what you said is what happened? Because remember, if you can't, I'll be taking a certain someone back home with me as a souvenir. I agree that as long as there's no proof, my hypothesis remains just that. However, what I have laid out is no mere hypothesis, for there's one more piece of evidence. One more? This should be interesting. You think you have a piece of evidence that will turn your hypothesis into a fact? Well, then let's see, Mr. Prosecutor. The thing that made it possible to create a circular belt out of a length of wire, I believe that it's right here in this very room. Now then, I believe this is what made the circular belt transportation method possible. This fan?
Take that!
Ha! Looks like you dropped another bomb on us again. The last piece of the trick. Precisely. The ceiling fans double as a pulley in this case. Last piece of two pulleys, yep. Thanks to that fact, there's one installed in each of the offices. The ceiling fan's made for the perfect pulley set for the wire to run on. Ow! This must be it. This is how the smugglers bypass the impenetrable security. Ha! You really are something else, Mr. Prosecutor. But you figured it out already, haven't you? You know who the big hotshot is that set up the real-life stage show is, don't you? The person who set this up rather large and complex stage show needs to be someone who had foreknowledge of the existence of a ceiling fan in both the Alabastian and Babbly's offices, and that the passion flower support stakes could be used as arrows. The real mastermind behind this case. Well, don't you dare make this wolf wait for his food. Why are you so hesitant, Mouse Edgeworth? You can't say who it is. Why don't you present something like you always do? A single point of the finger here in this case will explode into an international incident. However, it's already too late for me to stop the forward momentum. Here's I have no choice now, but to rush in. There is a piece of evidence that will point to us who the mysterious mastermind is.
Take that!
The smuggling could not have been possible without the use of the crossbow. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked, as it were, from the flower box in this very room. They were planted so long ago that the passion flowers had the time to grow so big that Miss Von Karma didn't even notice the arrows when she visited this room today. On top of all this, the fact that the culprit knew that both offices had ceiling fans. Who I think it is? Could it be Alba? Or it could be Lang. It could be Lang. Tell us that the person has very detailed information on the NBC's layout. So as you may have already guessed, the person I'm accusing of hatching this plan is the person who grew the flowers in the flower box with the utmost care. Thus, it can only be you. Quick as Alba. Yep, it's Alba. Are you out of your mind, Miles Edgeworth? I'm certain of what I am saying, and I'm sure that he is the culprit. Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor, what was the ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all that stuff you just outlined? Why in the world would he need to use the trick like that? I understand your need to doubt me. However, there is one thing that stands out to me as very odd. Just one thing, huh? The one single end result Ambassador Alba sought to obtain. If we were to examine the focus of this complex trick, I believe we will finally find the answer to everything. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence. Not that. This.
Take that!
I would fully understand the reasoning had the situation been the reverse. However, to go through the trouble of swapping the real primitive statue with a fake, I sense a very shady reason for such a bizarre action. And who better to ask for that reason than King Primadou himself? I see. Ambassador, we'll be examining the statue now with or without your permission. Alright, let's look. This guy kind of looks like the Steel Samurai, don't you think? Maybe it's because they look alike that he was picked to be the Goodwill Ambassador? I suppose it's possible. Take a look at this area around the base of his neck. It looks like a gap. Hey, you're right. Maybe it's meant to be some kind of secret? Perhaps it's possible to open a statue from this gap in his construction. What? Hurry up and open it, Miles. Alright, here goes. Wow, it really did open up. Hey, what's that thing that fell out? I believe it's more examination of it is required. What in the... is this... Hey, is this what I think it is? It's a plate for making counterfeit bills. Somehow, it appears that we have long last arrived. At the exit to this complex labyrinth, we finally hold within our hands one of the counterfeit money plates. And the reason why the replica was smuggled into Alabasta to begin with. Alright. The Primadou statue can only be handled by the ambassador or the secretariat. And the replica is nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. These two circumstances make the statue the ideal object in which to hide contraband. After receiving the statue containing the counterfeit plate from Sheena, the ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into the mask too. Surprised by the thief, the ambassador raised the replica statue of the mask too, and then, in order to frame the Steel Samurai of the murder, he covered the samurai sword in blood. Well, Ambassador Alba? You're the leader of the smuggling ring? My country is a mess. And it is all because of you? You're the one who killed the mask too? Answer us. I never thought that you would figure things out to this level. Ugh. However, there was one point I disagree with you on. The head of the smuggling ring was Mr. Cochin. Huh?
Not so fast!
Quit screwing around. I have no sympathy for someone who would try to pass the guilt onto a dead man. And there's one thing that I'm sure of is that you're the real ringleader, Quirkus Alba. It's not good to speak with such subjectivity, you know, Ancient Lang. Subjectivity, my conclusion is anything but, and it's the result of logic and investigation. Logic and investigation? Only seconds ago, you were ready to arrest Ms. Von Karma. I don't think we can give up such a flippy-floppy logic any real weight, you know, do you? Heh. Oh, man. It looks like you still don't get it why I came back. Excuse me? You see, the reason I came back is so that I could stick my fangs into your wrinkly old neck. From the very beginning, my real target has been you. What? Agent Lang, I demand an explanation. Sorry, sis. I didn't mean to put you through all that. I knew you were innocent from the very beginning. You did? I knew that this whole incident had been meticulously planned and prepared for. So naturally, the occupant of this room, Ambassador Alba, seemed the most suspicious. But without the ambassador's permission, we couldn't get in to take another look around. Ah, so that's why you put on this big show to accuse Francisco of the murder. Using Francisco's bait, you were able to gain us entry and investigative rights. Yeah, if I hadn't done that, I doubt the ambassador would have given the okay to poke around. Wow, okay. So, that's what all this was about. Very well, I will forgive you. But in exchange for using me as a bait, you will take some responsibility and help us find the truth. Ancient Lang, for giving me such a great opening, I thank you. You know, I just knew, Mr. Prosecutor. that somehow if we were able to find some proof by investigating this room, that you would be able to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic. The evidence detectives collect combined with the logic of a prosecutor. It was a setup, yeah? But it was not the setup I was thinking it would be. That just as it should be in prosecutor detective team, right? I don't know about all of that. But one thing I do know is that I'm interested to see the old man get what's coming to him. You're quite scary when you want to be, aren't you? Hey, you were the one who was planning to use me to push all the guilt onto Sis. Unfortunately for you, you misjudged me. Agent Lang, I wish for you to stop trying to intimidate me. What we need right now is evidence and proof. I wonder if you have what is necessary to prove that I am the head of the smuggling ring.
Objection!
Don't be such a sore loser. If you really are the head of the smuggling ring, then you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity. Dignity? That is nothing more than a fool's insecure display of strength. If you really wish for me to acknowledge my crimes, then I would like to first see some of this thing you call evidence. Ugh. I tell you, I knew nothing, really. I didn't even know that a counterfeit plate was hidden inside the statue.
Objection!
You sought the real statue that vested in your country the authority to rule for fake? It doesn't make any sense that you didn't know anything. It doesn't make sense? Where doesn't it make sense? Can you prove that it doesn't make sense? Oh. He's really got us. He's turned the entire situation around against us. The proof that Interpol has been after, which points to this man as the ringleader. We can somehow find proof now, that we can see to it that justice is finally served. Is there nothing I can use to break this case wide open? The trump card and the videotape. With those two items, we might be able to finally bring this man down. We did see the videotape, but the card is evidence from a case that Mr. Faraday hid away in secret. And the tape was stolen by Detective Bad from the police. They're both illegal evidence. No matter what, a protector of the law can't be allowed to use such pieces of evidence. Needless to say, we Von Karmas are commanded to achieve nothing but victory, and by any means necessary. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. I no longer follow the path of Manfred von Karma, and I won't follow the path of the Yatagarasu. This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? If I want to pursue the truth, then I will sully my hands in illegality. And if I want to pursue justice, then I will lose the truth. What is the law and what is justice? And which path is the prosecutor supposed to follow? That choice is one I must make by my own hand. So let's use a trump card. There is no limit to the law. Any limit that exists was set up there by a man. When a person goes beyond that limit, then the law too crosses into new territory. For what reason were laws invented? The answer to that is what I must now show. Ambassador Alba, I wonder if you might recognize this. Oh, I wonder what that card is. I've never seen that before in my life. It's a directives card used by the leader of the ring to relay object instructions to his subordinates. Oh, is that what it is? This card was sent to the real culprit behind the KGA incident 10 years ago. A man by the name of Mr. Manny Cochin. Oh, so why do you have such a card in your possession? Because it was hand-delivered to me by a certain great thief, the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu gave that to you? Don't talk nonsense, and let's be serious, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you have any proof that the card contains directions from the ringleader? I'll have you know that this card is not only the thing I was given. What? Hey, Mystic, how you doing? I noticed you guys were playing Monster Hunter earlier. Hope you guys had fun with that. This contains security footage that was shot just before the start of the KG8 incident. The KG8 incident, the car and the video. These two pieces of evidence are what will seal your fate. It's going good. I hope you're good. Ooh, very interesting. I must admit, I'm very curious now. Very curious indeed in these case-deciding pieces of evidence you presented. The prey the Yatagarasu has been chasing all this time now stands before me. I can't allow this man who has had free reign for 10 long years to simply walk away. Now is the time for me to bring to fruition to the valiant spirit that was given to me. March 15th, 1:34 a.m. Lobby. So what is this interesting thing that you wanted to show me? Trump card and the videotape. These two pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hand. But it's been going good. Hope you're good. And this is where the real meaning behind Detective Bad's words will be realized. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir? What you see here is security footage shot just before the KG8 murder occurred. For this footage, we know that the card is a directives card from the smuggling ring. This is the section that proves the card was used to relay an order.
Take that!
As you can see, Mr. Cochin is holding the card in his right hand. I see. The killer is indeed holding a card with the exact same design on it. But the card and the one you have, just because they look the same, doesn't mean that they are, does it now? Ah, but there's a very easy way for me to prove that they are, in fact, one and the same. All we have to do is simply take a look at this. The Stark Red blood. Yes, this is your proof. Proof that the orders on this card were played out in that terrible tragedy. The blood belongs to the victim of the KG8 incident. With a bit of DNA testing, we can very easily verify that as fact. If you have no objections, then I'd like for you to take a look at this next piece of footage. This car that passed by in front of the victim's apartment building. It's an official Gaddafian government car. But what? Detective Gumshoe, if you could please magnify the footage. This area of the footage directly links to a smuggling ring with Cadopia. Wait, is it this?
Take that!
This section will make it all clear to us. You must be very tired, Mr. Edgeworth. If you continue presenting completely irrelevant evidence like this, I'm afraid your investigation may fall apart. Perhaps it's time for you to retire? Oh, wait. But I was so sure. Oh, fuck. Go back. What about this?
Take that!
Shape of this pocket, a directives card in it. Tells us that without a doubt this person in the car is Mr. Cochin. Ugh. The license plate in the car was also captured by the security camera, and with it we can easily find out who was sitting in this car on the day 10 years ago. Ugh. Which is why I can say with confidence that you were riding in this car on that day. Ugh. Oh. Ha! Oh shit. You've done well, boy, to make it this far. However, about your claim that I was riding the car at the time, that's going to be mighty difficult to prove. How so? Principality of Cadofia no longer exists. So naturally, all records from that time period also no longer exist. Ugh, the arrogance. What he really means is he's already erased all traces of them. Are you finished here, boy? The only weapon I have left to me now is this piece of footage. There must be something here I could use against him. Maybe that?
Take that!
But what the? Ambassador Alba. Yes, what is it? You were once an army man in the service of Canopia, and it was you who made the many missions you participated in successes, correct? Poof. Why not send backhanded praises, boy? Although to be sure, the brilliant medals on my breast were awarded to me during the era of Canopia. But now, I'm the only one who owns this particular medal. In that case, the only person it could be who is sitting in this car is you. How do you figure that? By the medal captured here in this footage? It's really the same exact medal as the one in your chest. What? What? This is how it will be. But I won't look back. For this is the path that I have chosen. Yeah. You move me with your devotion in this case, Mr. Edgeworth. Why is he taking such an arrogant stance on me? It's almost looking possible, isn't it? For the lot of you to have come this far. It looks like I just might lose our little game this time. You might lose the game this time. You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador. Is that a fact? Very well. I've decided to confess and admit my guilt. You're going to confess? And I'll accept whatever punishment that may come as a result. What the? Regarding the Mask 2 murder, I admit it. I did it out of self-defense. The claim it was justified self-defense? The Mask 2 attacked me, and I felt that my life was in danger. If I hadn't done what I did, I might be the one you found dead instead of him. What a pathetic performance. I'm not giving you one. Wow, you two really know how to laugh at inappropriate times. If you wish to claim that it was just self-defense, then we will need some evidence. It's always the evidence with you, isn't it? But if that's what you require, I'll prove it. I'll provide it. You might have the mark on me when you get attacked. What? I don't particularly want to show it off, but this is proof that it was in self-defense. Oh shit. I'm an old man, and sometimes I don't pay enough attention when I should. But the Mask 2 didn't have a single weapon in his body. Hold on. It's nothing to get worked up over, because I hit the weapon. You hit it? I'm sorry, but as you know, a murder is a murder, even if it's self-defense. I couldn't let it become public, seeing as how I am an ambassador. This is the weapon you seek. My special bonsai trimming shears. Ugh, it's covered in blood. He was trembling quite badly during a struggle. But that's when he grabbed the shears and that was sitting in my office attacked. So you see, it was an act of self-defense. Is he right, Mr. Edgeworth? Since he has both a wound and the weapon that caused it, it's enough to declare it so. No way. Oh, which reminds me. I guess there's still one more accusation I need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all that's my secretary's doing. I had no knowledge it was going on. Stop spewing nonsense. Try throwing my investigation under the bus in your desperation. If you want to get real honest, everything in this case can be connected to you. The murder of the Mask 2 was done in self-defense. In my trials, no man escapes this crime alive. Perhaps so, if you were my opponent in court. However, there is one very important fact that I think you may have forgotten. And what is that? That's what you mean? Extraterritoriality. That's right. This embassy sits on what is effective Alabastian soil. So any trial that is to be held will be held in Alabast. Therefore, the crime I just admitted to will never be tried in your courts. Ancient Lang, what is Interval stance on this? agents investigate. That's our job. Just rid of the people who are confessed to their crime. That's the court's job. Ugh. And I've already confessed to all of my crimes, Ancient Lang. Furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. These rights are effective even on your country's soil. Therefore, no matter where crime may take place, I will never stand trial in one of your courts. The arrogance and your expression. That's nothing like the face of someone who is ready to accept the consequences. Don't tell me you have your own country's judicial system eating right out of your hands. These crimes you all speak so seriously of. To me, this has all been nothing more than a game. You may chase me out of this embassy with your accusations, but it's no big deal. Alabasta has numerous other embassies in other countries around the world. All you would accomplish is you would change the backdrop of our little game. These two layers of protection that extraterritoriality provide them. This is why he was one of those who cannot be brought to court. See now, don't you? I have I live in a whole different world than you. Now, if you excuse me, I need to go fetch your eviction papers. Is there nothing we can do? Not over yet. We still got more. We're not done. I can't believe it, sir. Extraterritoriality. Yes, and there is nothing we can really do about that. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice. I can't believe that even though we know he's the boss, we can't lay a finger on him. I know. Yep. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sorry to skip out on you, but I got some business to take care of. We can't even give an evil guy like him a slap on the wrist? Then what the heck were laws created for? What good are they? If the law can't help us, then I'll go as the Yatagarasu and take care of this myself. Don't you dare. Mr. Edgeworth? Sorry that was a bit too harsh. I know how you feel, sir. We're trying to take on an ambassador after all. And he did tell us earlier to get out of the theater. This is kind of their country, I guess. But I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job. What am I going to do? Should I retreat for now and formulate a better plan of attack? Come on, everyone. We can't give up yet. Okay. I want you to think about something for a sec. We've never let up for even a second. As long as we don't stop investigating, we might find the rotten treasure hidden here. She's right. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You're right, Kay. Very well. Let us reopen the investigation and see what we can find. Come on, Kay. Right behind you. Okay, then I'll go check out Babel a bit more, sir. And I have something that I need to investigate further in Alabasta. We got some more work to do. Now then, before I gather any more information, I should do a bit of housekeeping. Passion flowers, data erase. Investigation time. Maybe the last investigation? Ambassador Alba seemed agitated over something. I wonder why. There are two special circumstances that surround the ambassador. First, the embassy itself has extraterritorial rights. If something happens on the Alabastian soil, we are unable to legally prosecute him. Cool. It sounds like embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want. And Murder the Mask, too, running a smuggling operation to make counterfeit bills, apparently. But I thought all the counterfeiting was done by Mr. Coach and Babel. Yes, he apparently used the embassy's coupon printing press to do it. But it's the same story over again. Well, there anyway. Babel also has extraterritorial rights. Which brings me to my next point. The ambassador has extraterritorial rights. Those rights are effective even in our own country. Really? No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts. He retains some very special rights indeed. Basically, no matter what wrongs he may commit, we can't bring him to trial here. So I guess we really don't stand a chance, do we? We might stand a chance if we can somehow nullify either one of his special rights. Alright, let's look around. It's a backdrop they use in the Steel Samurai stage show today. I love the climax of that show. Steel Samurai, Sushi Slash. That was the first time I seen that special move. Well, the Jam Ninja stage show climax was much better, of course. Oh, is that a fact? That scene was where they sang the Princess Misola and gave her the nose hair sticks. I could totally feel the love there in my heart. Perhaps the Jam Ninja was just more popular with female audiences. This was taken just before the two ambassadors gave the bouquets to the Steel Samurai. Wait, is it just my imagination? Or is there something in this picture that I've seen before? Alright. Now let's examine it. It appears to be a bouquet of Persian cyclamens and roses. Wow. You even know the exact species. I never would have figured you for an expert on flowers. Ugh. It's all because of those flowers that old lady sends me every month. Just look at me. I sound like some sort of botanist. So, what exactly is this yellow flower here? That one. I'm not sure. What? You don't know? As far as I can recall, I've never seen a flower like this before. But I feel as though I've seen this shape somewhere before. Yeah. There is something.
Eureka!
Babble's national symbol is the butterfly, and Alabasta is the flower. It would appear that someone is employing the old hide-in-tree forest trick. What are you mumbling about to yourself? Wait, what? The handle of this knife. Ah! Yes, it's the handle that was supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Cochin. The weapon that killed him was carried through the Theater Neutralis in the very bouquet Ambassador Alba was carrying. So we'll take that. Flower motif. Looks like one of the flower petals is missing. Oh, and take a look at the weapon itself. It's missing the exact same petal. The knife in this photo is most definitely the same as this murder weapon. Alright, so let's do Cochin's counterfeiting operations and renovations. We know that the counterfeit bills were printed using the embassy's press. But necessary materials such as the Babylese and ink and paper must have been hidden in a secure location. But what do you think would have happened if the renovation had begun? Well, he probably had to find a better hiding place or get rid of it all. Right, so we can assume that the renovation was the cause of the plate and bills disposal. And the reason Mr. Cochin was killed as the ringleader of the smuggling operation. Alright, so who do you think was the one with the most to gain? It would be that would be Quirkos Alba. It's the one person who's been erasing all evidence of the smuggling operation from both embassies. The co-conspirator who was mopping up, Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Alba had a very strong motive to kill Manny Cochin. Alright. So, let's go with, both of these. The cause of the Ambassador Alba's agitation, the rotten treasure we may find, and the motive for killing Mr. Cochin. Miss Yu said herself that she didn't kill anyone tonight. If we were to take her words at face value, then the reason for the Ambassador's nervousness can only be one thing. He didn't want us to discover the real circumstances under which Mr. Cochin was killed. Then you mean Ambassador Alba is the real killer? But I thought the two of them were friends. Maybe they were. But what if Mr. Cochin was the one who first betrayed their friendship? Oh, I get it. Wasn't Mr. Cochin pushing really hard for Mr. Palliano to be ambassador after reunification? Yes, and that was the real reason why he wanted to steal Alabast's Prometheus statue. So Mr. Kochin hired the masked two to go steal it for him. But when Ambassador Albert found out he killed Mr. Kochin, it's definitely a possibility at this point. Whew. Those two really were thinking of no one but themselves. But the question is now, how did he do it? Ambassador Albert was in Alabast, but Mr. Kochin's body was discovered in Babel, right? Right. And that is what we must solve next. I believe we now understand why Ambassador Albert was so nervous and agitated. It must have something to do with where Mr. Kochin was killed. A place where the Alabastian ambassador was likely to meet the Babylese Mr. Kochin. The place where Ambassador Albert had happened to commit the murder is? This one.
Take that!
The only place that makes sense is here, at the Theatrum Neutralis. What? Here? The Goodwill event was being held here today, correct? So the only place that both of them would have been in is here. But if that's the case, then everything changes. This theater isn't exactly Alabastian land. So that wipes out one of those extraterritorial rights he has. It makes logical sense, in which case it is a reason for us to investigate further. So what should we check out? Let's see. I believe we should check out the immigration records for both Alabast and Babel post-haste. Babel's records should be easy to obtain. However, the problem will be Alabast. I wonder if they will allow us to see their records despite their order to vacate.
Objection!
I'm already one step ahead of you, Mouse Edgeworth. Franziska. I have here the security footage from both the Alabast and Babel. You would do well to take a look at its contents. You move fast. Avant Karma strives to be the perfect in every way. It's not in my nature to keep on retreating like this. I took the liberty of looking over the Babel investigation reports as well. From now on, you will make no excuse to back down or say that we can't solve this case. I'm sorry about earlier. We won't be beaten. Because my cute little subordinate is going to try his very best, isn't he? Hasn't she patronized me enough already for a lifetime? So this video contains footage from Alabast's immigration screening area. I really hope there's something in here that we can use. Let's watch the tape. Ooh. Which minutes footage should I examine? Let's do 523. So we have this. Does something about this lump shape strike you as odd? Huh? It's not supposed to be this shape? No, there's clearly something odd about the bulge. If only I had the push card itself, we could compare it and confirm my hunch. Next, let's check out the footage from Babel's security camera. Oh, it shows us something good. Hooey, there wasn't a single sign of a suspicious person or anything. That right there is the contradiction. Huh? Did I miss something? You didn't miss anything, because there was nothing to miss. However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Kochin entering his own country. But wasn't his body found in Babel? It would appear that the true face of our final puzzle has finally revealed itself. And that's the investigation. Ambassador Alba. I thought I had asked for you and your group to vacate the premises, Mr. Edgeworth. Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits on my own country's soil. You had your fun, and I've enjoyed our little game. I dare say that you even achieved a new high score. However, once you've recorded a score, that same game can never be replayed again. You understand what I'm saying to you? Your game is done and it's game over. No?
Objection!
Where do you think you're going at this time of night? After admitting to my crime, I was overcome with regret. So I'm heading to the airport now to return home. I'm afraid I can't let you do that. There are still too many issues we need to discuss with you. You can't stop me, Mr. Edgeworth, and you know it. Please, may I have a little bit of your time, Ambassador Alba? Ambassador Palliano? Even just a teeny tiny bit is fine with me. The already strained relationship between our countries is in a precarious situation, you know. Very well. If you insist, I will play just one more round with them and see what they want. Not that they'll get any further. Ambassador Palliano, Mr. Edgeworth, all I wish is for the normalization of relationships between our two countries. There's one person standing in the way of that dream. I believe in you. You'll do what's right. Thank you for your vote of confidence. Now then, what was it you want to ask me about? I do have a flight to catch after all, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question. That's more than enough, because I only have one question anyway. I want to hear your alibi about how you couldn't have killed Mr. Manny Cochin. Oh, I see. You seem to have a good hand this time around. This should be fun. This really is the very last chance we have to bring him down. I won't allow even an atom-sized contradiction to slip by. Here we go. Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was in Alabasta the whole time. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babel. That's my alibi. So is that your alibi? That's correct. It's simply not possible for me to have committed a crime in Babel. Now that we cleared that up, I appreciate it if you would move out of my way.
Hold it!
I said hold it. What is it this time? I thought I told you I only allow one question. Oof. You did. But you still have yet to really answer my one question. What? Until you tell us the truth, I will refuse to budge an inch from where I'm standing. Huh. Very well. I'll play with you just a little bit longer. Miles Edgeworth, as my subordinate and representative of this country's prosecutors, you're forbidden to lose. Of course, that is something I've understood from the start. That guy's the one who ordered my father killed, isn't he? Yes, I believe so. The goal of the first Yatagarasu was the capture of the smuggling ring's leader, my father and Uncle Bad. Their legacy will live on, through me. So that's why we just gotta catch him, okay? We will, I promise. Now, Ambassador Alba, let's have it at the truth now, shall we? No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same. Here we go. Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers.
Hold it!
It's not a hypothesis. Earlier, we proved it to be what happened. Well, let's leave that to one side for now, because it doesn't change the fact that I have no motive. Oh? So you really had no reason to kill Mr. Cochin? If you want to suppose I had one, then why not? I'll indulge you. After all, it's nothing more than a silly game to me. Even if that's how you see things, I appreciate if you would take me seriously. I'm sorry, I suppose you're in for a bit of a pickle. Very well, a game is no fun if the playing field isn't level. Therefore, I formally claim that I have no motive to kill. Now let's see this prove it. How can he stand there looking proud when he knows he killed another human being? Well, I'm not going to stand by and just watch him get away with his crimes. In that case, what motive would I have to kill my co-conspirator? Well... oh, this.
Objection!
If you want to know, I believe you did have a motive to kill. It was because Mr. Kochin had betrayed you. But you had your own reason, too. Namely, you wanted to pin the smuggling on him. Evil begets evil, and because you were trying to test each other, it turned into this mess.
Objection!
I don't believe this. You have a bad penchant for telling all tall tales, Mr. Prosecutor. If you're not, then I suppose you have some proof to support your argument? I never used the guesswork in moving my cases forward. It has been proven that this note was written by Mr. Kochin's hand. Shall we take a look at it? The content of the note is a request calling for the theft of Alabaster criminal statue. By killing him and pushing all the guilt from the smuggling onto him, you walk away spotless. I believe you understand what I'm driving at. You had more than a few reasons to kill him.
Objection!
Ugh. Are you finished with your hypothesizing? Excuse me? Let's suppose I did have a motive. Even so, a motive or thought alone can't kill. Isn't that right? I didn't expect to resort to playing the semantics game with me. It appears that this is where the real battle will begin. Now then, if you excuse me... Wait, what? I told you at the very beginning, didn't I? You only get one question. Ambassador Albert, if you could please give us just a little bit more of your time. It doesn't matter what kind of man Manny was, he was my subordinate. Which is why I would like for us to figure out the real cause of his death. That is something for Babel to figure out, and something which I have no relation to. Now he's even turning down a request from Ambassador Palladino. I'm very sorry, but it seems that now even my voice falls in deaf ears. There was no need for you to apologize, Ambassador Palladino. We must find some way to stop him from leaving. Since there are no further objections, in this case, please allow me to return home. Hold it right there, Ambassador Alba. Hey? Like I said, Mr. Edgeworth, the Yatagarasu's legacy will live on through me. Yes, but how do you suggest we stop him from leaving? You just leave that to me. Ambassador Albert, do you recognize this? No, and why should I recognize the tattered organizer? Wait, where have I seen that before? That is a clue my father, Bern Faraday, left for us. Did you say Bern Faraday? Mr. Faraday's organizer. Don't tell me this is the one from the second KG-8 incident. The one in which he wrote about the Yatagarasu's key. Ugh. Yes, this organizer belonged to the prosecutor you had Miss Q kill 7 years ago. Oof. I have no idea what you're talking about. You say that like it was related to me. Inside this organizer, he wrote up every detail of every evil thing you did. What an amusing little girl you are, but that sort of trickery won't work on me. If you won't believe me, take a look at this. And what is a toy there? Here we go. This thievery device was used by the Yatagarasu, or rather, by my father. Seven years ago, he used this when he stuck into this embassy. What? These two pieces of evidence that hold the information Yatagarasu dug up on you. If you go home now, I won't hesitate to send it all to Alabas right behind you. Little girl, get to the point. I want you to go up against Mr. Edgeworth one more time. If you win, then I'll hand over these two pieces of evidence. Yatagarasu, ever the door to my side. Okay, does that organizer really contain any information on his dirty dealings? It's nothing case-breaking, really. Then it was just a bluff. Even if it was, we still can't let all the info my father and Uncle Bad found go to waste. It's just the existence of little thief is troublesome enough for him. Those two pieces. Are the keepsakes of your father? It's okay. I believe in Mr. Edgeworth. He'll come out on top of the end. Okay. When the going gets tough, someone's got to be there to put the wind back in your sails. After all this time, you're still quite the feisty one. I applaud your powerful nature. I refuse to lose this too. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning home until you give us further testimony. How dare you all, barring a person like me. Ambassador Albert, your testimony, if you please. Ugh. Alright, but this is the absolute last. Then, even if you use all the power of Ambassador Palomino's office, you won't stop me. I can't let this opportunity King has created for me to go to waste. Let's go. The second part of the album. The last time I met with Mr. Cochin was here at the Theatre Neutralis. After that, I was in Alabama the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that. So you see, there's no time spent in which I could have killed him. Wouldn't you agree? Now, since you people were practically begging, I'll allow you to question me. What an arrogant old man. Yes, but no matter. We can't allow this chance to escape us. I will warn you, though. You reached the end of my patience. Waste my time with any inane questions, and you will be punished. So, any needless pressing or presenting will hurt our case. In that case, the only thing you can do is to present the correct evidence. Understood? Of course. I don't intend to let him intimidate me. I know Mr. Cochin was killed before he returned to Babel. In which case, there's only one statement to which I need to present the evidence. And we're going to do that right now. Let's do it. Stop right there. I'm presenting. This commemorative photo.
Objection!
Here we go. I'd like you to take a look at this picture. It's a rather nice picture, isn't it? It was to commemorate the restoration of relations between our nations. Oh, it's commemorative, all right. One that captures the proof I need to show that it was you who committed the murder. Come again? This is the knife that killed Mr. Cochin. I see you recognize it as well as you should, for it was you who brought it to this theater. You hid it among the flowers you were to give to Steel Samurai. Meaning that you killed Manny Cochin here at the theater. It's time for me to catch my flight.
Objection!
We're not through yet.
Objection!
It's game over for you, Mr. Edgeworth, but I thank you for the entertainment. No matter how passionately you orate the result will still be the same. I won't be returning to this country ever again. That's right. This man is an ambassador, and he has extraterritorial rights. No matter how hard we chase after him, we won't be able to have him tried in court. Yes, that's exactly the face you should be making. The face of a worthless no. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you farewell. Courts, is there no one who can lay a finger on this man? Is this really the end?
Not so fast!
Oh shit. Agent Lang. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor. Get out of my way. My plane is scheduled to take off soon. Sorry, but you're not going anywhere, Mr. Alba. I'm through playing games with you people. You can't touch me. Even if you do, it will spark an international incident, Agent Lang. Sorry, but no one wouldn't. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Good job holding the fort down here until I got back. So, Mr. Alba, your diplomatic immunity has just been revoked. What do you mean, revoked? Spare me this nonsense and let me through.
Not so fast!
Langzi says before aiming for the throat, shoot the next shield off first. Interpol headquarters in the Imperial household of the Kingdom of Alabast. Took a while to get things rolling, but they finally moved it on it. The Imperial household. You, what have you done? You have been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Miss Alba. What? 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 What?
KO!
Effective today, effective right now. You have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for this. The video the Yatagarasu protected. You can't be arrested simply because you're an ambassador. Hey, Lemon! In that case, I thought I'd strip you of that title. You underestimated me. a descendant of the founder of detainment philosophy, Lang Zi. 4,000 years of deeply entrenched connections and networks around the world have really paid off. What are we doing, Lemon? Get me, I don't believe this. My ambassadorship has been revoked. Looks like you're finally coming to grips with your new standing. Woohoo! Looks like he's turned docile again. I'm doing really good, Lemon. He's probably in shock from the loss of his shield. What a shame. I had so wanted to use my whip on him. Why is this happening to me? KO down for the win, yep. We're definitely going to bring this guy down.
Knuckle back!
Do you really think you can still pull that on us now? We've already ripped away the mask and seen you for who you really are, Mr. Alba. Oh! Ah!
Objection!
No, I won't be stopped now. He still intends to fight us? So what if I'm no longer an ambassador? You still don't have any evidence on me. I want to play the Ace Attorney series so bad. I need to get on that train soon. Oh, absolutely. These games are great. They are, without a doubt, some of the best games out there. The fact remains that you cannot arrest me. I expect no less from you, the boss of Smuggling Ring. Well, the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Understood. You say that I killed Mr. Kochin in the theater, but even if that's true, there was a knife in my bouquet. I left that bouquet in the theater, so anyone could have taken it out from there and used it, right? Besides, the claim that he was killed here itself is odd. I need to finish the other games before I start this series, yep. Always a good idea to do, finish other games before starting this. After all, wasn't his body discovered in Babel? Are you claiming that I carried his body all the way over there? Preposterous.
Objection!
I'll be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not. Ugh. Ex-Ambassador Alba, are you ready? Because this is no game. This is war. Here we go. I killed Mr. Kochin in this theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet. I left the bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife from there. Besides, Mr. Kochin's body was discovered in Babel, right? There was no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babel. Oh, you slipped up already. I got you right where I want you. Look, don't you think you had enough fun with me? You've already stolen my ambassadorship from me. Would you have me surrender too?
Knuckle back!
You have no plans to ever return to this country, isn't that right? Did you know that a bunch of your subordinates are seeking asylum because of you? As if I care. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, boot this guy out of the embassy and we can finally end everything. I know, and I will give it my all to see that he leaves in handcuffs. Without the title of ambassador, he's just another witness. Yes, just another witness. Alright, what are we waiting for? Let's get this guy. And get him good. I'm currently playing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of the Sky. I wasn't a fan of it because I had trouble completing the dungeons. That's the series I have to do at some point. I will eventually do the Mystery Dungeon series. I wonder if they underestimated that all that I can do is present evidence to testimony. Well, let's go. At some point, I will do the Explorers of the Sky series. I still have more Pokemon games to stream. Alright, so let's see. I'm gonna skip to the... There's a certain part I'm gonna go to. Not here, not here. This one. I have something for you.
Objection!
The pushcart. Actually, I do believe there was a way to transport the body out of the theater. Perhaps you should give this a look. What is that supposed to be? It's footage from the security camera that captured the state of the immigration area. Should I congratulate you on getting your hands on it? Just letting you know that we're not the only ones watching your every movement. Thank you for the warning. Now if you could take a good look at this section here. This lump here inside is the push cart. Do you know what's causing it? Should I? Because I don't. In that case, allow me to enlighten you. This is the cause of the unnatural lump under the cloth in the push cart. Alright.
Take that!
What is the meaning of showing me that? It's to say that the unnatural bulge in the push cart is Mr. Koshin's body. You have the Steel Samurai wheel his body away from the real crime scene. What a guess. But I wonder if you have any evidence to support it. I admit that for now, it is but a hypothesis. However, if you can't prove it, then I'm afraid I must be on my way. I don't have any more time to play with you people. Sorry it took so long, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Gummy? Detective Gumshoe, is that the Steel Samurai's pushcart? Yes, sir. I found it in the open air stage area. So that's where you went. Yeah, someday I will do the Mystery Dungeon games. Detective Spirit that Pops left me with. I gotta follow my gut and go with it, sir. So, Mr. Edgeworth, is this worth anything to the case? Yes. It just might play a major role in solving this case, Detective. But something isn't right. I thought that the entire samurai family was in Alabast. Where exactly in the open air stage area did you find this pushcart? I found it just lying there at the edge of the stage, sir. Oh, well, let's leave it at that for now. Examine the inside, Detective. Yes, sir. It's blood. It's blood. This must be Mr. Koch's blood, which only goes to prove that Mr. Koch's body was indeed transported by this pushcart. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Koch at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then, Mr. Dungeons is serious as fun once you know what you need to complete it. Yep, that's all I've heard. You forced the Steel Samurai to unwillingly move the body for you.
Objection!
I forced him to move the body inside the Alabast. What nonsense. Why would I bother to do such a thing?
Objection!
You were scheduled to make a speech in Alabast, meaning it was difficult for you to make a stop and babble. However, if you move the body to Alabast, because it was your embassy, you could keep an eye on it, and tamper with the evidence, and then you smuggle it out of Alabast. No! If I can show you how you move the body from Alabast to Babel, then I win. But you can't. Security between the two countries is incredibly tight. I'll be the one to judge whether I can or cannot prove it. And so I ask you to provide us with this. Testimony regarding your movements after your return to Alabast. Ugh. Miles Edgeworth, have you figured it out? Do you know how the body was moved? To be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis at this time. However, I don't believe I've made a mistake in my logic up to this point, which means there is no question that can't be answered, right? The premature statue was smuggled successfully through a brief flight in the air, so why shouldn't there be an answer as to how the body was moved? Which means that there must be a logic flaw somewhere I can exploit. Here we go. Let's do it. After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai, shaking hands. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagarasu appeared. I feared for the national treasure, so I raced back to my office. Is that all? Yes, that's all.
Objection!
It looks like you left out a few things, such as the murder of the magistrate, too. Further, you left out the part about meeting with me in your office. Ah, those trifling matters. I don't believe I need to speak of those things again. I do so, I hate to waste time. What? You. It's not every day, it's not every life precious? Do you really need me to answer that for you?
Objection!
People like you cannot be allowed to wander freely through society. Then you better try hard, because I doubt you'll find a single contradiction. He's really full of himself, isn't he? Yes, he is. How can he be so confident at a time like this? Come, don't be shy. Go ahead and ask whatever you like. I'm pressing on everything that he says.
Hold it!
So why was it only with the Steel Samurai? I thought the Pink Princess was also around. The Pink Princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time, and the doctors recommended that she rest. Wow, so you do have a soft side after all. The pain of a bad hip. I suppose none of you can really understand how it feels. Oh, so you tend to strain your back as well, huh? But isn't that just because you're normally all hunched over? You think you to keep up the acrobat white, I suppose. The point of this is not to discuss my back problems. For about 15 minutes after our handshake, I was in my office preparing for that speech. Pressing this.
Hold it!
The Yatagarasu was just a trick that you had set up. A most amusing joke. And how do you propose that I set it up? You really want to know? I can explain in detail for you. You arranged the spotlights in the rose garden so that when you were to take the stage, that the audience would see the Yatagarasu shadow. Oh, that's an interesting tale. Sadly, it has nothing to do with me. You. What's it going to take for you to fess up to anything? Yeah. Very well then. Let's move on to a different question. After the Yatagarasu appeared, what was the state of the Rose Garden? Everyone took refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the effort. And then once everyone was inside, well, I fear for the national treasures, so I raced back to my office.
Hold it!
And what happened after you returned to your office? I don't want to keep on repeating this. However, on my return, I had the stroke of bad luck and bumped into Masked Man.
Objection!
And I don't want to keep on repeating this either. But his name was the Masked 2. Who cares what he was called? By the time he got to the primitive statue that he was supposed to steal, it had already been swapped for the fake. Talk about an unlucky man. Being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue. This one Karma's really letting her whip line. Eek. I think the scary part is her silence while she's doing it. She must be at the limit of her patience as well. But physical attacks are meaningless here. Only evidence will suffice. Yeah. I can't find a single flaw in his argument. At this rate, I won't be able to prove that he is actually guilty of anything. Are we finished here? Mouse Edgeworth, can you not come up with how the body was moved to Babel? Sir, Mr. Edgeworth, even after proving so much, is he going to get away with it? Ugh. Is this the end? Wait. It appears that we made it just in time. It would be a great honor if you allow us to be of your allies in battle. Evil Magistrate, it's time for you to pay. Oh shit. It's the Steel Samurai. No, you're mistaken, for I am Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of Neo Old Tokyo. Yep. And this is Pink Princess Mommy. Edgy Poo. Oh. Two people that I wanted to see the least. Larry, what are you two doing here? Way to show your gratitude, Edgy. We just wanted to help. Yeesh. I'm gonna get the bad guy with a single press of my samurai spear. Go away. How can you be so mean to us, Edgy Poo? All three of us came to lend a hand. This is how you treat us? Well, isn't this grand? And I see they managed to find the Iron Infant. Does that really matter right now? Hey, is it just me with the Iron Infant completely soaked? Oh yeah, I found him in Babel, but he was in the middle of the pool. Wait a second. Larry, go back to what you just said. Huh? Oh, it appears that we made it. Not that far back. Something about finding an Iron Infant in Babel. And he found it in a pool? I don't recall there being one in Babel. Oh, that. Well, I was in Alabasta the whole time. So I have no idea how the Iron Infant wanted him in Babel. I thought I lost them in the Rose Garden. But I guess maybe this cute kid can swim, huh? Wait, what? Larry? You lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden? Are you sure about that? Yeah, I'm sure. But I found them in...
Hold it!
That's enough, Larry. The Iron Infant that Larry lost managed to move between the two countries. Furthermore, the Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of a pool. This is what I've been looking for. It's no smuggling route between the countries. The key to the route the Iron Infant took to travel from Alabasta to Babel is bilateral symmetry. That's right, the embassy was built with bilateral symmetry in mind. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. There is a location I wish for you to examine post-haste. Where I believe the route we used to smuggle Mr. Coach's body lies. Does something like that really exist, sir? An embassy built on bilateral symmetry. Meaning that this is what we need to examine. Perhaps this way right here?
Take that!
Detective Gumshoe, I would like for you to examine this location. We got it, sir. We got this. I'm back, sir. Good, now report. Sorry, but there wasn't anything there, sir. Oh, fuck. I was wrong. I was wrong? What's wrong? You couldn't find anything there? No, we will find something. There has to be. Maybe I need to go further to the right of it, but it's definitely in that area.
Take that!
Oh, shoot. Right, let's see. Is that it? Nope, that's not it. Is it this?
Take that!
Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it. That's the one. It's too late. It doesn't matter now what you do. It's all a waste of time.
Not so fast!
You will stay here with us and wait. Oh, shit. Phone call. This is Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, it's here. There is a reservoir here just like the Rose Garden. Just as I suspected. What is it? Two sides of this embassy are mirror images of each other, which means that there is also a pool at the corresponding location on the Babel East side. Mr. Coach's body was moved into Babel through the pool in Albas.
Objection!
Avoid the topic with a fake answer like that is unbecoming of a prosecutor. Don't mind, I'd like to see more physical proof if you have any. The Iron Infant is positively soaked in water. Why do you think that is? It's because it was fished out of a pool, and not just any pool. This is the Babel East one. I think it's pretty obvious at this point what must be true. The water reservoirs in the two courtyards are connected.
Objection!
And where's the proof that the two sides are connected?
Objection!
The proof's right there before your eyes. The half-drowned iron infant. What? This blasted doll. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back. Hey, don't tell me. You guys figured everything out without me? We did, thanks to this hero of justice son. Even if he's just a doll, he managed to help foil the villain.
Not so fast!
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Look, I don't want to say this, but it's kind of unlikely that the body just happened to have passed on through to Babel. This guy's a doll, and he's small, so I can't believe it made it, but he has a point. Yes, that's right. I'm glad someone here understands. Mr. Edgeworth, are you gonna next propose that a dead body can swim through a pipe? You see, Mr. Prosecutor, our chase after this man is far from over. Agent Lang. Why is he helping Mr. Alba out now? He's not. He realized the flaw in my argument. It's helping to move the logic along. In which case, I should return the favor and find an answer. And another thing. Mr. Koch's body was found in his office in Babel. So what happened to his body after it was transported to the open air stage? Mr. Alba had an accomplice in Babel, remember? You mean Shinna, right? Without her there, you see how it was possible to move the body up to office.
Objection!
Are you seriously claiming that she swam through the connecting pipe with the body? He's right. Mr. Shinna would drown. Miss Shinna would drown if she did that. It's hard to imagine that she swam through the connecting pipe. It looks like the hypothesis about the body was moved is still only half baked. In the end, it's all just befuddled musings of an accusatory man. Now then, I believe you should give up and allow me the passage. Because from the start, there was no feasible method of transporting the body. What? Mr. Prosecutor, recall Sheena's movements. Ugh. What was happening in the embassy around the time Miss Sheena was in Babel? Ooh, if only there was a way to get rid of the water in the pool. Get rid of the water? Ah, that's it. Now, I believe this time we really are done, right?
Objection!
Whew. Unfortunately for you, it's far from over, Miss Alba. You're a most persistent man. Are you saying that you've thought of a way to move the body through the water? Move the body through the water? That's completely unrelated to how it's done. Excuse me? The reason I say that is because there wasn't any water there at the time. What do you mean, there wasn't any water? Just what it sounds like. Tonight's events made it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved.
Take that!
Tonight, the Yatagarasu set fire to a variety of locations in the Babylese embassy. In order to put the fires out, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the water was used, the reservoir's water level went down. If enough water was drained, the connecting pipe could be used to traverse the border.
Objection!
Ugh, so what? The water level went down. The reservoirs were connected? Does any of this matter? You can't prove any of this. Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. We both know what kind of situation we're in right now. Even in the game, there comes a critical game-changing moment. A moment in which you hit a wall that you must overcome in order to beat the game. I haven't lost yet. I found the route you used to smuggle the body, and that route will lead to your defeat.
Not so fast!
Even if all the water was used by the fire lightning fighting effort, you still can't really call that a smuggling route. I know that. Should have figured that you would notice. Hey, Mr. Alba, how deep are those pools anyway? I'll have you know those pools are extremely deep, and there are no ladders or footholds along the walls either. It would be difficult for Shinna to hold the body and climb up out of the pool. Ladders or footholds along the walls? There was no need for such things. What do you mean? If one were to use a certain something, they could go up or down in the pool at will. Oh, it looks like you got an answer already. Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Prosecutor? Enlighten us already. The way in which Miss Shinna and the body were able to rise up to the ground level, and there was a way to control the water level, that could be the way the body was moved. This was used so that the body of Miss Shinna could move up and down the pool.
Take that!
Mr. Alba used the fountain spouts in the matter of speaking. He used the fountain spouts? How so? The water level in the pools can be controlled by opening and closing the spouts. Mishina and the body were lifted upward by their buoyancy in the water. The fire on the Babbly side and the fire fighting effort, these were set in motion all for the sake of smuggling Mr. Coach's body. Ah. Shall I show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads? First, Mr. Albert closed the fountain spouts in advance in preparation of things to come. Then he took the push cart that was brought to the Rose Garden and pushed it along with the Iron Infant and Mr. Kocha's body to the pool. At this time, Mr. Shinna was busy conveniently starting the first fire in Babel. She then made for the open-air stage pools to wait for the firefighting effort to begin. When the firefighters used the water in that pool, the water level went down. And by the time the fire was put out, the pipe between the two pools were exposed. This is when she pushed the push cart from Albast into Babel. Once that was accomplished, Mr. Alba simply opened the fountain spouts once more. And the water level has rose up to its original level, along with Miss Shinna and the body. After that, Miss Shinna used the push cart to carry the body up to the Secretariat's office. There was an elevated embassy after all. So you see, even with her small frame, she could have easily transported Mr. Coach's body. That wraps up my thorough explanation of how the body was moved. Well, ex-ambassador Albert, what do you think? Not so untouchable without your precious extraterritorial rights to protect you, are you? I think you can do it, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to fight back.
Objection!
You accuse me of moving the body across country lines, but when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't have what it takes to indict me. The nitty-gritty? What does the old man want now? Proof. I believe that's what he seeks. Yes, proof. Without any, who's to say whether or not any of what you said really happened? He wants proof. What are we going to do, Mr. Edgeworth? There's no need to worry. I have all the proof we need all along. The body wasn't the only thing to go through him. The pools connected the pipe tonight. Just as Detective Gumshoe found the push cart in the open air stage area. So too did I find the other item there. And that was the piece of evidence that is what will prove the pools were smuggling route. This was another thing that was smuggled over to Babel's open air stage area. Alright, well, let me actually go ahead and pick it.
Take that!
This is the final piece of evidence that will prove my hypothesis. I don't think it's a single thing. Fuck. I think it's not that. Oh, go, just go. Just go. Oh, this.
Take that!
Guitar pick, I forgot about this. What exactly is this? Huh. You have no idea, do you? This little piece that I found on the babbly side will be your undoing. Guitar pick? Wish you could explain how that is going to do me in, as it were? Much to your chagrin, perhaps, but this is not a guitar pick. But what? Something I found in the open air stage, which was transported with the body. I naturally assumed that you would recognize it since you took a photo with it after all. But since you don't allow me to show you what this fragment for the stage show area belongs to. This knife.
Take that!
Let us take a good look at the murder weapon that was used to kill Manny Cochin. On the handle of this knife, this beautifully blooming flower. However, it appears that it's missing a single petal. Now let's see what happens when you try to fit this pick in that slot, open slot. There we go. It's a perfect fit. I assume that petal must have fallen off with the flower during the Mr. Cochin's murder. Then it was accidentally placed in the push cart over Mr. Cochin's body. That's an interesting story, nothing more. Oh, I assure you it's more than just a story. Because for some odd reason, this flower petal was wet when I found it. It was wet, you say? Yes, and the only place it could have gotten wet from is the open air stage's pool. Now I asked, how did part of the weapon which was smuggled in the theater wind up in the open air stage on the babbly side of the embassy? I don't think I need to waste any words explaining this, as the petal explains it all for me. It proves that someone went from the Rose Garden pool on through into Babel. Impossible. The people of Zanefa have been waiting to see you face to face, Mr. Alba. I'll tell everyone back home we'll be there soon. You should be happy. Why? Why? It's a little late to be asking that question. Should have known from the very beginning. When you took your first flight, no matter how you may plot or how you may try to cover all up, you can never hide your crime or what you've done. Because we're here to see it that justice is served to people like you. You can't call when you've given a perfect argument. You know? I don't think this guy's going to ever admit to his wrongdoings, Mr. Edgeworth, because he values himself above all else. People who can't be negotiated with, people who refuse to admit what they lost. I don't believe those kinds of people really exist because everyone breaks eventually. You're right. In that case, I had no choice but to use all the evidence I have. I guess will ultimately break some of the weight of his crimes. Mr. Alba, I request you testify once more. This really will be the end of the line. I guess they only put the to be continued because they want me to save. Alright, let's not waste any time, go. This is it. Mr. Alba, I request you to testify once more. If there's anything else for me to testify about. So you have to fully prove it was Mr. Alba who murdered Cochin. GG. We're almost done. We got this. Well, I would like to hear about your movements before the murder occurred. I wonder if you could tell us about what you did here at the Theatre Neutralis. Very well. Suppose I could tell you about that. Because all I did was watch the Steel Samurai stage show. Elaborating on even that alone is good enough for me. The only way for me to place this man on the rest is to pinpoint the exact location of where the murder took place. For that is the key to the investigation. Let's go. I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. Remember the contents of the show very well. So, is that proof enough for you? Those moving scenes were smeared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them. So you were in the theater proper watching the Steel Samurai stage show, were you? Of course, I was. I was having great fondness for the Steel Samurai. Yeah, I was pretty cool up there, wasn't I? You're not the one who was cool. It's the Steel Samurai who was cool. Yeah, Steel Samurai's special finishing move today was really something, huh? Hey, Edgy, who is she? Who is this super cute girl? She's been standing here the whole time and only now he notices her? Her name is Kay Faraday, and she's helped me in my investigation. Sorry I didn't get to introduce myself earlier, but better late than never. Yeah, so Kay, I'm Larry, but... Silence in the peanut gallery. There's no time for such trivialities at a time like this. Mr. Prosecutor, this is the final battle, you got that? I know. This is the end. For that man there. Now that's the kind of thing I like to hear. I think I'll give trusting you a try, Mr. Prosecutor. Or rather, Mr. Edgeworth. I leave this critical battle up to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Have no fear, I will finish the job. Let's go. This is really the end game. The time has come to expose every last one of Mr. Alba's lies. No, you don't.
Hold it!
Well, I remember the content of the show as well myself. That's nice. That's nice. Mouse Edgeworth, don't allow yourself to be riled up by him at this important juncture. I wasn't planning to let him. Well, if you ask me, I think I'm the biggest Steel Samurai expert around here. Don't you think the climactic scene in today's show was just totally awesome? Yes, I remember that well. And a spectacular special move. The way you delivered the final blow against Evil Magistrate. Early summer rain jab. Oh, that scene will live on in my heart forever. Is that how it went? Yeah, I totally forgot about that. How can you forget your own special moves? That's the special attack that the Steel Samurai uses when he's using the Samurai Spear. Yes, and today was the first time they showed it off, was it not? If I had to watch the show, then how could I answer you with the name and the move? I suppose you're correct, but if you could, please elaborate on this point for me. One of the scenes was his never-before-seen early summer rain jab move. I got something for you.
Objection!
Here we go. Special move today was the early summer rain jab. Is that your final answer?
Objection!
You little irritating gnat. Do you think you could trip me up by asking the same question over and over? That was not my intention. Your testimony is more than sufficient. However, I believe it would be wise for you to take a look at this. Samurai Spear? What about it? The spear actually never made it on stage today. Excuse me? Heh. Unfortunately for you, tonight's Steel Samurai happened to be a goof of a young man with an abundance of useless hot bloodness. Having said that, said useless man bent the spear during his rehearsal this evening. Okay, do you remember what the Steel Samurai special move was tonight? It was the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash. Correct. Because he couldn't use the spear, a last-minute change was made. Had you really been watching the show, you would have known that the move that was used. Quirkus Alba. You didn't even watch a single minute of the Steel Samurai stage show tonight, didn't you? So if he wasn't watching the show tonight, then it opens up the possibility that he was busy killing Mr. Cochin instead. So where were you during the show? I demand an answer now. What's so funny? You're so sloppy. And so are your conclusions. I still insist that I watch the show, or most of it, in any case. What do you mean by most of it? You see, during the show I left my seat for a spell, to visit the bathroom. I assumed that was when the dramatic scene was played out on stage. That is the lousiest, lamest excuse I've ever heard in my life, pal. Just because he got the name of the move wrong. You can't really use this as proof that he didn't watch the show at all. Yeah. As far as Steel Samurai, I had wanted to watch the entire show, honest. As a Steel Samurai fan, for someone who wasn't even in his seat for the climax of the show, you have no right to call yourself a Steel Samurai fan ever. Yeah, lame. Huh? Who was that just now? What? It would be I, young lady. Larry, what are you doing interrupting me like that? Edgy, please hold on for a second, I beg. I may never accept this old man as Steel Samurai fan, but I totally think he's a Steel Maniac. Oh god. Well, exactly, he's a Steel Maniac, pal. I believe he meant to say Steel Samurai Maniac. Yeah, and trust me, I know a real fan when I see one because I'm a Steel Samurai.
Objection!
I will never acknowledge you as a true Steel Samurai. What are you getting so worked up over, Mr. Edgeworth? Just that the real Steel Samurai recognizes me as a fan, as well as he should, for I am a fan. It's not as though I missed the entire show. It was the most amazing show filled with the spirit of young at heart. Sarcasm dripping from his long wooden nose couldn't run any thicker. Yeah, Larry's trying to... It's like Larry was trying to sabotage this shit. Getting the name of the move wrong only proves that he didn't watch the last scene. What I really need here is something more definitive. Something that links Mr. Albert directly to the murder of Manny Koshin. You know what, Gramps? You're really something else. I'm honored to receive such praise from the Steel Samurai, but what is it for? Yeah, I'm getting tired. Well, I was just wondering how you found out about the early summer rain job. That move is a bit of a secret that only a small portion of the staff know about. Wait, it was a secret? Alright, wait, what did you just say? Huh? Did I say something stupid again? Did you say the early summer rain jab was actually a secret? Well, maybe I should have said secret. Should have said secret. It's more like we only decided on the name of the move right before the start of the show. Right before? Yeah, the stage director was going nuts because we were supposed to debut the move. About 5 minutes before the show, we threw it up on the dressing room's whiteboard. Early summer rain jab. That's kind of how we decided the name of the move. But by that time, I already bent the spear, so I guess the whole thing was kind of pointless. All of you Steel Samurai actors are the same. The director has my complete sympathy. Long story short, if we changed the move to the sushi slash, kind of pretended the early summer rain jab didn't exist at all. I mean, it'd be bad if someone found out we changed the move, so we made it secret. So basically, a gag order was issued for publicity's sake. Almost made this early summer rain jab sound like a lost art. One moment. Yeah, which is why I think most of the staff haven't even heard of that move.
Objection!
Hold these lips of yours still. What the heck, old man? I've done nothing but listen, and from what I can tell, it's all very unrelated to the case. Such a routine is a pointless exercise and waste of time, much like a kid's show.
Objection!
Mr. Alba, I believe the one who should be quiet now is you. How dare you? I suspect that you've already noticed exactly what the very severe implications are in this man's testimony. Ha! So now you're trying to bully me, huh? There are no implications to be read into a behind-the-scenes story of a kid's show. Don't even think about trying to slither your way out of this queercus, Alba. You were the one who said it yourself. The name of the move was Early Summer Rain Job, but the name was only decided upon right before the show was about to start. So, just what are you driving at? That name of the move you told us never used in the show was said out loud. Now then, would you care to tell us about how you found out the name of that move? Because I can only think of one way you could have known. Quick as Albert, this is the only way you could have known the name of that special move. You saw it. You knew the name because you saw it. You saw it on the dressing room's whiteboard. The staff members who knew were keeping it a secret. So you couldn't have simply gone up to a staff member and asked. Which means that the only other option left is that you saw it on the whiteboard. So that means Mr. Alba's in there at some point, right? What's the big deal, sir? I don't see what that means. There's another piece of evidence that has a great deal to do with the dressing room. So we can't afford to let this slide. This relates to both the dressing room and the Mr. Coach's murder.
Take that!
The pushcart. The pushcart that was used to move the body was right there in the dressing room. During the show, the pushcart awaited its turn to be pushed on stage in the dressing room. It was finally pushed there along with the Iron Infant in the last scene of the show. And then, right after the show ended, it went into Alabasta along with Steel Samurai. Which means that the only time the killer could have placed the body inside the pushcart was when the pushcart was in the dressing room backstage. So basically, the killer has to be someone who visited the dressing room during this show. Precisely. Oh, but wait. What if, and this is just a what if the murder took place right in the dressing room? But what do you mean, Kay? I have to admit, she brings up a valid possibility. During the show, the dressing room was supposed to be devoid of people. Slipping undetected into a private dressing room then would be as simple as a pie. The killer must have come up with the idea to move the body with the pushcart then, too. Correct. Just making the theater's dressing room the ideal location for the murder of Manny Kochin. Kurokazawa. During the show, you went down to the dressing room, and I want to know why. Yes. Yes, I was there. I went into the dressing room. I knew it. I'm placing you under arrest right now, pal. You got that? Arrest.
Objection!
Not so fast. But what is it now? Don't I deserve a chance to explain myself? Explain? What is there to explain? I believe I told you earlier that I went to the bathroom. Well, I got lost when I did. I wanted to ask for directions, but when I opened the dressing room door, no one was inside. And that's when I saw the name of the move on the whiteboard. You punk, still trying to get out of this? Do you really think you can get away at this point? Mr. Edgeworth, is there anything you can do to stop him? Ugh, I don't have enough evidence on hand to do anything. I don't have the airtight evidence I need to put this man away for good. But if that's what I need, then perhaps... Agent Lang, I believe an investigation of the dressing room in question is in order. It's possible that we may find new evidence there. Yeah, if Mr. Edgeworth pokes around in there, I'm sure he'll find some new facts, pal. Okay, and if we use Little Thief, we may even learn something from a recreation.
Not so fast!
We don't need to do any of that. What? Wolfie? How can you... I'm not saying this to be mean. It's just that we've already searched there. My men really are something else. And they found nothing? There's only one thing I can say to you, sis, and it's that they found nothing. That's it. I guess you're right. If they had found something, they would have reported it to us. They couldn't find anything because there was nothing there to find. And if there's nothing that would have been feed Little Thief, then I can't do much to help either. Is this the end? The murder took place in this theater, which is not protected under extraterritorial rights. And the fact that it was Mr. Alba himself who committed the murder, if I can't prove both statements to be true, Mr. Alba walks away a free man. Is there no other course of action left to us? But it appears that your hand of cards has turned out to be a bust. Now, excuse me, because of you people, I missed my flight. I must make haste to arrange for a new one. Who is it this time? Hold it right there, you whippersnappers. Ah, first Larry, now you? There's a scary mobster-like scowl on your face, Edgy Poo. Don't treat me like I'm some sort of nuisance. I've been meaning to say this, but all you keep talking about things I don't get at all. You're all leaving this lady in the sad, depressing, lonely dust I'm about to cry in. Why did you have to speak up right at this instant? But you know what, Edgy Poo? Cheer up. Because I'm about to give you the most wonderful thing. The most wonderful thing? From you? It's so super special that I couldn't give it away to just anyone, you know. My special present of love for my sweet Edgy Poo. Are you ready? It's this. It's a box of those samurai dogs, right? Yes, oh yes, Edgy Poo. Here, go on, eat one and you feel as right as rain. What does that have to do with anything? Are we through here? Why did everyone get so quiet all of a sudden? Edgy Poo, tell me you understand the depths of this lady's love for you. I'm not the one to hand out snacks willy-nilly, you know. No, sir. Thought occurred to me that you were nice and full one days right through the blah 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 blah. There's no power on earth that can force that woman to silence. I'm so sick and tired of it. All you people do is look down on me. You're this box samurai dog's playing me for a fool. And a special design on his fan, like the Japanese flag. So I thought it was special. But when I ate one, it just tasted like all the rest. Ooh, it made me so mad. Wait, special box with a Hinomaru-like fan on it? I never heard of such piece of merchandise existing before. However, there it is. The red sun of this fan is filled in. It's possible? Could it be? After the show, the samurai dogs were piled up on the dressing room floor. However, there is no such thing as a Hinomaru dog. This contradiction of facts between something that should not exist, and yet it does. The rays from this red sun may be just what we need to point us in the right direction. A present? The studio big wooden space and told us to play delivery boys. We're supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pile them all into the push cart just to move them. I believe you understand what this means, correct? Kill Mr. Kochin at this theater and then place his body inside the push cart. And then, force the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you. Assign the piece the final pieces of this logic puzzle together, no matter how fragile or small the connections may be. Once we found them all, the way to the truth will be revealed. Alright, so let's do samurai dogs with the body in the push cart. The killer used the push cart to transfer the body, which means that they had to remove the samurai dogs from within first. Therefore, the samurai dogs that were piled up on the dressing room floor were most likely taken out of the push cart by the killer. Let's go. That which should not exist. This box of samurai dogs with a Hinomaru on it. This red sun was filled when the killer was busy removing samurai dogs from the push cart. That is proof that the murder took place in the dressing room. As long as this red substance turns out to be what I believe it would be. When the old bag. I thank you. What you have given to me is truly something very special. Edgy Poo. Mr. Edgeworth, are you sure you're feeling okay, sir? Mr. Albert, as I suspected, you killed Mr. Kochin in the dressing room. How many times must I listen to you repeat yourself? Haven't you figured out yet? Your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. The only way I'm going to continue to cooperate is with some definitive evidence. Oh, so it's a drop of blood? The arrogance, the self-confidence. You believe that you erase every piece of evidence that you could incriminate you. However, there remains one piece of it here, and it's what will pull you away for good. Huh? You're bluffing. Oh, hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Sounds like you finally found them. One moment. Just needed to blow my nose. Finally found the fangs that we needed to go after this guy's jugular. So tell us, what about that box samurai dogs are going to put the old man away? Trace evidence that will bring him down? Why, it's here, of course. The red spot. This box samurai dogs with a Hinomaru fan on it. This should never have existed. So I want you to take a good look at this red spot. A single drop of blood. Huh? What? Blood, you say? Ancient Lang? I like this blood analyzed post haste. I got to admit, I'm a bit surprised. I can't believe we found blood in a place like this. Hey, you, get this down to the lab, pronto. But why is it blood there on the box to begin with? Think about it, the flow of the crime. I think the reason will become obvious. Larry, you said that you transported the samurai dogs with the pushcart, correct? Oh, yeah. You have a great memory, Edgy. The pushcart was a bit too big for my son, you know what I mean? So to make sure everyone could see him, I had to pile some stuff in. I figured the samurai dogs were there, so I used them to fill up the cart. And what Larry says is true, then what were the boxes doing on the floor? Ah, I see. The killer took them out in order to place the body in the pushcart. Exactly. That is what I believe the victim's blood found its way onto that box. When my men investigated that room, not a single box of samurai dogs was in there, because embassy staff members have already confiscated them. Yes, no doubt to hide the evidence of the murder. It's a good thing Miss Oldbag managed to steal that one box before they got to them, huh? Looks like Miss Oldbag also managed to put this great thief to shame. Well, that's kind of way of putting that. I didn't steal. I received it for myself. Quickazalva, I say this one was very fatal oversight on your part. Sorry to ruin your little love fest, however. How? How can you be so self-confident in the no-win situation for him like this? Even if that blood turns out to belong to Mr. Cochin, then what? Heh. So Mr. Edgeworth, it sounds like he's not ready to call it quits yet, huh? This whole piece of evidence that was left at the scene of the crime. That alone has shed light on a new fact. At the very least, we now have proof that the murder occurred in the dressing room. And? You said that like it means something? Huh? Excuse me, sirs. Forensics. Report. What are the results of the analysis? Sir, the analysis came back and confirmed that the red substance is blood. I knew it. With this quick as Alba.
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might humor my question. Your question? The one from before, or have you forgotten? Even if that is Mr. Corker's blood, what difference would it make?
Not so fast!
Like we already told you, it proves that the crime scene was that dressing room.
Objection!
But it doesn't prove that I am your killer, does it? That's... he has a very good point. The blood in that box doesn't prove that Mr. Alba is the killer. Then, this evidence is meaningless. That can't be. We were so close, sir. I want to smack the smug look off his face. Come on, there's got to be something we can do. We finally found a solid piece of evidence. There must be something I can expose it with. Ah! I can't think of a single thing. Now, excuse me, I'll be on my way. Who was that? It's too late. I won't allow anyone to stop me now. It wasn't me, pal. It wasn't me this time. It wasn't me either. It's me. Why did you... because I haven't finished reporting everything to you yet, sir. There's more. What? Hurry up and spit it out. Yes, sir. Did that blood I mentioned? It's not the same blood type as the victim's blood. Huh? No? What? What do you mean it's not the same type? You mean it's not the victim's blood? But is it his? Then who the hell is it? I don't know, sir. All I know is that it's not the same blood type as the victim, sir. What should we do now, Mr. Edgeworth? I have no idea what's anymore. What's what anymore? Neither do I. My, what a music turn of events. That blood drop proves something to be true, alright? Namely my words. And which one of your words would that be? The ones where I said that your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. That blood has nothing to do with the murder investigation whatsoever. Need I remind you that, the blood got onto that box long before it entered my embassy? What sort of nonsense? Yeah, it's blood, pal. There's no way it's not related to the murder. So you like to believe. But what if someone preparing the samurai dogs had a small nosebleed? What then? I guess that's possible. Damn it, have we been wasting our time on a red herring? The blood doesn't belong to anyone connected to the case. That should be clue enough. Crook's Alba, you bastard. Silence, don't you ever address me with such filthy word again. I wasted enough time here with you, and you have your answers. Now let me through.
Not so fast!
Alba, it doesn't matter where you run off to. You'll never escape me. Someday I'll have the satisfaction of singing my fangs into you. You'll see. And all of Interpol will be behind me, working to see to it that day comes. Do you know what your words sound like to me? They sound like the whinings of a pathetic loser. Of a mutt. Oh. Is this really the extent of all we can do? Is the blood really from someone completely unrelated to the case? Or is there another possibility? Someone else other than the victim? So what I thought I had backed up to the corner is how it was been back. Wait a minute. I think I have an idea. Let me see if I'll get to that. In a situation like this, what would the man do? What would he who can turn any desperate situation around do? Turn it around. What if it was Alba's blood? That's it. I must turn my way around and thinking around. It's not whose blood is this. It's whose blood could get on the box like this, and if I think about it that way. If the blood got onto the box when the body was being placed in the pushcart, then the owner of said blood must have been dressing in the dressing room at that time. There's only one person that could be. Well, I must praise you for trying so hard. It's because of you kids that I was removed from center stage, and will be forced to live out the rest of my life in shadows, unfortunately. But it's not a total loss, as the underworld will allow me more freedom than you'll ever know. Freedom like what the raven feels as if it flies through the dark night sky. You can't lay a finger on me, not now or ever. The arm of the law is powerless before me.
Objection!
Oof. Powerless, is it? I wouldn't be so sure about it, not if I were you. What do you mean? Allow me to describe you in one word. Pitiful. Pitiful? How so? Crook's Alba, your wings were clipped long ago. And for someone who was trying to fly away on them without noticing that fact, pitiful is the perfect word to describe you. Ha! Mere words. What do you mean by his wings are clipped, Mr. Edgeworth? Just what you think it means, Kay. We already caught him in our trap a while back. With an incredibly powerful definitive piece of evidence. Hey, that's to Mr. Prosecutor. Can you speak English? What are you talking about? What piece of evidence? The piece I speak of is, of course, this drop of blood. But we know that it's not from the victim. I don't see how it remains relevant to the case at all. Miss Von Karma? I believe that is exactly why it's very important to the case. And the part that is the most important is the fact that it's not the victim's blood. You're looking a little pale. Good. Then I believe you're already aware of what I mean. Do you know who the blood belongs to? Who? Of course I do. This piece of evidence is irrefutable proof that will stop the killer in his tracks. The blood that soiled this box of samurai dogs belongs to this person. This guy.
Take that!
The blood of the red sun of this box belongs to you, Chris Alba. Ugh. What? Or what? Why is his blood on the box of samurai dogs? He's not even a victim. Blood fell onto the box when Mr. Coach's body was being loaded into the pushcart. At that time, the only two people in the dressing room were the victim and this killer. So that's what you mean. If the blood doesn't belong to the victim, then there's only one other person it could belong to. Yes, and that person is the murderer himself. That's the only logical conclusion. Mr. Coach was the one who stabs her. Who stabs her? Why would Mr. Alba have been the one who was bleeding? What if during the murder, Mr. Coach had fought back? You mean before Mr. Alba could kill him, Mr. Coach managed to wound Mr. Alba? Yes, and I believe we have a piece of evidence that proves that he was bleeding then. Or is a piece of evidence that shows that Mr. Alba was probably bleeding at the time?
Take that!
Mr. Alba, you bear on your body a great wound. That was from when the masked 2 attacked me with a pair of scissors. Yeah, and that happened way after he was in the dressing room. Ah, but is that what really happened? You can manufacture a weapon by smearing blood on it, so I can't just accept that as fact. Shall we try to test Mr. Alba and see if the shape of your wound matches the scissors?
Objection!
You really are something else, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't let a single thing slip by you by, no matter how insignificant the possibility is. You're one to talk, Mr. Alba. Master give the law slip for 10 years as smuggling rings leader. No matter the danger, you can hide every last ounce of fear and anxiety from everyone. You truly are a one-of-a-kind criminal.
Objection!
I am the master of my fear. However, to think that a person such as you could miss such a large thing? Do you believe I overlooked something? You said that my wound was caused by Mr. Kochin, and that it was caused here in one of the theater's dressing rooms, right? Yes, that is correct. I like to point out that it is simply not possible. My wound is a stab wound, and one that could only have come from a blade. I wonder where you would propose such a weapon came from. Ah, this thing was packed with security guards. It would have been impossible for anyone to come into this area with a weapon of any sort.
Not so fast!
Just as Mr. Alba was able to bring in the alabaster knife in a bouquet, there must have been some other way to sneak in a weapon of some sort. Ah, but as long as you can't prove what the other way is, all you talk about Mr. Kochin's savvy is pure nonsense. So if that other way does exist, you better hurry and tell me now. Here we go. With pleasure. Wait, what? This piece of evidence shows how much Mr. Kochin brought a weapon into his theater. This key.
Take that!
Among law enforcement, this piece is known as the Yatagarasu's key. That key. That's the key that my father stole from here 7 years ago. And it's very unique in that it's both a key and a knife. Meaning that under the guise of a key, it could have been easily brought into the theater. No. You couldn't dispose of the knife that stabbed you. Therefore, you wiped off the blood and placed it back in Mr. Kochin's pocket. After all, the key itself opens the safe in his office. And inside that safe, there was a document about Kudelfian paper signed by Mr. Kochin. In order to make it look like Mr. Kochin died as the leader of the smuggling ring, you had to make it so that the police were the ones who opened that office safe. All that hard work to save yourself and only served to destroy you in the end. Shall we try matching this knife blade with your wounds, Mr. Quirkus Alba? And that's what some may call the coup de grace. Ugh, impossible. You can't take me down. Swine, all of you. Especially Manny Kochin. This is all because of that man's betrayal. He sought to steal control of the smuggling ring from me by removing me as an ambassador. That's why he deserved to die while bearing the guilt for all my crimes from me. That's why I sent out the Yagarasu's card and how this incident was born. Manny was supposed to be the smuggling ring's leader who was killed by the Yatagarasu. But I had yet another reason, yet another story that was supposed to play out. Manny's death was supposed to bring everything to a close. But I would have gotten away with too if it wasn't for you meddling prosecutors. This isn't Scooby-Doo. Mr. Alba, I am afraid there's one more question I forgot to ask. This country's, or Alabas, which country's court would you like to face first? Either way, it's game over for you.
KO!
Get the fuck out of here. Ooh, this is it, the big day. Mr. Alba's trial today. But next week he's scheduled to stand trial in his own country in Albas. Franziska is heading that one. I suspect she'll be serving a full course of whiplashes at it. Having to face Miss Von Karma in the court right after facing you, sir. Shudder. I don't even want to think about what that'll be like. I caught a glimpse of Mr. Alba as he was being escorted to the courthouse. And boy, he looked about as glum as I do the day before I get my monthly paycheck. You know, I've been thinking. That flight attendant and you, Mr. Portsman, were all Mr. Alba's secret agents? Correct. That smuggling ring was the common thread between all the incidents. Cammie Meal was to provide support during smuggling ops, using her job as an attendant. And Mr. Portsman was to manipulate trials related to the ring to end in their favor. Go you airlines, and even the prosecutor's office. No one was safe on the smuggling ring, huh, sir? I suspect there are even more members of this ring spread throughout the world. Yeah, sounds like such a big op that I can't even begin to imagine what it's like. What is it, detective? It's just not. Well, come to think of it, Mr. Ernest Amato's trial is also scheduled for later today, sir. I'm aware of that. Mr. Amato has been working with the smuggling ring now for over 10 years. Using Amato's group's various connections worldwide to assist the ring. But all that's come to an end as its conglomerate is now undergoing harsh scrutiny. I owe Mr. Amato a debt of gratitude, but he must pay for his assignment. Crazy how much influence it had, indeed. Well, with the arrest of both Mr. Alba and Mr. Amano, I guess that's about wraps it up. Wraps up the KG-8 incident as well, huh? I suppose so. The real killer in the KG-8 incident 10 years ago was Manny Cochin. Several years ago, the killer in the second KG-8 incident was Macrel. Those two facts are the unshakable truth, however. It seems that a lot of effort was put into hiding these and other truths from us. And I'll expose it all at the trials today. There's solid cases left and right today, aren't you, sir? CCU and David Mann. Perhaps now, these two brave souls who tried to make the truth known can rest in peace. By the way, I received some gifts from Ambassador Paleno. Shrimp, crab, beef. I don't need any of those, so I'm giving them to you. What? Seriously, sir? Well, wait, actually, I don't think I want them anymore. The way you're holding them, don't tell me they're just coupons, sir. It's like a gumshoe. Have you not read the paper recently? Ever since the two countries became Cordofi again, its economy has changed. Really? It seems that Ambassador Paleno has reaped a few benefits of his own from it. He has been announced as the official ambassador of the newly reunified Cordophia. But what a pity. Even though every item he says is a treasure, you don't seem at all interested. Well, if you don't want them, I can give them to my lovely assistant, Kay. But wait, that's not what I said, so Mr. Edgeworth, please let me have them, sir. Actually, come to think of it, where is Kay? How come she's still not here? Hey, you gotta be more alert than that. Eek. Can't believe you didn't notice. I was even mimicking Mr. Edgeworth's voice for a bit. I totally didn't notice you or realize that voice was you. Like Z says, ferocious love blooms with each new spring. Agent Lang, a pleasant surprise to see you here. It's been a long time since I set foot in the courthouse, but I wasn't going to miss. watching the guy who screwed up my country finally get what's coming to him. Well, that and something else. I want to see you in action in court. Is that so, Agent Lang? We flushed out all the counterfeit bills, so St. Fa is finally at peace again. It's all thanks to you, so I just want to say thanks. I never thought I'd see the day old Wolfie says thanks to Mr. Edgeworth. I should be the one thanking you, Agent Lang. If you hadn't negated Mr. Albert's extraterritorial's rights, I would not have been able to bring him to trial. I believe the victory belongs to the both of us in this case. Shared victory, huh? Look, don't get me wrong. I'll still never forgive you, prosecutors. And I have zero interest in that truth thing you talk about in court. I want to do things my own way, and that's not about to change. You got that? I see. Well, I believe you should follow your own creed when you do your job. Yeah, and if there's ever someone your precious truth can't catch, feel free to sit around and cry about it all you want. But as for me, I'm going to get that person no matter what. Alright. It's about time for the trial to start. I'll see you later. I'll be watching your performance from the gallery. I'm looking forward to this. I prepped a whole ton of ticker tape for today's victory tape, sir. I'll help throw some around when Mr. Edgeworth wins. Hope you got enough because I'm going to go call my men up as well. A modest amount of ticker tape goes a long way. Scene shifts to the courtroom and the final act of this long tale begins. The legend of the great thief Yatagarasu. It's the story of those who chose to dedicate their lives to the pursuit of truth. Prosecutors are those... Oh, damn it, let me read this, please. My career was forced on me since I was very young. However, I no longer think that's all we prosecutors are. That's because... Even though I've only been away from the courtroom for a short time, I feel as though it's been a lifetime since I've set foot in one. Today more than any other day, I feel the right with duty rising. Holy shit. That was a long chapter. Holy fuck. I was not expecting it to be that long. This game was fucking incredible. This definitely tops the original trilogy. I really am Mr. Edgeworth's death for the other day. Thanks for having us still free to serve in the friendly blue skies. So, about my suitcases, I've become selling them on the internet, and they've become a real reason thanks to the praise the art world has lavished on my work as being truly postmodern. The AI has chosen me to design like... It's like something you'll be able to take to my pickleball yellow seat jet. I'm already embracing the next game to be even longer than this one. Edgeworth? Ah, the root is a rude man. Because of him, my time and money is wasted. More importantly, I was... Ways a bit lying in my hands, but the ambassador Palina was most generous. But yeah, this game was definitely, to me, it tops up. I personally put it higher than all three of the original trilogy. Finally caught Agent Hicks' killer, and I was able to witness Miss Albert's tears. It feels good to finally bring everything to a close. I received another offer from Interpol to work another case in cooperation with them. However, the Canopia courts await. Canopia's air is supposed to be very fresh, so my whip should find new vigor there. This little patrolman has been fired as of today, sir. I thought it was safe since we found the gun I had dropped. I had noticed that I dropped my police badge too. Guess what really broke Camel's back was I couldn't find my badge. My little life has suddenly tripped into a dark black. I think I'll go into the courthouse and file a complaint with Ruffles Man. I know I originally planned to do Ace Attorney Investigations 2 this year, but I might not do so. But I do have another Ace Attorney game I want to do instead before I do Investigations 2. I was actually hoping to talk with Mr. Edgeworth, but I gotta get going and return to Europe. I still got a long way to go and a lot of stuff to study there. Next time I help Mr. Edgeworth on a case, I'm going to do it as a real forensic scientist. I'm sure he's going to need all the help I can give him, scientifically. I'm actually planning to do Apollo Justice next. Arc System works. Because the kidnapping was staged, I was let off easy. But I won't be going outside much anytime soon, but that's really okay. The only person I'm forever trapped is in this cage of love. The guard down at the detention center, well, when he's on guard duty, he has such a cold look in his eyes, just like that prosecutor. But stop it, Lauren. When will we ever learn to stop being a prisoner of love? Yeah, I've heard that one's the black sheep. It appears that there are all sorts of drama that takes place outside the courtroom. Since we judges are here day in day out, I only heard a few rumors, but apparently Mr. Edgeworth teamed up with a thief and became a detective. Maybe I should team up with a bailiff and try to become a lawyer or something. What? Ooh, I barely escaped death yet again. Yeah, but boy, we were lucky to have Mr. Edgeworth help us out, huh? Yeah, but because I lost the key, I got fired from my security guard job. Don't let it get you done, Maggie. You still got me. You're right, sir. I won't be sad. I'm going to pick myself up and get through this. I wonder what my next job should be. Ooh, this is actually kind of fun. Why not come to Codofia for your summer vacation? We have coupons aplenty. Right now, our embassy is proud to present our Let's Investigate a Murder show. Or recreating that particular case has created a few small fires of its own. Then we had a few problems with the fire marshals, but the next event will be great. There'll be an attraction entitled Capture the Yatagarasu. Of course, I hope to enlist Kay's help in creating our latest attraction. Can't believe that Mindy ditched me, but it's okay. Planning to go to the power soon and start a business. We're gonna sell blue ocean dogs. So like hotcakes. A blue hot dog and a blue bun. I guarantee you'll turn your tongue and your face blue. I know I'm not really the type of work a lot, or at all really, but... Oh, so I noticed that I really haven't seen this guy in the blue suit at all recently. I wonder what's up. Next time we meet, I'm gonna make him eat one of my dogs. You're talking about Phoenix, right? Of course you are. There's no one else. I gave testimony in court today as a member of the Yatagarasu. You're Mr. Bad. You look well, all things considered. By the way, have you noticed that elements within the ring have begun moving? They're probably fighting over who should succeed. Over who should be next boss. Although, to be honest, I wish I could forget I ever heard of that smuggling ring. Like Z says, thoroughly bite the poisonous snake from head to tail. No one runs afoul of the law and escapes this wolf's fangs. I'll get you all yet. Ah, youth. When did I become so old? I wonder. I've begun to noticing the gray hairs in my beard more. I'm thinking of retiring my mirror. Oh yeah, because I believe this was the last Ace Attorney game where Keiji Inafune was still working with Capcom. I was the Pink Princess and the Pink Badger. Talk about busy. But it's alright because I got a letter from my beloved Ejipu. Please take care of your hip, and when you wish to speak first, take off your headpiece. Blah blah blah. It's not like I enjoy being on the headpiece every time I see it. Blah 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 blah. Ah la 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 la. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, I think that Keiji Inafune left like months after this game released in North America. This game came out in Japan in 2009, but he left in 2010. Ooh, I feel so much better now that the trial's over. As always, your legal prowess was top-notch, sir. Yeah, nothing beat the look on Mr. Alba's face when you revealed the ring's secrets. I was amazed. You're like a totally different person when you step into a courtroom. Mr. Edgeworth was always 10 times fiercer in court. Based on the information Mr. Albert offered up, they began a large-scale operations to clean up the rest of the ring, which I'm happy to leave Francisca and Agent Lang. So what are your plans now, Kay? Oh well, we've taken care of the creep who killed my father, so I'm not sure. Hey, I know. Maybe let's keep it on being Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Are you still trying to steal my job, pal? Just kidding, just kidding. I can't steal something so important to you, Gunny. Phew, what a relief. Okay. Yes? Even after all this happened, are you still planning to become a great thief? Of course. But I don't want to tarnish the legend of the noble Yatagarasu. So I'm going to hold off on doing anything until I make a tight 3-person team of my own. 3-person team? 3-person team with young beauties the same age as me, impossible. With those criteria, I highly doubt you'll find the 200 people you need. My father chose to fight for the truth. I think that's what's so noble about him. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, the only things I will ever steal are the truths that have been hidden away. I'm going to work extra hard to make a world where the Yatagarasu isn't needed. Whew. Let's both strive for such a future. Well, I guess it's time for me to get going. I see. Okay, keep your chin up and stay strong, okay? Don't be a stranger. Don't worry, I'll be back. I'll be sure to break the lock on the window and sneak in. If you could, I appreciate it if you came through the building's front door. It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. The lock on my window at home has been broken forever. Oh, one last thing before I go. Let's take a group picture. Just the 3 of us. Yeah, commemorative photo. Every big case has to end with one. No. Hey, why not? Let's have your camera shot, Mr. Edgeworth. Of course not, Detective. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm taking the picture now. Hey, come back here. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't run away from this. Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Hey, Schultzen, thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. I hope you had a good stream playing Animal Crossing. So I'm gonna take it now. Say cheese. And thus, the long tail of the KGA incident came to a close. I just finished Miles Edgeworth. It was the demise of a smuggling ring in the birth, but there's little time to rest and relax. For I'm eager to tackle the investigation onto a new case. This is where my eagerness is. I want to pursue the truth, and I want to believe in the strength of those who use the power of law for good. But thank you for the raid, Shelton. I appreciate it. Someone who has chosen to live my life as a prosecutor. That is my new creed. Yep. But this game is amazing. This definitely beats all 3 games in the original trilogy. At some point, I will do Ace Attorney Investigations 2 Prosecutor's Gambit. Got a ready to run though. We got a follow about it tonight, so I need to clean up. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Being followed about it sucks. I was actually about to wrap up my stuff since I just beat this game. But yeah, like, I am so sorry about that. Like, yeah, being followed about it sucks. I can't believe that's still a problem, even in this day and age on Twitch. But still, I appreciate the raid. But we are going to be wrapping up right now because it's 2:13 in the morning over here, and I really need to get ready to get some sleep in a little while. But thanks to everybody that tuned in. We managed to get through this game. Tomorrow, we're going to be playing some Repo with the Digital Bonfire Squad. Thursday is Retro Night, the King of Fighters. And Sunday is Share with Shellshock, Why We Love Tetris. So, Edgeworth, I almost think is the best protagonist and Phoenix in some ways. Like, I definitely had a lot of fun with this game, for sure. Like, it's definitely a lot more fun than I thought it would be. Oh my god. Now I see why people really wanted the sequel to come out for years, and then now that it finally came out, we got to play it officially from Capcom. We're gonna go send the raid over to my neighbor Jess, who is currently playing some Super Nintendo games through CRT. So basically Super Nintendo games on original hardware. Like, that's how he's doing it. So we're gonna go send the raid over to him. He's a cool dude. So that's gonna do it for tonight. Make sure to take care of yourselves. Be awesome. Stay awesome. Tell you what you love to check out them as always. Hey, Nicography, welcome. Yes. Before I sign off, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Before we sign off, one more thing. Two more. Actually, we're having 2 more things. Make sure to join the Discord if you haven't already, and also follow me on Blue Sky because I'm always on Blue Sky. The sequel is really living up to the hype so far. Nice. But yeah, make sure to take care of yourselves. Be awesome. Stay awesome. Tell your loved ones you love them. Check them out as always. Fight for lasting peace, and I'll see you guys next time. And you are playing with power. Good night, everybody.